Hey everybody, Jason Burmis here, and it looks like Rand Paul has visited Fort Knox and assures us, without an actual real physical audit, that all of the gold is there. Trust me. Eh, Just such a weird story, and one that, although it's garnered some attention, really hasn't gotten the national attention it deserves. In fact, gold and hard money within the economy, it really hasn't gotten the attention it deserved for a long time. But right now, with the amount of inflation, economic uncertainty, and the fact that within the last year we had an all-time high of gold, it's dipped quite a bit, but nowhere near, you know, where it should be, in my opinion. So I mean, for instance, I think 5,400 was peak. I think we're at 4,400. We're going to show the spot price. If you actually looked at it as a real hard asset, and that's why it's supposed to be at Fort Knox, backing up our fiat currency that we're currently, quote unquote, in the debts of, trillions of dollars, uh, it would be valued a lot more, right? In fact, I would say that it is probably pretty deflated in a lot of regards because of the amount of gold that is used within technology and hardware, right? Uh, I think that silver as well, even though it had that big boom, so it's somewhere in that $60 range right now. I think that has also been purposely deflated. If you look at these traditional markets, whether it be hard asset markets or even oil markets today, there's obviously maximum manipulation going on. I'll give you a great example. Right now, I think that oil is somewhere at like 70 to $80 a barrel. All right. And we're paying, 3 to, in some places, $6 a gallon for regular gas. Right. Three's on the very kind of low end. I know that I get the premium. It's right around the 5 mark here in Iowa. During the Iraq War, we're talking pre-2010, and think about how much inflation has gone on by then. When oil was at $148 a barrel, more than twice today, if you probably adjusted for inflation 3 times, the gas never went over 448, maybe 450. Like in like the most egregious of errors, never even really hit $5. And that's manipulation of markets. So we're going to go over this story with Rand Paul. We're going to let Rand Paul speak. We're also going to get into the media covering what Rand Paul has released with the Fauci text messages now, because I got both a Fox mainstream clip, which is a little better than the CBS News clip. But obviously, all these mainstream clips leave something to be desired. And CBS, this is the first, really, again, maybe this has been addressed by other mainstream media outlets, CNN, NBC, MSN, who knows, MS Now, I don't know. But this is basically an apology tour for Fauci and trying to continue to reinforce their narrative that they did everything they could. They went with the best science. They did nothing wrong. Just like it's bizarro world, especially so many years on now. Like in October, it'll be 6 years I've lived here in Iowa. And for those that have been following me for that long or longer, the last thing on my mind was leaving my home in New York to move to the Midwest. And things got that serious. And I remember having that realization that things were going to get that serious in February before the March lockdowns by going into DC and saying, hey, this is about to affect everybody. And so many people mocked me and laughed at me. It's not going to affect me. It affected everybody on the planet in some way. I mean, and that's how you know, quote unquote, global conspiracies exist. So we're going to get into Fort Knox right now. Let's thumbs it up, subscribe, share. Please consider supporting the broadcast. The links are down below. $5, $10, $15. It means the world to me. Big donors. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We also have the PayPal. Also consider giving me a follow over on X. That's where you can find a lot of these stories in the raw. So let's start with the last audit of Fort Knox. Okay, we're talking 1953. That 73 years ago. Now, what I didn't understand, I had no idea that apparently they did pass. See, again, a lot of this stuff is not in the media. Maybe I'm just missing it. It doesn't seem to be in the mainstream, but then I don't see it really being covered in the alternative either. So they passed the Gold Reserve Transparency Act that is supposedly going to require some kind of an audit of the United States Mint facilities at West Point and Denver, U.S. Bullion Depository at Fort Knox, their gold supply. Okay? Supposedly of an independent third party. It's going to get full access to everything almost 3/4 of a century later. Okay, I'm cool with that. I can't believe I didn't know this. Now, in 1950, I believe 53, they did this. They did an actual audit of it. But in 1974, okay, they actually sent a bunch of Congress people. Here, we're going to turn the stuff off, to Fort Knox with the media. And, they didn't get to do a real physical audit, but they took them into some of the vaults and showed them the gold. So that seems to be what's happened now with Rand Paul. Okay. So let's go right here. Does Fort Knox really hold America's gold? Senator says he saw all 147 million ounces. We're going to let Rand Paul speak for himself, but here he is. He's at Fort Knox. We've come to see the gold. Our country has about 147 million ounces of gold, and about half of it is stored here at Fort Knox. So he goes, we're going to go deep underground. This is the whole shebango. We're going to play the before, and then I believe this is the after. So let's play it.
Fort Knox, we've come to see the gold. Our country has about 147 million ounces of gold, and about half of it is stored here at Fort Knox. We're going to be going deep underground to see the gold. But more importantly, we're going to be talking today about what happened to our dollar when we separated from gold in 1971. Over 85% of the value of the dollar has been lost since we delinked from gold. So there is a problem. The media now calls this affordability. What it really is inflation. We run a debt. As the deficit runs up, $2 trillion a year, part of that debt is bought by the Federal Reserve with newly created dollars. This leads to inflation and prices are up. And my goodness, just go to the grocery store, still look at the price of meat. Prices are up 25% in the last 5 years. It's inflation. It's related to deficit spending. It's related to unbalanced budgets. So we're going to look at the gold today. But really what we're talking about is, why is our paper currency failing us? And why does our country continue to run such massive debts? I'm going down underground, and I'll let you know what I see in a little bit.
So we're going to get into that in a second. We're going to see what he saw. But one of the things that really bothers me, look, I'm not saying Rand Paul isn't one of the best we have, but then I also understand the criticisms of him. He talks about 25% increase over the past 5 years. Well, why not point out that it was the COVID-19 84 nightmare where you had this massive printing of money, which was then distributed, and so much of it robbed by big institutions too. You had this huge transfer of wealth, and that just supercharged inflation once things settled in. And now things are catching up to that massive printout of more and more and more unaccountable fiat currency. All right? So here he is. Rand Paul, after the fact, talking about a few subjects, but he's now gone in, and apparently it's all there, according to Rand. Again, I can't speak for the man.
From rising grocery prices to Mitch McConnell's return to Washington, Senator Rand Paul tackled major issues affecting Kentuckians. Alexis Matthews was there as the senator kicked off a series of stops today in the Commonwealth.
Senator Rand Paul toured Kentucky Monday. His first stop was the Gold Depository at Fort Knox, where the conservative leader discussed challenges Kentuckians face, including affordability.
Prices are rising, things cost more. You go to the grocery store, meat, steaks, all these things cost so much. Well, the reason they do is because we're devaluing the money.
Senator Paul also weighed in on the debate surrounding data centers, emphasizing that those determinations should be left up to the states, not the federal government.
We shouldn't tell them they have to, nor should we tell them they can't. I think the decision should be made, the more local, the better.
The senator continued his visit up the road in Bullitt County at the Emergency Services Building. He updated first responders on developments in D.C., including his push to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress. Fauci invoked his Fifth Amendment right during a U.S. Senate hearing about the COVID-19 pandemic.
I've been looking for the truth for 5 years now. 1 million Americans died in COVID, and they need to know if their government helped to fund the lab that created this.
Senator Paul was also asked about his colleague and fellow Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell, whose ongoing health issues have kept him away from the Senate and key votes since June.
I'm glad he's out of the rehabilitation hospital. We're hoping he's doing well, and we hope he gets back to voting soon.
While Paul noted that he has not spoken to McConnell, the Republican lawmaker expressed optimism about his colleague's return when Congress reconvenes after Labor Day.
I do think that there'll probably be some important votes in September, and I would be very surprised if we don't see him.
Alexis Matthews.
I don't know if we're ever going to see the guy again. And first of all, I think it's criminal. See, and that again kind of just speaks to this awful nature of politics and team baseball. Rand Paul in that moment should say, look, whether I like Mitch McConnell or not, whether he's a member of my party or not, clearly he's not cognizant enough to be sitting in the position he is, and he should resign immediately. You know, that's if the guy's breathing. Like, because again, we haven't really seen him. We certainly didn't. We saw proof of life photographs. Proof of life photographs. Not proof of life videos. It's 2026. Just want to point all that out. And McConnell on camera has had moments that make Dementia Joe, Zombie J, if you will, look like he was at the top of his game. Just want to point that out. So, you know, rightfully so, a Washington Examiner from Audit the Fed to Trust Me, It's There. Rand Paul's Fort Knox fumble. I got to give it to exactly. Like, look, there's no trusting anybody. First of all, you'd actually have to test the gold, too. Even if they had all the gold bars they said they would, you'd have to independently test it. There's plenty of fake gold out there. There's plenty of gold plating. There's been gold that's hollowed out and has lead put in it. I know we don't like to think about those things, but when you're dealing with a commodity that valuable, yes. So this is real-time gold. I think we're at 4,400, as you can see. But again, up here, we were in that 5,400 range in February. And I think it's still even undervalued at that. Just want to point it out. So I want to move on to the Fauci real quick. Okay? That's the next thing in this game. So we've got these new text messages. To me, it's such limited Johnny nonsense. It's about pregnant women and their risks via the hate and lies shots. Shocking. And the talk of miscarriages. I'm probably going to have to back off for a little bit on this, but this is how this one's a tough one to watch. Like on the Fox one, at least they're a little bit more honest, and then there's a twist with the news anchor, John Roberts. But this is just out and out, still trying to toe the line that those things were the best things since breakfast, and nobody purposely lied to you. And Anthony Fauci's probably great, but they actually, hey, they had to admit to the hearings and say much about them. Here we go.
Republican senators continue to focus on the top scientists who helped lead the nation's response to the COVID pandemic. Senators Rand Paul and Ron Johnson released 11 of more than 34,000 text messages from Dr. Anthony Fauci's phone. And as CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian explains, the released messages focus on pregnant women and the COVID vaccine.
Republican Senators Ron Johnson and Rand Paul say that it will take some time to sift through the thousands of text messages that they released from Dr. Anthony Fauci's government phone, but they are highlighting a key exchange involving the potential risks of the COVID-19 vaccine in pregnant women. In fact, they point to one particular message from Dr. Fauci where he discusses reports of fevers or another condition after patients take a second vaccine dose. And that
I want to just stop it right there. Again, they downplay this so much. Look at the quote they're putting on the screen as she tells you the information in a calm manner. We're going to bring it back 10 seconds. Bring it back another. Here we go.
one particular message from Dr. Fauci where he discusses reports of fevers or another condition after patients take a second vaccine dose, and that it could, quote, theoretically.
Or another condition. They don't even want to tell you the other condition. I mean, these people.
Be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. He also noted that pregnant women must weigh the potential risks and benefits, although he also noted that no issues have arisen. Now, these internal deliberations with the then Surgeon General and Director of the Centers for Disease Control came just a few months before the CDC ultimately recommended that pregnant women should take the COVID-19 vaccine, citing new data that there was not an increased risk for miscarriage. Now, these messages come after Senator Paul released some of Dr. Fauci's diary entries, and also after his panel recently approved a resolution recommending contempt of Congress against Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci's attorney called that contempt vote a crude political stunt and said that Dr. Fauci had committed no crime. This matter is now before the Justice Department.
And the Justice Department and Kash Patel are like a laughing stock. They're a laughing stock. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure just like you out there, I want to believe someone's going to jail. Fauci's not even the only one that should go to jail. Right? I mean, Fauci don't run DARPA. And neither does Barrick or Dazik or any of those ghouls. Right? They don't run the military-industrial complex and the globalist outlets that were the vehicles for this whole shebango.
Nicole, thank you for that. I want to bring in Dr. Peter Chin Hong. He's an infectious disease expert with the University of California, San Francisco.
The experts, man. She's literally bringing back the expert that got it all wrong, and he's going to tell you he got it all right. This is just an incredible piece of like 3 minutes. I'm going to try to back up and not get excited, but this is how hardcore they're still gaslighting you and lying to you.
Doctor, great to be with you. Reading those text messages, how do you feel about the public messaging at the time of the pandemic to pregnant women around these vaccines?
Well, I think the public messaging at that time, Liz, was very appropriate. And you and I spoke a lot of times during the pandemic. And I think the main strategy was really one of transparency to engender trust. So we said what we knew, we said what we didn't know. And at that time, we already knew that pregnant women had a disproportionate mortality. They had higher entry or admission to the ICU.
So again, think about what this guy's telling you. We did the best we could for pregnant women. Still, on the script.
They had higher rates of mechanical ventilation. So we knew that COVID was having a big impact on these women.
Now, these text messages were sent in January of 2021. And you're right, you and I spoke probably every single day that year. A lot was changing at that time, not only where we were at, but throughout the entire country and the world with COVID. So as a public-facing health official, how do you balance or determine what information you share with the public?
I think you want to be as transparent as possible. And I think it's important that we say, again, what we have observed, which is, I remember one of the first cases I took care of COVID in the hospital was one of a pregnant woman. And we were concerned not only for the woman, but also for the unborn fetus.
They're just so concerned and so transparent as they show you shot after shot after shot after shot after shot going into the arms of people. They're so benevolent and so transparent. They've been so transparent. It's hard to believe that this isn't like a Saturday Night Live sketch or an episode of Black Mirror. But this is the first time they're really covering the Fauci stuff.
We want to be reassuring and only talk about adverse effects when we know for sure that there's evidence. If there's no evidence, I think I probably wouldn't want to say, well, I think that you can have grave harm from this particular intervention unless there was evidence for it. If there's lots of other corollary evidence in non-pregnant people that the vaccine works.
So he doesn't even admit. He's trying to pass it off. He goes, well, if it looks great for the non-pregnant people, we don't really have to test it. I mean, it's the upside down. It's the COVID 1984 nightmare trying to infest your dreams once more.
I would extrapolate that evidence to a high-risk population.
This week, and it's only Tuesday, there's been a lot of talk about vaccines, not only for COVID, but also for childhood vaccines. And a lot of people are worried. They don't really know who to turn to, who to trust. What's your advice to people, maybe that's a pregnant woman, maybe it's a parent, about vaccines and their safety and efficacy?
First of all, I'll make a statement, which is that there's been no change in vaccine efficacy data, which has been really remarkable in terms of turning back childhood diseases. There's been no change in safety signals that make us worried. So that, I would reassure people, first of all, and it's business as usual. And if people have questions, please talk to their healthcare provider, their pediatrician, their family medicine doctor.
It's business as usual. Look, again, I ain't on no Trump train. And Maha has dropped the ball. And even what just happened with MMR, if you haven't seen, them trying to break up the MMR shots and lower doses and all that, for me, isn't even enough. But for this guy, it's business. It's a business. It's business as usual. It's business as usual for the Fauci, and everybody like him. So Fox News covered it. Okay. And while they cover it, John Roberts here makes a hell of an admission, because he couldn't get enough of them either. Now, he didn't tell you this then, but now he's telling you after the third and fourth boop, what? Little pericarditis. Let's just play this little amazing clip. I mean, this shows you how captured people are. Not only, it doesn't even seem like he didn't want to talk about it because of his job, although he did delete tweets talking about certain things. It's that he lined up for 3 and 4, and he almost paid the ultimate price for it.
Breaking right now, Republican Senators Ron Johnson and Rand Paul releasing the first batch of text messages from Dr. Anthony Fauci's government iPhone. In one exchange from January of 2021, Fauci, then CDC Director Rochelle Walensky, and then Surgeon General Vivek Murthy discussed COVID vaccination and pregnant women. Fauci flags a potential concern after the second dose, writing that many people experience, quote, significant cytokine storm and fever, and that this, quote, theoretically could be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. Walensky responded.
So you notice again that CBS didn't say cytokine storm. You got to give Fox credit just in these small things. That was the other condition. I remember the cytokine storm was the big thing that was going to be triggered and kill you during COVID 1984. I mean, they're just so damn dishonest. But let's continue here.
Quote, definitely a good point, especially after dose 2. A cytokine storm is essentially when the body releases too many inflammatory signals that could cause high fever, inflammation, and in extreme cases, life-threatening illness. So this is just coming to light now, Sandra, that Fauci had these concerns. And I remember when I got the boosters, I developed pericarditis, then that went away. Then when I had the second booster, it came roaring back again. So, the body reacts differently to these things depending on who you are.
Yeah, roaring back. Let me just show you what was going on with him. Yeah, check this out. In February of 2022. Huh.
Huge welcome back to you.
Thank
It is
you.
so good to have you back, and we're so glad that you're feeling better.
Yeah, I mean, for folks at home who didn't know, this time last week, I left our show and immediately went into the hospital. I had not been feeling well for a while. Turns out that one of the stents the stent that I received after the Trump trip to Helsinki with Putin had blocked back up again, so they reopened that. But at the same time, like former Vice President Mike Pence, the electrical circuitry in my heart was going bad. So I'm now battery powered. I've got a pacemaker. And what's interesting is that the former vice president heard about it and called me on Monday to lend a measure of support. And we had a lovely conversation about what it's like to be a pacemaker recipient and the way forward. But, thank you to my wonderful family and friends and the team of doctors at Inova Fairfax Hospital, who took really, really good care of me.
Rocking a pacemaker back in, didn't mention that whole pericarditis thing then, though. Kind of weird. Again, we're in the upside down. And look, I hate to go from Fort Knox to hate and lie shots, but that's where we're at with the Rand Paul correlation. And believe me, it is all connected because it's not about left or right. Okay? It's always about right and wrong. Please consider supporting the broadcast. $5, $10, $15. It means the world to me. Big donors. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got not only the Buy Me a Coffee, but we also have the PayPal down below. I absolutely love you guys, and I will see you all on the flip side.
Quoted all the time is, the wealthy should pay their fair share.
Right.
And we can argue about what the fair share is. That's a policy debate. That's okay. But the vilification is the thing that's just the distraction. And by the way, if you really are being honest about it, we don't have a revenue problem in this country. We already have the most progressive tax system in the world. The top 1% of taxpayers pay 40% of all the tax revenue. The bottom half pay only 3%. We have already, and I think it should be 0. I don't think it should be 3%.
Right.
I think it should be 0. So we'd be making it more progressive that way. We actually have a spending problem.
Our city is dirty enough. We don't want to make more dirty.
Debates raged on for at least 3 hours at Hamtramck City Hall over the new ordinance of sacrificing animals.
Really ridiculous, catastrophic resolution.
If it's not passed, then we are ready to take it to the court for the religious rights. It is constitution.
This was the second debate of the new ordinance, and there was a crowd outside of the City Hall chambers filling out cards to speak, and they were watching it on closed-circuit TV.
No, it's not safe or sane or humane because basements or kitchens or backyards are not suitable places for live animal slaughter.
Many people, including Muslim residents, were against it, citing sanitary concerns if the animals are sacrificed in a home and not in a sterile environment, especially in the tight-knit neighborhoods of Hamtramck. The ordinance that was passed on Tuesday night says religious sacrificing of animals can be done as long as it is done legally and humanely.
I think it's the best compromise. We don't want to restrict religious freedoms, and we don't want to keep it random without regulations.
Many Muslims pay a butcher to perform the religious sacrifice, but for some families, it's just not practical, says Nawar Ali with Care Michigan.
A lot of families will typically do it in the confines of their property, like in their backyard, their garage.
Hey guys, Carlos Cortez here with another episode of Scriptures in Wall Street. I hope you're doing well. If you haven't had a chance, please reach out. Go to Scriptures in Wall Street on Rumble, on Apple Podcasts, as well as YouTube and Spotify. We are there. I definitely would appreciate you giving us a like or follow. Anyways, my name is Carlos Cortez. I've been the host of this show for many years now, going on 5 years. And all we do here basically is just talk about controversial things when it comes to your money. More importantly, we talk about if you're new to the channel, I am a retirement planner, and everything on this podcast is meant for education and information purposes only. I'm not giving investment advice, although I am a licensed financial advisor. If you would like financial advice, give us a call, 813-448-3446, or visit us at cortezwm.com. But on this podcast, we're simply just going to be talking about charts. We're going to be talking about things that your normal financial advisor probably won't bring up. You know, in business school, they taught us one thing, and I made a living doing the opposite. And that one thing was at the Thanksgiving table, at the Christmas table, at the Sunday after church table, don't talk about religion and money, right? Don't talk about politics and money. And that's all what we do here. I think if you get that out of the way, then you're going to be like to like. You'll be equally yoked and financially yoked, I would say, with people that you would like to associate with. So have those hard conversations. I think they're good. Who'd you vote for? Did you take the vaccine? Do you believe in late-term abortion? Is it okay? Is it okay to have same-sex marriage? Is it okay to have all these things? Like, let's get it out there, because chances are you probably not having those conversations with your financial advisor, maybe not even your barber, which I need to go pretty soon here. So if we're on the same page with the people that we like and trust, then conversations become a lot easier. They actually go on the same page. And so when we look at investments, are we funding what Boston or Massachusetts just relinquished? They banned the right to not have late-term abortion. So you can have a late-term abortion, you can kill a baby all the way up to birth. I mean, it's disgusting, absolutely disgusting. And these people are gathered, these demonic women are gathered and clapping like they achieved something. Like, why are you clapping on killing an innocent gift from God, a baby? It's disgusting. And they do it in the name of freedom or femininity or my body and my choice. It's disgusting. Well, it's definitely not your body. It's your child's body that God's blessed you with, and you stole it, and you killed it. So I don't want to even get involved in that, but it's disgusting to read that recently just passed, like this week. You know, what's also infuriating too is, and frustrating as a trader and a financial consultant, it's not just frustrating. And I say from a client standpoint, from a viewer standpoint, from a you standpoint, is that even with all the good news that are coming out, you know, you have inflation down at 3.4%. You have jobs getting better, even though the report came bad. You have all these news that come out, and actually they're somewhat good news, and it doesn't do anything to the market. We have come to a place where good news is a scam. Like, good news doesn't mean anything. We've come to a place where Wall Street basically is throwing a party because inflation just hit 3.4%. Prices are still climbing faster than the Fed wants. Energy costs is astronomical, especially here in Florida, and they're higher just from a year ago. We are at an all-time high record territory when it comes to the stock market. Long-term interest rates still remain elevated, and more importantly, they were stagnant this past rate decision, and they're probably, like, I'm 90% certain they're going to go up. And somehow this is being sold as amazing news. So welcome to the modern market where less bad actually becomes bullish and expensive becomes normal. And retirees are expected to carry risks nobody ever wants to talk about. So the last time we asked a simple question, what are you safe from? Today we need to just go further because the market is approaching record territory. And AI stocks are basically going through the roof. Inflation appears to be cooling off, and Wall Street is already looking for another reason to celebrate. But celebration is not analysis. You know, we go back to scriptures, Proverbs 14, the simple believe every word, but the prudent considers well his steps. I mean, how many times we spoke about the passive will pay the penalty. The passive will pay the penalty for not doing anything. So scriptures completely warned us about the market because right now investors are just plainly just asking several things simultaneously, like inflation is cooling, interest rates are fine, stocks are not too expensive, and AI will just justify today's valuations. But retirees can earn more income without assuming more risk. If you haven't heard about Green Money Solutions, let me tell you, a lot of retirees, they stick their money in the 401ks, they stick their money in their IRAs and their Roths, and they rely on stocks and bonds, even precious metals to grow their retirement, to get them to their retirement destinations. You need principal protection. You need an account that has ability to protect your money, grow with the index that you're currently already following with 100% risk. Now you have a principal protected account that will grow with equity-like returns, and more importantly, withdraw those funds while your account accumulates. If that is something that you're interested in, Green Money Solutions is a national brand that will protect your retirement. Over the past 22 years, our clients have successfully implemented this strategy to create a secure and safe retirement. Most advisors don't have access to this because they don't get paid to offer green money. All you have to do is go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out the information, and let's just have a conversation. And sometimes those claims are true, but believing every bullish headline is not faith. It's financial gullibility. And gullibility becomes especially expensive when you no longer have a paycheck coming in. Like, are we being naive and gullible? The market just celebrated about all these factors, but what actually really did change? So just a quick market update. The S&P 500 closed around 77.48. It's up. The NASDAQ gained basically another 0.5% just the past 2 days as AI surges. CoreWeave just bounced 19%. Super microcomputer gained roughly 19%. NVIDIA rose 3%. And the market message was completely, apparently clear. It said, AI enthusiasm is live, well, and kicking, baby. But inflation looks manageable, and investors still want risk. But let's inspect the inflation report that help fuel the economy. You know, this celebration, this fake bro investor party, consumers' prices rose just 0.1% in July. And that sounds good. But annual inflation earned only 3.5% to 3.4%. Core inflation declined to 2.5%. And it's also encouraging. But energy prices were still up over 14.5%. Still, a year later, they're higher than last year. And shelter prices, as you know, and gas is up 25%, but shelter up over 3%. Food Even though they say it's 3%, it's more like 25%. And all the medical care, right? All the medical care rose literally 6.60, 60 basis points just in July alone. And you know what the crazy part is? That Wall Street's celebrating this garbage, the direction of inflation. Retirees must live with all these crazy prices. So your grocery bill basically goes to $100, $120. Inflation slows. The bill does not return the same $100. It simply starts climbing more slowly from $120. Cooling inflation does not mean affordable living, guys. It means the loss of purchasing power may be happening at a slower rate. And Wall Street makes moves when this happens. The market doesn't need good news anymore, y'all. It just doesn't. Market does not appear to require generally good news at all. And so the fact of the matter is, it's only what is not being as feared. So is inflation still not being as feared as a Fed target? Fine. Is it falling? Great. The 10-year Treasury yield is near daggone 5%, 4% to be exact. And if it doesn't rise today, stocks are still trading roughly 20 times expected earnings. And as long as AI delivers years of extraordinary growth, the economy still grows, the market still grows, everything's all honky-dory. But you see the pattern, guys, here? You see how this is just propped up? This is just artificially and simulated, financially inoculated? Everything is at risk and is being exposed by the future expectations of it. So inflation will fall, rates eventually do decline, and earnings will catch up. AI spending will produce an ungodly amount of profits, and the economy will remain strong. But maybe, just maybe, like it says in Ecclesiastes 8:7, since no one knows the future, who can tell what else is to come? That is not a command to avoid investing. It's a warning against predatory forecasts that are just facts. The higher the market climbs, the more confident people begin speaking about the future nobody has seen. And that's when the spirit of discernment, this is when the Holy Spirit just gives you acknowledgement. He gives you power. He gives you the spirit of knowledge, the spirit of discernment. And the bull markets do not eliminate risk. They make it much, much easier to ignore. So this AI boom that everybody's talking about, no one wants to ask, but AI may be the most transformative economic developments in our lifetime. I totally get that. But that does not mean, y'all, that every AI-related investment is actually fairly priced. There's two completely different ball games here. A revolutionary technology, right, can change the world. Investors still will overpay for companies associated with it. The internet changed the world. Bitcoin is changing crypto. Many internet stocks still collapse. The railroads changed America. Railroad investors still experience booms, bankruptcies, as well as devastating losses. Innovation can be, in fact, real, but the price can still be wrong. Today's enormous amounts of money are flowing in like chips, data centers, cloud re-infrastructure, blockchains, computer capacity, you name it. The assumption is is demand going to continue? And revenues will arise and margins will hold. And the largest tech companies will even earn acceptable returns on that spending. But what happens if the technology succeeds to economic disappointment? What happens when AI becomes widely accessible, available to everyone, but increasingly difficult to monetize? What happens if the competition drives the prices down, just like in every sector? What happens when companies spend billions and billions of dollars on infrastructure that becomes cheaper or obsolete faster than expected? We've seen this in tech all the time. The car phone, the land phone, the beeper. Even in gaming, the Atari, the Game Boy, the PS5. Look at it now. Everything's streaming. They spent billions of dollars designing these things only for it to get featherweighted out of and squeezed out. Reminds me of the railroad conductor. You remember there used to be a person at the railroad crossing where they manually used to put the railroad crossing arms down so you wouldn't cross the street when a train would come. That got replaced by technology, sensors. So Proverbs 22:3 says that the prudent see the danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the penalty. Notice the prudent, what they do. He sees, he doesn't panic. He does not even predict a date of disaster like these knucklehead rapture guys. Oh, yeah, God's coming or Jesus is coming back on March 23rd of 2024. And then I'm looking at my wife. I'm laughing. And here we are. 4 o'clock rolls around. Sunset's getting ready. And we're enjoying dinner. Oh, I guess we missed it. Guess we missed the rapture. Yeah. So we don't know the day, the time, or the hour. It's going to come like a thief in the night. So I say that because the discerning investor, the biblically based investor, the confident man, the confident woman does not panic. They already have everything in plan. They recognize exposure. They recognize a lot of things wisely. But seeing valuation risk does not require abandoning the market. It requires refusing to worship momentum. The Fed has not declared any victory here. The Fed is still holding their target to around 3.5 to 3.75% in July. But three policymakers, three Fed chairs, in the Fed chair, decided not to cut them, to raise them. I mean, that's huge. As we said in our last podcast, there's so much financial conversation remains obsessed when the Fed will ride the markets to rescue. There's so much talk about it, but that creates a dangerous retirement assumption. If something breaks, the Fed will lower rates and stocks will recover. Maybe. But what if inflation prevents the Fed from responding as quickly as investors expected? What if stocks fall and energy costs remain high? What if long-term rates stay elevated so long that investors demand more compensation for inflation, government borrowing, and uncertainty? A retiree does not at all merely face market risk. They face sequence risk, sequence of returns risk, inflation risk, basically a serious decline early in your retirement from income, damaging withdrawals and how you can maintain a portfolio without going down. The younger investor may want to be able to wait, but a retiree may have to sell. And that's why the markets always come back is incomplete. People that say, oh yeah, the market's always going to come back. Well, what stage are you in? Are you in accumulating stage? Are you in distribution stage, preservation stage, income phase? Like there's different stages when you invest, but your shares do not have to come back after you sold them to pay expenses is what I'm getting at. The time horizon matters. Cash flow design matters. A historical average cannot pay this monthly's electric bill. So Wall Street and the insurance side sell two different fears. Now, let's just say what the most financial programs will not say. Wall Street and insurance often capitalize on two different fears. Do not miss the upside. This is the Wall Street side. The insurance industry says, do not suffer the downside. One monitors fear of missing out. The other monitors fear of losing everything. A retiree gets trapped between greed wearing a growth chart and fear wearing a guarantee illustration. That does not mean investments are bad. It does not mean fixed income is not bad or green money solutions is not bad. It means incentives do not disappear simply because the presentation used the word retirement. If you haven't heard about Green Money Solutions, let me tell you, a lot of retirees, they stick their money in their 401ks, they stick their money in their IRAs and their Roths, and they rely on stocks and bonds, even precious metals to grow their retirement, to get them to their retirement destinations. You need principal protection. You need an account that has ability to protect your money, grow with the index that you're currently already following with 100% risk. Now you have a principal protected account that will grow with equity-like returns, and more importantly, withdraw those funds while your account accumulates. If that is something that you're interested in, Green Money Solutions is a national brand that will protect your retirement. Over the past 22 years, our clients have successfully implemented this strategy to create a secure and safe retirement. Most advisors don't have access to this because they don't get paid to offer green money. All you have to do is go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out the information, and let's just have a conversation. A green money account may transfer longevity or income risk to an insurance company. That can be valuable, but the guarantee depends on the insurance paying ability, their strength, and the contract may involve some limitations like surrender periods and liquidity restrictions, caps, fees, other trade-offs. So there's two fears out there. So in red money, the fear is losing everything. Wall Street wants you to be in red money. The second fear is the insurance or the green money side, the green money solution side, the green money side, which I'm a huge fan of, and it has helped millions of Americans, in particular thousands of my clients, is that they sell the guarantees. It's nice knowing that you have a contract protecting your principal. It's nice knowing that you can't lose in this account. It's nice knowing that you have an insurance carrier based on their ability to pay to guarantee your principal forever. That is a nice feeling, and something that is extremely valuable in retirement because you don't want to lose anything. So one monetizes fear, the other one monetizes safety. And for the life of me, I will not fear bait. I will not click porn, anything. I don't want to twist anybody's arm. I don't want to say doom and gloom. You got to buy this. I don't even want to say that silver is crashing and you got to buy real insurance like that. I don't even want to talk like that. But the fact of the matter is, it's just a tool. Silver is just a tool. Precious metals is a tool. Speaking of silver, we're going to be looking at charts here shortly. All of that is true. The bearish story is not automatically the intelligent story, though. Fear can be marketed just as aggressive as optimism. Anyone promising an imminent crash is like full-blown knowingly that they do not possess the actual date or time. Acknowledging uncertainty is not bearish, and refusing to overpay is not bearish. Maintaining liquidity is not bearish, and asking what happens if the popular narrative falls is not negativity. It's stewardship. And scripture does not teach maximum return. Jesus told the story of the rich man who produced abundantly. The land just produced a lot of fruit. But this man decided to tear down his barns and build bigger ones. And then he said to himself, you have plenty of grain laid up for many years. Take life easy, eat, drink, and be merry. But God called him a fool. You remember? Why? The problem was not that his land produced wealth. The problem was that he mistook stored wealth for guaranteed time. He treated abundance as certainty. He had full barns and a false sense of security or control. This is a spiritual danger in every side of booming market. We get our account grows. We start trusting the money. We start having this financial confidence that feels like spiritual confidence. And next thing you know, you make Jesus look like this. The small little cartoon character, put him in a cute little box and say, yeah, Jesus, I'll only call upon you when I need you, or I need to pet you or kiss you or just look at you and say you're beautiful. Your account grows, the confidence grows. And then quietly it becomes presumption. And then we begin to believe that the strategy worked so well yesterday, it's got to protect us tomorrow. Scripture does not condemn preparation. If you remember, Joseph prepared Egypt for famine. And Proverbs praises diligence. The Bible repeatedly calls us to count the cost. But biblical stewardship is not maximum accumulation at maximum speed. It is a faithful management without making money our refuge. Psalms 27 says, some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust in the name and our Lord God. Today, we might say some trust in the S&P 500, some trust in guaranteed income contracts, some trust in just green money, some trust in the Fed, some trust in silver, gold, and precious metals and diamonds, and some trust in AI. Some are going to trust in the government, universal basic income, or social credit score, but none of them hold the spiritual weight of trust. A portfolio is a tool and is a terrible guide. But what I would ask anyone making any type of move is do not panic because stocks are near record highs. Don't chase them because they are near record highs either. Instead, ask 4 questions. Number 1, we're going to ask, if stocks fell today and down for the next 2 years, which expenses would force me to sell? Think about that. If the stock market collapsed, which stock positions would I have to sell in order to cover my expenses? And number 2, inflation remained above my assumptions. Which part of my income would adjust and align with being fixed? So if inflation was to continue to rise, what part of my portfolio would remain fixed and not grow with inflation? Number 3, if I buy a guaranteed income product with the lifetime income rider, also known as some type of income annuity, what access to my money am I surrendering? What conditions apply? And whose financial strength supports the promises and guarantees? And the last one is, am I making this decision from a discipled conviction, or is it because the headline triggered greed or fear? These are questions that you should be asking diligently with my office or any office, because we don't want to base anything out of fear. We want to base something that is a discerned, educated decision that fits our objective with diligence. If you haven't heard about Green Money Solutions, let me tell you, a lot of retirees, they stick their money in their 401ks, they stick their money in their IRAs and their Roths, and they rely on stocks and bonds, even precious metals, to grow their retirement, to get them to their retirement destinations. You need principal protection. You need an account that has ability to protect your money, grow with the index that you're currently already following with 100% risk. Now you have a principal protected account that will grow with equity-like returns, and more importantly, withdraw those funds while your account accumulates. If that is something that you're interested in, Green Money Solutions is a national brand that will protect your retirement. Over the past 22 years, our clients have successfully implemented this strategy to create a secure and safe retirement. Most advisors don't have access to this because they don't get paid to offer green money. All you have to do is go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out the information, and let's just have a conversation. So it's important, guys, to understand that we need a plan. We need a plan that can cater us to retirement, that's not going to basically stronghold us. You know, I saw a Facebook ad recently and it said, if you owned an annuity, you should get out of that garbage and learn why this fund is going to give you 29%. And it was an oil and gas REIT. Are you freaking kidding me? Like if you're putting something in red, you're getting out of green money, you're going to red money. First and foremost, you got to be a accredited investor. A accredited investor is someone that has over $1 million liquid, or if you are married, you have to make over $300,000. If you're single, $250,000. You're considered a accredited investor. You know why you're considered a accredited investor? Because you can afford to lose. That's what an accredited investor is. You can afford to take the risk, and if you lose, you can't sue for market negligence or professional negligence. That's what a accredited investor does. You waive your right to sue. You waive all claims based on the performance of that account, and in exchange, you get higher returns. So I would be very, very cautious on those Facebook ads. And these guys are like smoking cigars. They look like they can't even run a quarter of a mile without dying. But look, this is what I do. If you want a place where your money could be secured, if you want a place where you can have principal protection, the ability to grow your account, the ability to have confidence in retirement, then give us a call. Give us a call, because we really, truly want to help everyone that needs our assistance. We truly want to help people that have the ability to invest in their retirement, that have a retirement. Maybe you have a 401k, maybe you have an IRA, maybe you don't even know what's going on and you need somebody to look at your stuff. Give us a call. You can call us 813-448-3446, or you can go to cortezwm.com. Also, just redid greenmoneysolutions.com. You can go over there, check it out. And I have these videos that are pretty neat. Talk about each and every option. If you don't know what I'm talking about, but yes, you can go to Green Money Solutions and watch all the videos. We have a new option, and each option you can click on each option, and it will tell you a little bit about that particular option. So go to Green Money Solutions if you want to protect your money and grow with the NASDAQ index. So right now, option 3 is extremely popular. So imagine getting a good 90% on option 3. And this is our performance, live performance, by the way. So here is a 5-year. We got a 17.5 return on a 5-year. Pretty phenomenal. A 1-year right now is at 8.28. So this particular index has ability to go in and out of the NASDAQ, back to treasuries, back to cash. Imagine having something like this on a day-to-day basis working for you and not even have to pay a fee, not even have to worry about the stock market crashes. The only thing that it does for you, it goes up when the NASDAQ is up. Pretty powerful. We can get this. Now we can get this with no bonus, no fees, no risk to your principal. You can move your 401k to this. You can move your IRA. You can move your brokerage account. Whatever money you would like to have principal protected in your state, you can get access to this. There is no cost to own something like this. All you got to do is give us a call, 813-448-3446. If you're doing the math, hypothetically speaking, your money should double within 4 to 6 years based on the strategies that we utilize, our 1 and 2 year methods, because you're simply going to make a good 80 to 90% of this index each and every single year. It's very powerful. So if I'm 40 years old, I put 100 grand, what that looks like in about 20 years, when I'm 60, you're looking at over $4.5 million. Maybe you're not 40 years old. Maybe you're 55. Maybe you're 56. If you allocated just 50% of your retirement to this account, wouldn't it be nice to have this account double in the next 4 to 6 years, hypothetically speaking, and then just take out 5-6% while your money is still compounding, and now your income is growing with inflation and without market risk, with just the all the risk that comes into retirement, healthcare, long-term care, food, groceries, gas, long-term care. I mean, there's so many things that happen in retirement that expenses can go up. Now you are preparing for your income while your money is growing, and all while you're waiting in accumulation phase, is still growing with no fees and no risk. This is a very, very popular option. It's my favorite option. Option 3 is what I'm personally in. My favorite is I don't want a bonus. I don't want the big bonus. Right now on option 4, it's 30%. You got to have 75 grand and be willing to pay 1%, and also have be okay with having access to 10% a year. And obviously all the claims and the bonuses and all the guarantees are backed by a A-rated insurance company and their ability to pay those claims and promises, as I said. But yeah, this is an amazing, amazing situation. Interest rates are going up, so it's a great time for green money holders, green money account holders. Bad for credit cards, bad for mortgages, bad for card notes, and bad for if you're borrowing money, but great for clients that have assets, that have retirement, and to refinance into a better earning, potentially earning account that will grow your retirement. Of course, past performance is not indicative of future results, but you get what I'm saying. You got to be in this equity-based index, because right now the bond market is going to be really iffy if they're raising interest rates again. Those bond prices are going to go down. We don't want to get caught up into that. And if you're a current client of mine, give me a call if you're interested in this, because chances are we probably can get you in a NASDAQ focus or growth-oriented focus account like this, to better refinance, so to speak, your portfolio. Maybe you have old money in an old 401k. Maybe you have money in the bank. I just spoke with somebody that has $250,000 in the bank, and I'm like, dude, you don't own that money. Like, you completely lost that money until you pull it out, because you credited your bank with this money. So the only option you do have is to request withdrawals and get the money out. That's it. You don't own the money in your bank. And that is not my words. That's Google words, ChatGPT words. Look it up. You don't own the money in your bank. And so don't go walking around with millions of dollars in a bank and beating your chest. Oh, I feel safe and secure, when you don't. When you technically don't. You don't own the money. Even the gold in the security box at your bank, you don't even own it. Well, guys, I'm going to be out of here. I got to wake up really, really early tomorrow, take my boys to school. We are starting school. My youngest is finally starting school. And wow, what a hectic week. What a hectic week. I'm pretty tired, but I still make time to podcast and talk to you guys because I love this. I love the ability to express my heart and my views on the market. But this is a long-term play, guys. Try not to get involved in the stock tips and the trades. And I wanted to talk about trades, but I'm just exhausted. I will do it this weekend, though. I want to talk about Hertz. I want to talk about silver. Silver's popping because the dollar is crashing again. Or not crashing, it's going down. So silver is being traded right now. You should see a pop in silver if you have silver, if you held it on. But be very, 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 very careful, guys, because they're not talking about it. And this is when the volatility happens. So, yeah, I'm gonna be watching the dollar and silver. So I'll be podcasting about that. I might even do like a live on it just so you can see what's going on. All right, guys. Love y'all. And don't forget to get your amazing peptides from Get Me Lean USA. You guys seen my weight transformation. As you see, I'm looking a little thinner than you probably thought. Go to getmeleanusa.com or how you saw me. All I'm doing is just walking. I'm walking 12,000 steps a day. I'm eating 180 to 220 grams of protein. I'm lifting maybe 2 or 3 times a weight, and I'm playing hockey twice a week. But it's really simple, and I'm taking my peptides. The fat burners, which is called Lean. I'm taking Fit, which is an amazing orange drink that just builds muscle for you, 4 times more protein synthesis than creatine. Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. Go to getmeleanusa.com, get you the performance pack. I think it's $200 or $300. You can cancel it anytime. And if you go on subscription, it's 10% off. But all American made, all amazing products. And you get 10% off if you go on subscription. You can cancel anytime if you don't like it. No big deal. No pressure. It just helps the show. This stuff's very expensive, producing these podcasts. And anyways, hope you guys enjoy it. God bless y'all. And give me a call if you want to talk, 813-448-3446. Or you can email me at info@cortezwm.com. God bless. And don't forget to like and subscribe on Rumble, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube at Scriptures and Wall Street. God bless. So how many times have we gotten lost in the minutia of the everyday life? We've gotten fat, we've gotten lazy, we've gotten complacent, not just in our faith, but also our fitness, maybe our finances, maybe our marriage, maybe our family. But we've gotten complacent, and we constantly need to continue to grow. And one of the things I was weak at was in my fitness. As a former athlete, I thought I had it all. My ego got in the way. I'm like, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. Up until now, I have been able to focus on my fitness. For those of you who've been following me for 3 or 4 years, you understand that I've gained a lot of weight. I've used the excuse of having 4 kids, a marriage, a business, helping out at church, all these excuses. And I keep putting myself in the back burner. This is deadly. And what I love about this company, what I love about taking ownership, is that GetMeLeanUSA.com has the ability to introduce natural groundbreaking peptides what your body demands, what your body needs to release those fat stored cells, to build muscle, to gain your physical being back to where it's naturally supposed to be. We're not talking about big pharma saying we're going to come out with the weight loss drug. We're not talking about losing muscle. We're talking about gaining muscle, gaining your physique back, controlling your appetite, giving you the edge that you need to help you get your body back in check the way God intended it to be, by using his resources with America First products, with America First company that aligns and believes in what you believe in. Introducing GetMeLeanUSA.com. Get in. This is going to be groundbreaking, huge business opportunity, as well as a huge groundbreaking technology that is going to change the landscape. So I know good things before I see it, and I highly recommend you get in. All you got to do is click the link below and get you some fit, get you some lean, and get fit and get lean. This is not going to do everything. Of course, diet and exercise, you continue your walking, continue your protein intake, but man, does it make it a whole lot easier to get in shape. Look at me, I've lost 60 pounds, but this is actually fundamentally a great recipe to get back in shape. And I can personally attest to the amazing effects of this product. So go to GetMeLeanUSA.com. You won't regret it. You can cancel anytime. They're affordable, and yet they're effective. And you are supporting our show. You're supporting yourself. You're supporting a mission. There is an affiliate program attached to it if you would want to share it with your friends and family. There's a whole nother opportunity there. But more importantly, let's get your fitness back in check. God bless you. Carlos Cortez here, signing out.
Hey, welcome back, Sergeant Major Sit Rep. Glad everybody could tune in. Thanks for tuning in last week. Going to do something a little bit different this week, something I normally don't do, just because I'm a little salty about the issue. This week's episode, I've been working all week, spoke to the DOJ several times, pulled a lot of reports, worst of the worst. I was going to talk about the U.S. Attorney's Office work in the District of Arizona with ICE, Border Patrol, local law enforcement. I was going to tell you about the 1,032 illegals they scooped up off the street and out of jobs and out of criminal activity. I mean, 602 illegals were charged with felonies. 360 were already felons that had been deported before and let back in under Biden. A lot of good stuff there, a lot of real criminal activity, but we got to put that on hold. Like I said, I normally don't do this. I try not to respond in anger. I try to put information together that nobody's really talking about, people haven't seen, mainstream doesn't cover. But the last couple of days, and capping it off to this morning, where I'm getting these emails on my state email that some are just benign canned emails saying that we're not funding education, we're taking money out of families' pockets, we're hurting teachers, we're forcing teachers to buy equipment. That's just not the case. And I'm getting sick and tired of to save our schools, teachers unions, and all these other these liars. I can't. There's no other word to describe these assholes. They are just flat out lying. I'm going to bring the receipts today. I'm going to prove to you that public education in Arizona is funded, fully funded. And just think about it. We've got fraud and access, over $2 billion to sober living. We have $2 million sent from the housing program to fraudsters. We've got the pay-to-play scandal with Sunrise. We got this governor that's full of fraud. We got election issues. We got all kinds of fraud going on. We make Minnesota look like child's play, but yet public schools, we're supposed to believe K through 12 education is squeaky clean. There's not enough time in the day, nor could I cut and paste every single investigation the Auditor General has performed in Arizona, finding schools that are not in compliance, missing money, doing illegal activities. And as a matter of fact, you can look at it yourself, because it's probably, if you're not an Arizona resident, you're in another state watching this, you can probably go to your Auditor General's website, find that same information, because you can do it here in Arizona. The Auditor General's website is very easy to navigate. You just go to the website, you push in education. We'll put the link on the screen. I'll throw a screenshot on there of the Auditor General's website and where to look, and it will show you all of the investigations, to include the universities, the community colleges, K through 12, charter schools. All of it's there. All of it's there. And for these assholes to send me this kind of email, and you know, I'm an elected official, soon not to be, but you have the right to criticize me. You have the right to mock me, call me names. I don't care about any of that. But you do not have the right to lie about our work. When we perform the work that needs to be done and we do it to standard or above that standard, you can be critical of it if you don't like it, but you cannot lie about it. Why? Because I got the receipts, and we're going to get into that next. So I want to get this out of the way, but I don't want to diminish it, because we are partnered with a new group called Sound Money. These guys have kind of reimagined what owning precious metals is like. So super easy. Anybody can do it. You could do it from $1. It's not a paper transfer. It's not a certificate. It's actual metal. So you can buy actual metal, gold, silver, what have you, and you can have it shipped to your home. No problem. You can have it in your hand. You can sell it later. You can do what you want with it, or you can get up to free storage for your first $500, and that's in the precious metals vault. Now, if it's stored in the vault, real easy. You get the money that you put into it. You want to sell it. You got a piece of gold sitting in the vault, you sell it back to them. Super easy, quick liquid cash. You don't like that idea, you want to hold it in your hand, you want them to send it to you by discreet protected courier. You get it in the mail, you stick it under your mattress or wherever your personal vault is, and you win. You still win. So your account includes the vaulted storage, insured storage up to $500 in metals at zero cost. You don't like it, like I said, you just have it sent to your house. Visit Sound Money /TalkRed, Sound Money TalkRed. We're going to throw that on the screen. Take a look at it. Something you should do, at least take a look at it. No harm, no foul to look. Get it sent to your home. Get it stored in the vault. Liquid money when you need it. Okay, let's get back to the story. All right. So let me just cover the email first, because that's where this needs to start. So like I said, some of them are canned, and I know you can't see it down here. I've got my computer. And this is one of the canned emails. This is the one that, just benign, everyday Democrats read and say, oh my God, the Democrats are doing everything they can. The Republicans are taking money out of schools. That's why they're broke and kids are not learning. So this is what I get from obviously somebody that has no freaking clue. They're just pushing a link and forwarding an email. State Representative John Gillette, I urge you to ensure our state local school budgets are fully funded and cover the essential school supplies students and educators need in the classroom. Families should not be required to purchase basic materials such as pencils, notebooks, folders, papers, headphones, tissues, cleaning supplies as a condition of participation in public schools. With that statement, I agree, and I'll tell you why later. Teachers should not have to use their salaries to fill gaps created by an inadequate education budget. That pisses me off, because I will prove to you that the budget is more than adequate, and the teachers union and all these administrative state people that are running the schools are just a bunch of liars, and we'll prove it. Shifting these costs into families and educators deepens inequity. So there we go with their equity nonsense again, because the poor kids can't afford pencils. You know what? The poor kids are going to get pencils. Nobody's being held back on a pencil. Schools and whether communities can rely on private donations as well as funded parent organizations. That's something else right there. That could be a whole episode. You know, when you go to the grocery store and the teller says, "Would you like to support public education?" Just press the button there and you can donate. That money is being solicited from a grocery store, wherever, whatever entity it is that's collecting money from the schools. So they collect a bunch of money and they give it to the schools. Now they're collecting the money from shoppers. They give it to the schools and they say, well, we donated to the school. That's a huge tax write-off. The school gets all this money that they're not taxed upon anyway, but they already get taxpayer money, bonds, budget money, and now they're collecting from the public. What do they do with that money? That's money that's outside of the budgets, outside the AEL. Where does that money go? We have zero accountability for people that get duped into, my kid's in school, I'll give a few bucks. You already gave. You gave at the office, you gave at home, you gave with your taxpayer money. Don't give them any more money. That is the problem. Last paragraph. Please support dedicated funding for classroom supplies. Require school districts provide essential materials for every student and establish a reliable reimbursement process for educators who make approved classroom purchases. Okay, let me start breaking this down one by one, because once I do, and you figure out, like most of us that have dealt with the budget, how these public schools are just a financial scam and a total ripoff, and we're not getting any bang for our buck, you're going to be as angry as I am. Like I said, I don't typically change my programming. I research something for the week. I find something that people aren't talking about, but this is taking priority because we're in an ESA battle right now where a judge is going to decide if a bill that, quote, Save Our Schools, Teachers Union, Outside Influence, have put petitions together to limit our ESA program. The ESA program is the backpack funding we spoke about for years. This is where the money, your tax dollars, follows the student to wherever you want them educated. The parent's choice. That's what they're trying to kill because, well, that hurts public schools. You're taking money out of my pocket. We are not, and I will prove it. So let's break part of this down. Please support dedicated funding for classroom supplies. That's not our job. That is not the legislature's job. That is the school board's job and that superintendent. They write their budget based upon the appropriation they receive from the legislature. So now you could say, okay, legislature, shorten them out. No, we give them the money. They build their budget. They build their budget, and they could put that in the budget like that. They could write a line item in there, $500 to each teacher for school supplies, and put the burden on the teacher to do the actual shopping that supports their classroom. Or there's a myriad of ways they could do this, but they have chosen not to. So establish a reliable reimbursement process for educators who make approved classroom purchases. Again, not really our job, but we've given them a pathway to do so. There is a pathway to do that is lawful. If a teacher spends their money or needs some additional training, we have put a pathway in the budget, a legal statute that allows them to do that. I can't force school superintendents and school boards to do this, but maybe we should. Maybe we should do their job for them because they seem to be so inadequate and ill-informed, not even understanding the budgetary process, that we get emails like this. Now, I argued with this guy, sent him back, and I'll give you snippets of what I sent back. But in his email, he sent me the canned email and made other claims. Arizona's 49th in I can't say it, 49th in per pupil spending. Okay. Yeah, if you tally up all the states, that could be true. I don't think we're actually 49th. It could be true though, because you have California, New York, Massachusetts. You have all these high tax, high cost states with a high cost of living. Obviously, they're going to put more money into their education system, their per student spending, because it costs more to live there. Now, if you have a lower tax base and you have a lower cost of living, that money that they're putting in, that 20,000 a student, is equivalent to the 13,000 a student we put in here, because our cost of living isn't as much. Our cost of goods and supplies is not as much as it is in California and New York. But let me bring this to your attention. I know you can't see it, so I'll hold it up. This is the Arizona budget book. This giant big book right here, this contains the Arizona budget, something that I've been involved with heavily for 4 years. We have a law, 15901.1, and it talks about the establishment of Proposition 301, which was passed a while back, and it's the base level spending. So in Arizona, every year we already have a 2.0 inflation adjustment built into the budget. And then with 15901B2, we can go up to 7% increase. So whatever the cost of spending is, whatever the budget is, that's what we can add. And that's what we do add based on this funding formula. But of course, these boneheads sending the emails, they have no idea any of this is going on, because they don't read, understand, or even know the budget. So from that, let's go to the next part. I said, it's misleading. Teachers union, big ed talking points. It relies on the narrow national metric. Now, what does that mean? That is a metric put together by the teachers union and all these organizations that establish a hierarchy ranking of funding. They don't do it on economy. They do it per student only. That is their metric. It's a very narrow window of what they measure, and it's meaningless. So, hard fact, Arizona has increased K-12 funding every year since I've been there. And I look back on older budgets, we increase K-12 funding every single year to include the statutory 2% inflation increase. So we have backfilled so much money in public schools that they should be swimming. And you say, oh, well, we hear it all the time, they're not swimming, but they are. At the beginning of this budget year, Arizona schools had $8 billion, 7.7, I believe it was, 7.577, almost $8 billion in dead cash they cannot spend. Now, I took the time to look at all the large school districts in the state of Arizona. There is not one school district, not one in the state, even schools with 40 kids in it, that opened this school year in a deficit. On average, schools opened the school year with over $1 million, just sitting there waiting to be spent. But yet they said they're broke. They can't afford pencils and pens. They can't reimburse their teachers, all these things, but $8 billion across the state. Now, myself and other representatives, we wanted to claw that money back. Hey, schools, you screwed up. You collected too much in taxes. You couldn't spend the money. It needs to come back into the general budget, because this bonehead governor, Katie Hobbs, has spent us from a surplus to a deficit, and that $8 billion could really, really help. But we didn't get that done. Too much pushback, and feasibility, it will happen under a Republican governor. We will right the ship. So what I want to specifically talk about involves partially this email, and I talked to a lot of teachers. I talked to a lot of people. Teacher pay in Arizona is it's not bad, but it's not great. And we want good teachers. We want good teachers to be in school. We want to pay them a good living wage so they stay in that school and they grow. Now, there's other problems there, because you get the admin bug like anybody. Everybody wants to excel in their career. So at some point, the teachers that have been teaching for, the average is 12 to 15 years, they start wanting to move into administration. One, because they get out of the classroom, they earn more money, they get better degrees, and they move into that upper rung of school administration where they make the big bucks, like the superintendent that makes, $300,000 a year, take home car, all the benefits in the world, travel pay, all this nonsense to run a school. So there you have it. That's kind of the flow. But your starting teachers, that are good, and your teachers that have been there for the 7 to 10 year mark that are really on their game. They can assess pretty much every student in their classroom and figure out how that student needs to learn and kind of work with those kids and get them there. Those are the ones we want to retain. The woke liberal purple hair with the pride flag in the classroom, we want them to go to McDonald's where they belong. But let me get back on track. So the Classroom Site Fund, that is the law that funds teacher spending, and the teachers added in, the teachers unions added in a little kicker to that, and we shouldn't have allowed this, but the Classroom Site Fund is a state law and it is in the budget. I'm going to read verbatim. I have the digital copy right here. So 2025, 1.53 billion. 2026, 1.1 billion. 2027, 1.13 billion. And that increased a per student amount given, but it also did something else. This is the fund that pays teacher salary, teacher training. Now, the schools, they didn't like that. So they added in a part, well, we can also use this money to reduce class sizes. What does that mean? We don't know. It's up to them. They just make shit up. And previous legislatures allowed this to get in there because it sounds good. Oh, we want to reduce the size of class. We don't want little Billy sitting in there with 25 kids. We want little Billy sitting with 13, 14. 15 max. That's it. So yeah, we'll throw some money at this. Maybe they can expand some classroom or hire new teachers so they have a better teaching base. Now, this is what these knuckleheads are emailing us, and they haven't once taken a look at our budget. Now, K through 12 spending in Arizona is half of our budget. We typically have anywhere from between a $16 and $18 billion budget. Half of that goes to K-12 education. They say they don't have enough. So I ask Representative Gutierrez, who is part of the teachers cabal, she's all in on the woke leftist nonsense. I asked her on the floor once, well, how much money is enough? You're saying we're not funding you. How much money do you need? Put a financial figure on it. Put a metric on that. How much money do you need to teach kids to grade level and graduate them? Of course, they don't have a figure. They just want more money. So let me throw this at you, because this is what pisses me off. And you can see I'm a little salty today because of all these emails and talking to these people, just the absolute freaking lies that the teachers unions put out, SOS puts out. The teachers believe it. They believe this. Some of the board members believe it, and they're supposed to be writing the budgets. That tells you right there, school boards, there are good board members, don't get me wrong, but the majority of your school boards need to be absolutely flushed. These people need to be gone, barred for life, done. They can't read a budget. They don't understand a budget. That is their sole function, is the budget, and they can't do it. They need to be gone. They're there for their woke ideology or, well, we need to inclusively. No, they need to do a budget. That's it, budget. But let me get back on topic here. So 2026, this year, and 27 being next year, 1.3, 1.2 billion dollars in the Classroom Site Fund. If you were to take that money dedicated to the Classroom Site Fund with the number of teachers in Arizona, number of certified teachers in Arizona, which is about, it fluctuates, it's around 6,700 teachers. You could give every teacher in the state a $6,000 pay raise right off the bat. Now, they typically get between 4 to 6% on the high side, but that is sure ain't $6,000. And if you squeaked it a little more, you could give $8,000 a year. So that's what we funded. This is what we funded. So the Classroom Site Fund has grown 3.9% or more every year. Now, the schools have a ton of money, and we see how they spend their money. We see the budgets. The Auditor General sees it. She writes a report and says, nope, you misspent. You're not in compliance. Hey, where's this money at? My own district here, they couldn't tell us where $24 million was. They were withheld funding for a couple years because they moved it around, spent it. Who knows where it went? We know where it went. It went to a solar project that wasn't approved, but they did it anyway. And they took money out of maintenance and operations and some other funds to build this up. And they put some solar on that will never pay for itself. So this year, the 2025 budget that we passed last year and this year, $9.5 billion, over half the state's budget, like I said, goes to public schools. Next year, $9.72 billion. We do a 3-year budget. That's $174 million increase in public schools in a year, but we're defunding them. And what they do is they blame it on the ESA program. That's our empowerment scholarships. Like I said, that is your parents' choice backpack funding, where the student goes where the parent wants the student to go. The taxpayer, my money doesn't go into the public school system. It follows my kid to whatever school they want to go to or whatever school I deem necessary. Now, the public school cabal says that money is theirs. They are entitled to my tax money for other kids. But if the point is to educate kids, I'm doing it, or the parent is doing it at half the cost, because the ESA only goes up to $7,000. So on average, we're like $13,500 per kid in the classroom in K through 12, but ESAs does the same thing for $7,000 for half of that. But yet we're taking money out of public schools is what they keep saying. That's the message. We're robbing public schools. But you can see from the budget, and you can go to azleg.gov, go to the JBL website. You can pull up the budget. It's online, it's digital. You can print the thing out if you want. It is all there. The numbers are there. The facts are there. I'm going to post this clip right here so you can see a snippet of the budget, see what I'm talking about, find the right page. You can see that public schools are funded. They are actually overfunded, but you'll never hear that from the public school cabal. You know, I've got a bill, and since I'm not running again, I'm giving this bill to one of the representatives taking my place, and he is a school board president, former school board member, who's done a wonderful job, found their hidden money. He did. He found their hidden money, millions of dollars in the budget, and he reallocated into the school system. They're flush. They're doing fine. He found their stinky money hides. So what my bill is going to say, and what it does say, I've got a copy of it just about done, still working some tweaks out, but I encourage everyone to contact your state representative and tell them you want a superintendent's bill. And what is a superintendent's bill? For those of you that don't know, most states, a school superintendent, a K through 12 superintendent, is a 1099 contracted employee to that school district. They're hired by the board, salary is negotiated in a contract, and they're paid. But they are paid with taxpayer money coming out of these very coffers, and they are paid very well. You'll rarely find a superintendent that is paid less than a couple $100,000 a year. You know, teachers are at the 40 to 60 level while they're making a couple $100,000 to supposedly do the budget and make sure the classrooms are stocked properly and the curriculum supports what we need in the future. Now, we haven't even talked about academic levels yet, and we'll get there. So with the ESA program, teaching kids for half of the cost of the public school program, that's a win right there for the state budget. We keep more money, but the schools continually say that we're ripping them off, even though their budget has grown. Now, here's another kicker. The public schools, based on all their woke ideological bullshit, their agendas, their poor performance, their LGBTQ support, their grooming, they're taking kids out of the classroom to protest ICE. Parents they're done. They're fed up. So the public school numbers are in steep decline. You have districts that are closing because they can't meet their financial obligation because they don't have enough students. That should be a signal right there. Schools are still a free market. We must make them a free market. So the good schools live, the bad schools die. That's how it needs to work. We were number one in the world, number 1 and 2 in the world until we got the Department of Education in DC. and then we started a decline, and now we're way down there. So academically, I'm going to put this graphic up right now. This is the Auditor General's accounting of where kids are graduating. Now, you don't have to take the Auditor General's word for it, because this graphic shows the 12 News accounting that they did in their reporting. So Arizona public schools, mainly Maricopa, Pima, the larger counties, are graduating kids that cannot read. You've heard this before, and people, oh, that's not true. Maybe their reading isn't as good as it was in our day. But no, they literally can't read. They can't do math. And they're graduating them at the 10th and 11th grade level. They're walking out with a diploma. That diploma says, hey, I graduated high school. I completed the bare necessities. I met the minimum standard to enter the workforce as an adult. But they can't read or do simple math. That's the product that we're getting out of public schools. And they want more money for a product that sucks. And then they've got the audacity to tell me that I've not done my job when I have been in depth in the school budget. We have in my county alone, we have a county superintendent of public instruction that was called to the carpet by former Senator Sonny Borelli and Representative Gress that sit on the JLAC committee, dealing with school funding. They called him in to answer about his broken budget and his poor failing school that the Auditor General found. So they called him in to testify in front of a committee. What does he do? He brings his lawyer. He doesn't want to answer any questions. He's failed. The money's not there. He said it's just some simple accounting errors. And then we elect this guy to county superintendent. Then he doesn't show up to work. Now, to top that off, his ex-wife, now, I mean, he has no control over his ex-wife, but his ex-wife lives in Washington State. She flies to Arizona to be a superintendent in Arizona, part-time, a couple days a week at $650 a day. You cannot make this shit up. This is unbelievable that the schools waste this money and then blame us and blame taxpayers for not funding them enough. And then they have the audacity to send a note home, well, we need all these supplies. Now, if you're going to a private school on ESA program, okay, I get it. You're only getting $7,000 a kid. Teachers are making a decent living wage. You need to have some say in the game. You're going to a private school, your kid's held to a higher standard, higher academic standard, higher standard all the way around. You got to have a little skin in the game. I get it. That's private school. You made that choice. But for public school that's supposed to be funded by the taxpayers, they already took your tax money. They already took it. The school's got billions of dollars sitting around, and now they want you to flesh out some more money, while when you go to Kroger's and put your card in, would you like to donate to public schools? No, I would not like to donate to public schools. I already gave them clowns a bunch of money, and they pissed it away. So, and I don't want to give you a tax credit because eggs and milk are still too high. Not at my Kroger's. Mind you, Kroger's, better prices. Meat's getting up there a little high. So, Don, if you're watching this, work those meat prices, buddy. They got to come down. All right. I'm about done with my rant here. I'm going to put those graphics on the screen so that you see them. But I really do. If you're a parent at home with children and you have these concerns, especially if you're in Arizona and you're watching this court case right now, and you see the rhetoric put out by Save Our Schools and the teachers union, how we're just shortchanging these kids, it is not true. Not rooted in one iota of fact. Now, not even covering the people they use to collect signatures, felons, out-of-state people that have had their voting rights taken away. Yes, convicted pedophiles, fraudsters. That's who they use to collect signatures. So while you're out there walking into Kroger's with little Billy and little Sarah, and the mom's going into shop, you get this guy comes up, hey, would you like to sign our petition to save our schools? Well, yeah, I've got kids in schools. They don't know that the guy's a pedophile, a convicted pedophile, and he's right there in front of the kids collecting signatures. That's the kind of crap you're getting out of public schools. If it's me, I'm getting rid of all public schools, and I'm taking those buildings and I'm giving them to private school educators that know how to run a school. Now, you might say I'm a little jaded or too draconian on these issues, but having spent a lifetime in the military and watching the DoD schools, having been a course manager and schools sergeant major, I see how the military runs their schools. They run it. TRADOC spends a little bit of money, but they run in a very efficient, tight ship. Now, did I know anything about schools? No. I know about operational flow and design and personnel management. I get the right people in. So in the school, the particular school that I was working at, we made drill sergeants, medics, PAs, and nurse practitioners. I'm not a PA or nurse practitioner, but you know what? I know where to find surgeons in the military that have their PhD in education, and I'll call them up. Hey, Colonel, we need an instructor at this schoolhouse. You fit the billet. Let's bring you over here and put you in this academic environment so you can train our future warriors to do this job. Hey, drill, you're getting kind of old on the trail there. You've been doing this 15 years. You're E7. Let's get you a promotion. Let's make you master sergeant. You come teach these new drills everything you know about training troops. That's my job. I find the subject matter experts that teach that skill. I make sure the funding's there. I make sure the commander's intent is followed, and we run a tight ship with 9 people running thousands of kids through a cycle in multiple disciplines. 9 people in that schoolhouse, not including the instructors, 9 administrative folks. That was one of my previous CSM billets before going back to combat arms. So CSMs don't get to pick a billet. And I'm like, why are they sending me here? Oh, yeah, I've been an instructor. I was an instructor at sniper school, instructor at SWAT programs. Yeah, I've been an instructor, but I don't know course management nonsense, but apparently you do. If you've been there and done that, you have the experience. The Army understands that. They put you with a commander that needs some experience, and you make things happen. 9 people run a school that makes high school look. I mean, we're moving equipment, we're moving soldiers, we're moving big resources, we're doing big things. And schools, the kids go, they sit in classrooms all day, they fiddle with their phone or computer, and they go home and they don't learn anything. And we're paying more for that than we are to make medics, drill sergeants, and nurse practitioners, PAs in the Army. Unbelievable. All right, folks, that's my rant today. Sorry I went off on it, but getting tired of these emails, getting tired of the school lies, and everything they're putting out, especially in election year, is ultra amped up because they say that we're defunding the schools. We have given the schools more money. If I've left nothing else on you, other than, okay, is this guy, does he sound legit? Don't take my word for it. Just go look at the budget. Every year increases, cost of living increases, statutory increases, CPI increases. Every single year, the schools have gotten more money. The ESA program is expanded as well. Yes, those kids are flourishing, but the schools didn't suffer. They say they're suffering, but they didn't lose a dime. They gain money every year. Don't take my word for it. Go look it up. Thanks. Have a nice day. Next week, we'll get back with the 1,000 people that have been moved off Arizona streets that are criminal activities and illegals. Until next week, train like they hate you, because they do.
Balls and banter. Balls and banter. No excuses, just win, win, win with your balls and banter. We got balls, we got pucks, we got sticks, we got everything in between. We got balls and banter.
All right, folks, here we go. Last show of the week. Hope you're having a great day. Hope the rest of your week, since we've seen you last, has gone well. We got a lot to cover today. Man, some peak college football drama. I can't wait to get into it. We got memes. We're going to talk WNBA a little bit. The perfect picture of the left. I'll explain it. First, how's everybody doing? We got Zach in studio, Matthew hitting the keys, Nate and Tom joining us from afar. Looking great as usual. Love your little hat, Tom. If you can find your to your left. There we go. How are we doing? Tom, we're starting right off talking about your balls.
Yes.
Your pickleball, that is. Tell us what this is. I mean, we've got the video loaded in. We got a picture of your big ball loaded in there. People are like, what is going on? You'll see.
Well, first of all, it's not my ball. It is a ball that was created for the Toledo Pickle Company, and it is the world's largest pickleball, and it was unveiled today earlier in Toledo, Ohio.
And it's been taken already?
It's been taken?
Yeah, just from
No, nobody has stolen it yet.
Nightfall hasn't come yet in Toledo. Give it time.
Yeah, I think it's a bit too big to steal, and it's pretty well anchored in there.
Oh, they'll find a way.
Yeah, the artist who created it is a local artist by the name of Dean Davis, and Dean has tons of murals all over the city of Toledo, and this is a continuation of his artwork in Toledo.
What should we do? Video first or picture first? You get to choose.
Do video.
Let's do video. Here it is.
Here we go. This is the unveiling, and voila, there it is. Look at that timing. Even my timing is impeccable with the cell phone.
It is. That's a big-ass pickleball.
Yes.
You can see it from everywhere. It's fantastic. You can see it when you come across the bridge.
Who's that talking?
Coming up and down
that is Mike Gibbons. He is the owner of Toledo Pickle, and he is the one who commissioned this artwork.
Iconic piece that'll be here for years to come.
So you've got a guy in your pocket who can commission a big-ass pickleball and can't donate to Balls and Banter?
Well, unfortunately, we're not located in Toledo. If you want to move the world headquarters of Balls and Banter to Toledo, Mike might be on board.
I think I'm going to struggle to sell that one at home. That's just, that's my early, I was talking to a buddy, one of my former, best friends of all time, deployment buddy, did a lot of crazy shit with him earlier today. He's gone through a bunch of stuff and is doing awesome now. Praise God on that. But he just was telling me he'd bought this big ass property in rural Virginia, and they're moving there and basically compounding it out. I was telling him about your family.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I'm so jealous. I said, I can't go. Like, I want to do that too. I can't go. I don't want to say I'm trapped because I'm surrounded by family, brothers, parents, in-laws, all that, and I love it. But I'm stuck in the humidity while people are doing that. So yeah, all that to say, we're not moving to Toledo. Sorry. The goal is to get you back here, Tom, and Nate too. Like, not go the opposite direction to Toledo. But whatever, I'll do it. Like, I'll whore out. You can run your business in Toledo too. I'm sure they need people doing stuff there. Yeah.
I'm sure.
Okay. So there's a picture too. Here's a picture with Tom in it. Who's this?
That's Dean Davis. He is the artist who created the giant pickleball.
Okay. There he is. Great job, Dean. Very impressive looking pickleball. I will say it's a nice looking monument. Any monument that goes to sport or sports, I'm down with.
Yeah.
And also the old historic ones that everyone tore down a few years ago during the riots of St. Floyd. I like those monuments too. Those are cool. We don't have them anymore, but those were cool when they lasted. Okay.
Yes. Soon to be in the Guinness Book World Records for the world's largest pickleball.
I feel like everyone's getting into that lately. Can we, Matthew? Can we size that up too? The next one when it's time. I feel like everyone's getting into the Guinness Book of World Records, and I feel like we need something to get like what.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to look up one of those very obscure ones, and I'm sure we could do it.
Maybe most censored show and platform, not from the sports stuff, but from before. I don't know. There's got to be something. All right, I can't wait to get Tom's thoughts on this. So there's some iconic franchises in American sports. You've got the Yankees. You've got. Well, I could go on, but you get the point. You've got the Yankees. You've got the Knicks are iconic. You got the Dodgers. You got all these people. The Lakers are right up there, right? Lakers like the Lakers, don't like the Lakers. Everyone knows who the Los Angeles Lakers are. Reminder: they started in Minnesota. Like we kind of built them up and then just handed them off because we're sick of having to handle this. But they have been sold to Josh Kushner, American businessman Josh Kushner, and another name you might be familiar with. He's the former CEO of Disney. Chief child trafficker down there, formerly, Bob Iger.
Allegedly.
And
still friend of the show.
Still friend of the show. We'd love for you to come on. Yeah. You had some crazy shit happened under your rule there. But congrats on the deal. $12 billion. $12 billion for the Los Angeles Lakers. That's pretty wild. What are your thoughts? Weigh in.
That's a lot of money, man. Whenever one of these franchises sells, it reminds me that like 10 years ago or whatever, George Lucas sold Star Wars to Disney for like $4 billion.
Yeah.
It's like, oh man. At that point, the Dodgers were worth more than that. And this is Star Wars. Like, come on.
Yeah. Well, Clay Travis put out, I don't know if it's true, but he put out, I think it is. Clay's really, he's good with what he puts out. He's good in general. But he was saying, I think don't quote me on this exactly, but for the Braves in Atlanta, a pretty iconic baseball franchise too. Are they the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Cubs or something like that? No, but they're good, and they've got their history. For that and their new area, which I've told you about, which is amazing, in Battery Park, for all of it, like the development around it, the stadium, the team, everything, I think was $3.5 billion.
Oh man!
So we just got to start raising some money.
This whole thing, this price tag, the amount that people are being paid, for sports, it just seems so fake. It doesn't seem real. None of these numbers seem real. I feel like I'm sitting back watching a pretend Monopoly game happening, and there's no like ceiling, in sight whatsoever. And the numbers just keep getting bigger and bigger, and there's a point where you just kind of stand back and say, okay, all of this is based on some sort of fake monetary system that we can just keep printing money, and then all of a sudden certain people just get more of this fake monopoly money and throw it around and give it to other people, and they can spend it, but it just doesn't seem real.
Fair point. Yeah. The rich get richer. I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you with this, but then even the other day, like my wife and I took our girls. Well, my son was away on a different trip, on a mission trip to see Ella Langley and Cody Johnson in Atlanta. We did that whole thing at the Brave Stadium. Sure enough, but I was looking. She's coming through Jacksonville. Like, well, we don't need to go. We've been once, but the girls love her, so it's like, okay, well, if they're reasonable, we'll do it. The problem is we were in the pit for the first time, so it's like any seat. It's like once you fly first class, now every seat sucks if you're not down in the pit. That's definitely out. The pit tickets, I mean, obviously she's killing it, like absolutely killing it, like setting records across all genres. Pit tickets start at $806. Like, all right, well, it doesn't have to be that. It'd just be fun to see it all the way. You've been in this arena, in the Jacksonville and the ViStar Arena, top back of the arena, top bowl, like worst seat in the house. I'm looking right now. The base, the lowest I see, the lowest in the corner is $342 per ticket. 374, 386, 404, 390. Those are the cheapest in the worst seats in the house to go. I mean, good for Ella Langley. She's not setting those prices. These are all, this is just how Ticketmaster and everyone has screwed America. But I look at it, I'm always like, son of a bitch, Tom is right. They're pricing the normal people out of this. We can't go anymore.
Yes. Whoa, what happened to me?
I don't know. The internet gods are mad at you. There are no internet gods. There's only one God. But they're mad at you because you got this right. You called it right. I'm having to tell you. Okay, let's move on. So the Lakers get bought. Magic Johnson has come out. He has supported this. We'll slap that up. He's welcomed the new owners to he said that I can't read those, but they're friends of him. Obviously, Magic Johnson, a legend for the Lakers. So he's down with it. Welcomed into the purple and gold. That's the endorsement you want if you're Bob Iger and Josh Kushner. Look, I don't care who the owners are of the Lakers. I really don't. That number is staggering, and Bob Iger just keeps landing himself in these amazing spots. It's
sports franchise and players are getting to be like the way that wine caves and fine art were for the ultra elite, and also supercars, where you have these these things that are supposedly worth X amount of dollars, and they just come up with whatever number that they're worth,
right?
And they just buy and sell and trade amongst each other. I feel like that's what is happening now, but on a bigger level. So now the super elites are getting into the whole sports franchises, and pretty soon it's going to keep narrowing and narrowing until there's a fixed amount of people that have access to be able to have these franchises and just kind of trade them back and forth or sell them back and forth for tax purposes. And it's all, to me, just a huge consolidation of everything, just like we're seeing in everyday life.
I think it's right. And it looks so perfect coming from you in the hat, like today. Like, it's just like, it's amazing.
Zoom.
Extreme zoom.
It's all based off future money. Like, I did a show with this real estate magnate who operates the same way. He buys apartment complexes. As people move out, he raises the rent or brings it to market price, as he says, $100 or $200 a month. And after you have that for 2 to 4 years, that makes the value of the apartment building worth that much more. And then he sells it. So, he makes $1 million or $2 million in 4 years instead of waiting 20 years to have the rents pay off what he bought and then start capitalizing. And that's what you're seeing with like the Boston Celtics and other teams like that. So it's going to be interesting with this one. Like, is Eager going to go full Steve Ballmer and make this his passion project and just dump endless amounts of money and like cheat the salary cap to win? Or is this just an investment and in a few years? Because, this is the ultimate investment. Like, a sports team always holds value. And, this isn't the New Orleans Pelicans. Like, this is the Lakers. Right. This is besides the Knicks and the Bulls, like, this is the biggest fish you can fry. So it'll be interesting to see if they're going to do that, if this is just their passion project and they just want to like have this as a fun little toy, or if they're going to sell it here in like 4 years for, $16 billion.
Well,
you would think, the bottom would drop out at some point. Like, you can't just keep being like more and more and more.
Right. You would think the bottom would drop out, but if your intent is to make, X number of dollars profit and then offload it to somebody else, and they could either use that, next 5 to 10 years as a tax write-off and a loss, depending on what they have in their portfolio. It goes back to the consolidation of wealth amongst, and I know that I sound like a socialist, but it's more to me like a technocracy, a techno and elitist tyranny that's slowly taking over the earth right now. And so it's going to be, like I said, like a piece of fine art. I've got the Mona Lisa, and we're all supposed to believe that the Mona Lisa, is in the Louvre, which is not. It is going to be, bought and traded, in secrecy, but this will be above board. but it's still a way to start shuffling money around.
That's why you got to get an NFT, Tom. Get the NFT of the Mother Lisa.
There you go. There you go. Well, it's going to be interesting. I'm curious to see what they do, to your point, Nate, because, is it a passion project they want to pour it in, or is it just a turn it, flip it kind of a deal? Because they're coming into this time where LeBron's gone. The Lakers aren't what the Lakers used to be. And they need some lift. They're in a conference that's stacked with elite teams. So, we'll see with some of the moves that they make here pretty soon, I would think. Maybe not right away because most of the free agency and stuff for the offseason is happened. But it will be interesting to see over the next 12 to 18 months. Like, okay, what are you guys going to do? Josh, Bob, what's your plan? Are you going to sit back and just be like, they're the Lakers, we'll sell it and make money, which you will? Or are we going to try and turn them back into the Lakers?
Right. And speaking of LeBron leading the Lakers, quick side story that I was reminded of yesterday. My dad's theory on why LeBron left the Lakers was because they took and traded away his son, Bronny James. And so he was like, screw you. And he was shocked to find out that actually never happened. The Lakers never traded away Bronny James.
I was going to say, I didn't think they did. Like, I know he's not great, but like
Dad, who would have traded for Bronny James?
Right. Yeah. Like the market's not that high. We'll give you anything you want. Next 3 first rounders for Bronny.
Right. So he was shocked. But,
that's amazing. I love it. I can't believe they did that.
Of course he left. They got rid of his son. Well.
Did they?
They sent him to the G League, but that was it.
Where he's making $45,000 a year. We don't know what he's making exactly. That's the average. Speaking of that story, and we talked the other day how, you've got Enes Kanter and you've got Enes Kanter Freedom, and you've got Royce White saying they want to play. And that was on the Heat, and we talked about the salary discrepancy between the WNBA and the G League. But we talked about the Sophie Cunningham and Carrington issue that happened on the floor, and we talked about Stephanie White's response and how she basically supported Carrington, not Sophie, in the post-game press conference. Well, she came ready for bear the other day in the pregame press conference, and she said this about it. Take a listen.
No, I'm going to start today. This isn't necessarily for those people that are in this room. This is more for an online community that's trying to create narratives that simply don't exist. Trying to create a fabrication or distortion of who I am, of what I'm about. Our players' success, our players' health and wellness, our players' safety is always a top priority for me. One of the things I pride myself on is my relationships with players. For those who have anything to say about the play in the last game, I didn't see the play in real time. I went straight to a press conference. I thought the play got called right. Thankfully, Sophie's okay. Was it egregious? Absolutely. When you have a chance to watch that over and over and over on replay, you can see that. I didn't have that in real time.
Were there any
I take personally any suggestions that I don't 100% always have my players back. I ride with them 10 toes down all the time. All the time. They know that. It's a shame that we can't have an opportunity to talk about what great basketball they're playing. Because they are f***ing playing. The reality is, with me, I will always lead with love. I will always lead with grace. I will always lead with humility. And I will always lead with integrity. Doesn't mean I'll always get it right. I'm also human. The hate, the fear-mongering, the divisiveness, the stuff that's trying to hijack our league will not win. It won't win. We are united. We are connected. We will not be divided. Every day these women put their on the line. Every day. When they go low, we go high. Love will win. Grace will win. Humility
Recognize that
will win.
line?
And kindness will win. I stand by them. I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell.
I love it. And look, okay, fair that you didn't break down the film in the immediate aftermath of the foul against Sophie Cunningham, which was absolutely a flagrant 2. It is what it is, right? Like, but you did see it. Like, you did see the play. The bigger issue is you defended Carrington, not Cunningham, after the fact. Like, if you don't know the details, you always lean in and defend your own. If you then later come out and realize, oh, it wasn't that bad of a foul, then you can come back and say something about your opponent. Fine, that's okay. But I just think this whole statement by her is like the perfect picture of white liberal women in America today. Really just angry people in general. We're going to show love, grace, humility, and the rest of you can go to hell. Like, if you don't agree with what I'm saying, suck a D. Like, it's just like, what? Like, you just went on. Like, that was a. And then storm off and not take any questions. I'm going to start. That was really something, Stephanie White.
Very dramatic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to give Stephanie White Guilt kudos for getting up there and delivering such an Academy Award presentation of a heartfelt, I'm in this, I'm with my team, I'm gonna pound on the table, I'm gonna quote Michelle Obama, I'm gonna throw in all the catchphrases that everybody knows and wants to hear, that's just sort of word salad Kamala Harris gobbledygooked. And getting back to this, I didn't see the play. Okay, if I'm your boss and you're a head coach and I'm the owner of the team and you're claiming you didn't see a play, you're fired. Right. How do you not see a breakaway? You know, it doesn't happen. And there's pictures of her that are out now that I've been seeing on social media of her clearly having an eye line and watching the play. So this goes back to, and this is where the Bolshevik double talk comes, because Stephanie White Guilt is so wrapped up in the whole sort of LGBTQ Bolshevik mindset where you have to believe what they say or you're a bigot. So she's in that mindset. So her defense is going to be, I watched the play, but I wasn't looking at the play. And that is your Bolshevik double talk there. She hasn't said it yet, but I'm just waiting for her to say it. And all that means is I watched it, but I didn't look at it with the eyes that I should have been looking at it to see what exactly happened. And I accept total responsibility, and moving ahead in the future, I won't do that again. And I'm out of the frame again. But that's what happens. That's what, when you get, you know, the WNBA until 3 years ago was pretty much, it was a cruising place for lesbians. They would go there to the games, try and hook up with one of the players that they saw, or, you know, get tickets, go to the game, and then meet up after the game. It was a total, you know, it was your Grindr app before the Grindr app came out for 30 plus years. And so they had their own culture that was built into it, which really didn't have much to do with sports. It was just kind of like this club, you know, that relied on the NBA to finance all its players. And, you know, it was a welfare system for, you know, marginalized athletes. And they could just go play games and hook up with chicks, which I don't have a problem with. But the problem now is it's starting to gain popularity because you had the most popular female college basketball player that we've ever seen enter the league. So now there's a big spotlight on it. And they don't like the spotlight being taken away from what they think built the league, but nothing was really ever built. It was just sort of existed. And now you're in this weird sort of conundrum where you're getting the money that you want, but you're still having to hold on to these beliefs that aren't rooted in reality. And now everyone is seeing it going, you guys are really strange because when you talk, you're not making sense. Right. And a lot of what you're saying, you know, is hypocritical. So what's going on here? And they just don't have the tools. It's like Stephanie White Guilt just doesn't have the tools to be able to react in a way that sounds like well thought out. And even, you know, somebody like Popovich, who I disagree with a lot, but when he did talk, I understood what he was saying. He wasn't talking, you know, in these nuanced kind of ways that Bolsheviks, you know, talk. And I consider Popovich to be a full-on Bolshevik, if not communist. But he was always very direct in what he said. And I just wish that more of them would be more direct like Popovich.
Fair point. Well, it's still a welfare thing, to be clear, which I'm not saying you're not saying is the case. But, like, it's just this collective bargaining agreement is just taking more from the NBA now. It gets talked about, but they're still not killing. I mean, I haven't done a deep dive in their financials, but they're not killing it. We're just talking about it more.
Right.
Like there's conversations.
An element of investment, though. Like nobody had a gun to the NBA owners' heads to do this. I know the NBA put pressure on them, and there is probably a form of their profit being taken to fund the league. But I mean, you know, James Dolan owns Liberty because he sees a future, and he's like, I can make money on this. It hasn't happened yet,
right?
But there's a reason he's still doing it, and he hasn't completely pulled out. And again, part of it, I'm sure the NBA does hold him, but like I doubt, you know, the owner of the New Orleans Pelicans doesn't have a WNBA team. But, you know, and so where she messed up is you stick by the refs in the league. Like, think of how many times the NFL, like that pass interference call against the Saints in the playoffs that year that they didn't get. The NFL's like, no, refs got it right. And it's like,
right.
What? And everyone knows it's wrong. But you stand by the refs. If you're the commissioner or whatever, you stand by the refs. That's your first response. You stand by them until there's so much upheaval that you go, maybe that call was wrong. You know, and especially if you haven't seen it, you don't step out and make a opinion, you know, make a statement like that, like, oh no, this player, she's right. Like you don't do that. You don't take one player's side over the other. You do what the NFL does, and you put this black cloak with no
right.
no sort of clarity on anything, and you just put out a statement, and that's it. That's what you should do. But she's 100% right. Like, women's sports are under attack, but you know, between the transgender thing doing it, and then now professional provocateurs like Enos Freedom trying to make a name for himself and that other dude by forcing the issue on the WNBA to make a call because they're all worked up about transgender rights in society. And they're like, let me put the WNBA, and when these people can be pushed around pretty easy. And now they're forced into the issue and making a statement and making a decision on it. And if they don't, you got the other side of it where, yes, there are like biological males playing female sports in high school and stuff. And then for some reason now it's the WNBA's job to decide if that's legal or who should do what, when this is like a private enterprise and the high school athletes is all, you know, tax money, and that's a public issue. And it's like, they're just putting under the gun. And unfortunately they're playing right into everybody's hand by waffling around and making weird statements and then getting all pissed off and like making all this thing instead of just like boom.
Well, they're incapable of handling this moment, I think. Like, they're just not, like, kind of like you were saying, Tom, like they're just not prepared for it. Like, there's some good basketball players.
They put themselves in this situation.
Yeah, right. They did. 100%.
They totally put themselves in this situation. And, you know, whatever you think of Enos and Royce coming along, the WNBA themselves are the ones who, you know, who are this sort of nebulous, trans women are women. And again, 90% of people in the United States don't believe that, but they're trying to force everybody into that belief. So you have people like Royce and Enos saying, okay, then define it. What is it? Until then, we're going to join. And it goes back to the fact that nobody, and I'm one of these people, one who is a nobody, but again, somebody who doesn't want to be told to say something that I know is false. That to me is the underwriting argument that's going on. Right. I don't want to be in a position where I feel like I'm forced to say something that I know is not true. And that's what you have with trans women or women. And it's, you know,
I just think it's weird that the WNBA has been forced in this role of the compass on the issue where it's like, well, for official clarity, we look to the WNBA. What is it? Is it a man or a woman? Like, it's just a weird stance. And like, again, like I said, it'd be different if there was some like holistic reason, but like, you know, I'm not too familiar with what's his name, Ronnie White or whatever.
Royce White, yeah.
Right. But like, Enos Freedom's been doing anything and everything he can since he retired to try and get in the spotlight. And, you know, claiming he was forced out of the league for his political beliefs, not that he was like, you know, over 10 years old in the league and just not really relative anymore. And it's just like his name pops up once a year for some outlandish thing he's trying to do to like make a point. And that's the other reason is like, he doesn't have these holistic fucking clear, like.
No, yeah, I don't think Enos is someone that needs to necessarily be taken serious either. No, Royce running for Senate, that doesn't make you legit. Again, I'm not attacking Royce.
You're looking for attention,
but you're running for Senate, like, and I'm on their side on this, but I think that if you're running for office, like whatever. Some people would say that's a noble thing, and there's some good people who do it. Like as we talk about all the time, like they're just like stop it. That's a terrible job. I would never want to do that. But they're not relevant. But I think they're right in this case because they're like, okay, well, you're inclusive.
That's the thing. Is
define what inclusive means. Yeah, like they got
jumped up and took the lead on that, and now it's like, well, now you're dealing with the fireball. You should
Yeah.
And other leagues should take a note and just kind of like, you know what? Maybe in all these social and political issues, we're just gonna step aside.
Right,
and that's people on both sides who come at us, and we're gonna lose no matter what.
Right, and that's what the IOC did when they made their decision on who can compete, in female athletics. So, and now the WNBA is just kind of, oh, well, no, we're inclusive and it's love and inclusivity and we will not be bullied.
But if you don't agree, go to hell.
Yeah.
I don't know. Scott, you got to scoot to your left, Tommy boy. The camera's going with him. The Ozbot's failing us. Okay.
See what's behind the curtain.
We'll figure that out. Your shoulder looks amazing. I'll just say that.
You.
Well, let's do this. We're about to go into memes anyways. We'll talk about what's her name now, Tom? I love that you've dubbed her this name, Stephanie Whitegilt.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I love it.
That's amazing.
We'll talk more about that. I don't think that the WNBA issue is going anywhere. And again, to just wrap it up, like to be clear, the best thing ever for the WNBA is black women beating up Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham, and coaches and owners leaning into all of this trans nonsense because everyone's talking about it. Right. So we're going to keep talking about it because it's interesting, and so be it. And every once in a while, I do watch a game, and the Fever are fun to watch because it's like a mixture of WWE and women's basketball because there's assault, crimes against humanity.
It's kind of where you want a league at. I mean, they're about 30 years in, and you think about like the NBA and 30 years in when, it's like the 80s, like Michael Jordan's cocaine circus before he got there, like that type of shit was going on. You look at the NFL 30 years in, was that like the 70s, early 80s? You kind of had all the beer drinking, mustache wearing dudes like beating ass in the bar.
Yeah.
It's like kind of a different version. They're about 30 years in. It's kind of this crazy circus. Everyone's fighting on the court. It's like, this is actually, prime sports league. They're right in there.
Tommy,
dude, it feels like the WNBA has entered the attitude era that the WWF was in, and I am here for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we pick on it a lot, or I pick on it a lot, but I absolutely do love it. Like, I don't want it to go anywhere. Keep doing crazy stuff, ladies. Keep believing stuff that's not real, and let's go. We'll talk about it. It'll be fun. Perfect segue into some memes mid-show. Let's do it. Let's do That's Meme-tastic.
That's meme-tastic.
That's meme-tastic.
We should do that one more time.
I love, by the way, that Jonathan jumped in. One of our technical directors jumped into the chat, and his name's Don John Meister. Great name. I love it. That's awesome. Give him a welcome, folks that are in the Rumble chat. If you're in a different chat, you're like, what are you talking about? But if you're in the Rumble chat, give him some love because he's usually in the studio punching keys. First meme. Lots to talk about COVID here recently. It's back because of all the Fauci hearings, and we've got an Oregon Trail thing. Fauci in the Oregon Trail. You have died from trusting the science. Yeah, hopefully, you could have been on the wrong side of a lot of those things. This one's just, no one's picking on their individual wives. Collectively speaking, let's say it this way. This can be true of adult male-female interactions. We've got a husband sitting up in bed, is now a skeleton, wife sleeping soundly. Husbands waiting for their wives to make the first move. Doesn't happen as much as it does happen, but Anyways, you get the point. Tom, you'll love this one. We've got a sign on a store. Due to recent events, arguments about Nephilim are no longer permitted on the patio.
I mean, if there's a sign, there's a reason for the sign, and I just wish that I wasn't a part of that conversation that was going on that prompted that sign.
I know.
Did they brawl, or did they actually summon a Nephilim to the patio? That's the question.
No one knows. I do love signs. That sounds weird, but for the exact reason Tom just said, because you see, like, why is there a sign for this? And then as soon as you finish your sentence, you're like, oh, because somebody was doing this.
Yep.
Remarkable.
There's always a reason for the sign.
Yes. There's no masturbation in the park. Okay. I wasn't planning on. Oh, somebody did. Okay, I get it. I get it now. That makes sense. Yeah, I won't do it now.
No playing with matches in the church bathroom.
Yes.
Oh, come on. You already told me you don't have to put a sign on.
Right. Exactly. We talked about it. I've been disciplined. We just talked WNBA. They've unveiled a new logo, according to this meme, to be more inclusive. We've got a person dunking with a sizable. Phallic dog, it's just a sizable penis hanging down. So that's an interesting look. Here's Nate's favorite person, Enos Cantor. She believed she could, so she did.
Right. That's perseverance. Not accepting that deal to play ball in China.
Right.
Trying to get attention on the internet.
Well, to your point, like, again, What Enos is pointing out, regardless of how he's doing it or why he's doing it, I think he's right. But, like, being not in the league anymore because of politics, I mean, it worked out pretty well for Kyrie, right? Like, I mean, he pushed back hard on some issues, and he's had a very successful career still in the league. There was still trade talk about it. Didn't happen, but still talk about people trading for him in the offseason. There's a difference. Like,
right. It's like you'd still be there if you were good.
Right.
Like, there's enough controversy, like short of a felony, and only certain kinds of felonies will you get kicked out of a sports league.
Right.
Good enough to play.
But I mean, let's look at it this way. And Drew, you brought up the salary with the collective bargaining agreement for the WNBA.
$600,000 average.
Yeah. And then look at the G League, and what are they making? 40?
45.
Okay, I mean, that's a pretty big incentive if you're like,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it absolutely is. But I do agree. Like, again, I'm on his side on this. I agree with what he's doing. I agree with the statement. Like, what are you going to do, WNBA? You backed yourself in this corner. Find your way out of it. By the way, you're not going to, because you're just not going to. But if you're good enough, you keep playing. Like, this feels like in a different way. Like, it's same thing is true on the flip side of the political aisle too, right? Like, Kaepernick, if you were good enough, you wouldn't need to be doing all the crazy crap you do on the outside, and your hair would be smaller. Absolutely. It would look different. But yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know, crazy times.
Yeah.
We talked to Buffalo Bills the other day. We got Ray Charles has weighed in on the matter. No, that's the Outkick logo. Not a bad seat in the house, says Ray Charles about that. Yep. I mean, that's how he sees it. Remember when W had Andy Card lean in on 9/11? He's reading books to the kids. We've got one here. What's it say? A former NBA player has declared for the WNBA draft. Yeah. That's up there for one of, I don't know what the top is, like top 10, top 20, top 30. But it's up there. I mean, that is a meme picture right there. That is, that has got some good runway to it. Can we adjust that one, Matthew?
But that's how the conversation went. And then they had to call that meeting so they can figure out what actually a woman is.
What a woman is.
Yes. Speaking of bushes, I came across one of the best headlines of an article that I've ever seen. It was Jenna Bush lamenting about how she first got to the Today Show, and a coworker saying, you only got the job because your dad's a former president. And she was like stunned by that. And I'm reading this going, Duh.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
This was somehow, somebody told you the truth, and now that you're totally surprised by it.
Which I doubt happened. That's her swan. Sorry, if everyone was counting against me, they told me I only had it because of my dad. It's like no one said that to you your first day in. Who was it? Was the casting wrangler? Hey, welcome to the studio. And by the way, just so you know, you're not good at anything. You're only here because of your dad. It's like no one said that to her.
Yeah. She was thinking it. Obviously, she was.
She was thinking it. She's projecting it for sure, and she's playing the victim card because that's the thing to be these days is a victim. Even when you're the granddaughter of a president and the daughter of a president.
Yeah.
Victim.
I mean, look. You can like the Bushes, not like the Bushes. I thought you were going to, by the way, go somewhere totally different, Tom, when you said that. I was like, oh, boy, here we go. Just became unfamily. It was already unfamily friendly. But that is I don't like political dynasties at all on either side of the aisle. I think it's terrible for America, terrible for American politics, whatever you want to call it. That's a family that, you're going to have some things handed to you. I'm not for things being handed to you. It would be nice if a couple things got handed. But, yeah. I mean, she didn't do anything before that.
No. And where was George Herbert Walker Bush during the assassination of JFK? Ooh, nobody knows. Oh, isn't that convenient? And are we really supposed to believe, speaking of transgenders, that Barbara Bush was actually a woman? I mean, come on.
Stop it. My parents met her on a couple of occasions. They actually liked her. I don't know if she was a good person or not, but I don't know that she was a man. Maybe she was. I don't know. Next meme. Sex is great. But have you ever heard Stone Cold Steve Austin's theme music hit when you weren't expecting it? That's actually kind of true. I mean, I don't know if there's a theme song in the WWE that has hit harder, particularly in that scenario when you're not expecting it, than that Broken Glass. That Broken Glass is freaking outstanding.
Yeah, I would definitely put that on the Mount Rushmore of theme songs. How about you, Nate?
Yeah, it's up there. You got Hogan up there too for some reason when that would hit.
Taker when the bell tolls.
You know what? One of my favorites of all time is Chris Jericho. I just like how everything just stopped. And then you had the countdown.
Yeah.
And then, you had that chick, the silhouette of the chick and break the walls down,
Yeah, I saw that. I saw a clip of that the other day and I thought of you because I love it too, but I know you love it. I saw it. And actually, truth be told, now I remember what it was. I saw this meme. I went and watched some videos of Stone Cold, making surprise things. See the crowd pop. And then someone suggested the other, and I was like, oh, a Jericho one. So I did that. So all of a sudden, I'm sure my wife walked in. I'm supposed to be working and looked over my shoulder. What are you doing? I don't know. That's the point. I don't know anymore. I'm just here. Those are really good ones.
I'm gonna put KO on the power list. Kevin Owens.
His is good.
The match he just came out, coming back out of nowhere, that guitar hit. It was like, oh shit.
That was really good.
And you're like, hell yeah, we needed him back.
Go ahead, Tom.
And also, I got to throw him some props. Road Dogg Jesse James didn't have entry music. It just made it up on the fly and then continued with it, with every entrance.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. That is everything about Road Dogg Jesse James is different. Okay. I don't know if I can read that. Can we zoom in a little bit more on that? Or actually, no, I can read it. This is from Super 70 Sports, who has some great stuff. Sure, 4K is nice, but there was nothing like sitting 2 inches away from one of these sweet bastards. Sorry, it's hard for me to read that. One of these sweet bastards while your mother predicted you'd be blind as Ray Charles by the following Thursday. Those TVs right there were awesome. I mean, they were actually terrible, but
I heard a lot of stories about those.
Yes. Turn knobs, the wood. I mean, look at the wood. I mean, you don't walk into Best Buy now and be like, no, I want something with like a maple around it.
with the speaker enclosed in a wooden.
Yes.
Encampment.
Yes.
Two Ray Charles references.
Yeah, that is the second Ray Charles reference we've
Friend
got.
of the show. Friend of the show.
Friend of the show. Is he still living?
No.
I don't think he is, right? But yeah, I mean, he is a friend of the show. We're working to get him back. It's just been, as you can imagine, a longer journey than you. I mean, it's difficult. We're pulling all the strings we can. We'll have some version of him here. We could just get an urn. Like we could have him sit right here. It's not in frame. Right here.
The picture.
Just always have him. He's always watching us.
There you go.
Maybe we can sponsor a memorial, and then we can get our logo kind of on his gravestone. So when people see Ray Charles' gravestone, we got our little logo right in the corner.
Why is Balls and Banter engraved in his gravestone? No idea.
He wanted it that way. Friend of the show.
It's one of the last wishes he had, actually. Happy to fulfill it.
Yeah, so damn glad that we could do that for you, Ray. Right here. Okay, speaking of wrestling, going back a couple memes at least. We got Logan Paul, whose hair has looked a lot different lately. And the comment here, bro should just go all the way now. That hair is thinning, and then it's got a pic. If you're driving in your car, it's got Logan Paul now, and it's got Logan Paul down beneath with Hulk Hogan's look. I look. Here's the thing.
It works.
Right. And if anybody can pull it off, freaking Logan Paul can pull this off. I kind of hope he does it. I hope he sees that meme and goes all in. He's a crazy son of a bitch. He's a great athlete. He's a good character in WWE, and let's keep the Hulkster alive with Logan doing that. All right, Tom sent this one. I'm going to let Tom read it since he did.
Offensive coordinator, need a favor. Tight end. So I'm playing fullback.
Steve Carell, you got a fanny pack on. Yeah.
Does that happen, Drew?
I've not been a part of that exact exchange. At Penn State, maybe. Okay, so this person comes. So we got college football season is back. Praise Jesus. We've got training camp going on. There's preseason football tonight. We'll talk about in a second or in a few minutes. But this was a video of a press conference with a Texas A&M player, and this person made a great comment, which I thought was right. It's below. It's Texas A&M defensive end Anto Saka. I don't know if it's Saka. I'm sorry if I'm getting your name wrong. On his growth under an SEC coach, strength and conditioning coach, Tommy Moffitt. And the person up top says, this man has come a long way since his freshman season at Florida under Urban Meyer. Because he does. He looks like he's a 38-year-old man, like 30, mid-30s. I mean, the dude looks like a boss. He's jacked. He's playing at Texas A&M. He's playing major ball. But there is an old man soul there. I mean, he looks like let's just put this next one up because someone also made a comment, put a young kid from Tulsa against there. College football is awesome because these two guys look 20 years apart and play the same sport. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, that guy, the Tulsa kid looks like Zach, and this other guy looks older than Drew.
Yeah, that's exactly right. To be clear, not being ageist here, the other Tulsa kid looks way younger than Zach. And I think that the black dude looks older than me. They're like, we've got that dude. That dude's
That's
like
a full-grown man.
Yeah, he's running an outfit he's got dudes on street corners. Oh, he definitely smokes Marlboros.
Are we able to say he's a super senior?
He's a super senior.
Yes.
He's definitely a super senior. That's for damn sure. We've got a lot. We've got super senior as a new word around here. We've got Stephanie White-Gilt, always adding new things to the.
That dude did a redshirt year after a missionary trip, after military service.
Right.
He was redshirted at like age 38.
Yeah. He did a full 20 in the United States Navy. Came back. Jonathan says gravestone marketing is the New Jersey patch. Yeah, let's just get out there. We will not do it. We will not desecrate like Arlington and places like that, obviously. But local cemeteries, fair game.
Yeah.
Okay. That'll be fun. I think this is our last meme. It is our last meme. Caroline Leavitt out as press secretary. Did a great job. New White House press secretary if Trump wants to win the midterms. We got Sydney Sweeney. I'll watch.
I think a lot of people will.
Yeah, friend of the show. I mean, it will be interesting to see what they do there, what the administration does there. I lean towards Haba or one of those who's not an unattractive person either, but we'll see. But I don't really care. So let's move on because I do care about this. We got a couple uniforms to reveal. Cal is going to go back and drop these uniforms this year, and they're really
socks?
Yes, with the socks, because that's the important part, Nate. These are the Joe Roth uniforms, like the Joe Roth era of Cal. And you've got just a classic looking college uniform, but the detail in the socks, the 1970s striped tube socks, are freaking outstanding. I wish they would never leave this uniform. I wish almost every team in the country would bring back socks like this.
Yes.
That's a good-looking uniform right there. And Cal, by the way, sneaky good. Cal, in a lot of people's top 25 polls going into the season, doesn't mean they'll stay there. Doesn't mean it makes sense that they're in the ACC. It still doesn't. But they're a sneaky good team. I think it'll be interesting to watch them, and I will watch that game because that is a sexy uniform right there.
That reminds me of Clewiston High School circa 1983. Those were the type of uniforms that they had. And they had a player. This guy, I think, was a senior when I was a freshman, and still to this day has one of the greatest names ever in sports. His name was Whitecliff Lovelace.
Wow.
That is something.
That is sports name.
Yeah. Whitecliff Lovelace. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a novel character.
Yeah.
I was
Cliff the cat. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a White Cliff.
I want to. It's separate day. I want to come up with Native American names for all of us on the show here. I think that would be a fun drill. Probably inappropriate, but I still think we should do it. I was talking offshore. We didn't bring in the videos, but Florida, the Gators actually rolling out Zach's team. He loves the Gators. Rolling out, you can hold that against them or not, but they're rolling out some new versions under first-year coach John Summerall this year. They're going, they traditionally have the orange helmet, which I think is a sharp helmet. I like the helmet a lot. But they're rolling out a blue version of it this year. They're going to roll all blue some games, maybe one game, 2 game. I don't know. They didn't announce how many games they're going to do. Obviously, the orange helmet's still their main helmet. They're going to use the Spurrier throwbacks, which we actually have right there in front of Zach, that helmet in a game this year. They've got a couple different things. They've got a blue helmet, orange jersey. Like they're mixing it up a little bit under Summerall, which will be interesting. I'm curious to see how they do. Do you like a blue helmet getting worked into you beyond the one in front of you, but like a classic one?
I like the variety. I like to, just the optics when you're watching the game.
Spice of life.
Right. Obviously it doesn't mean anything for the guys other than they probably think that they look better, so maybe they play better that way.
Look better, play better.
Right. So we'll see how it goes.
A lot of pressure on John Summerall. A lot of pressure.
Got to perform.
Like the throwback uniforms, I wish they'd bring back throwback shoulder pads with
huge Bosworth-style neck rolls, like the one with like strings on it. Yeah.
And just like the 2-bar face mask.
Yeah. Man, pads have changed so much. It's I mean, even at the end of my era, they were starting to come down, but my high school era was still, big pads happened. Like I look back at my pictures, like, what are you doing? like what are you doing? And I mean, for the era, I looked good. I was dripped out with the different things that I needed, with the spandex and the wristbands and all the things. But my shoulder pads were so at a neck roll, just like. How tall are you? 6'8"? No, I'm 6 feet. It's just I've got a lot of crap on right now that I don't need to wear. Couldn't you be faster if you didn't wear that? 100%. Absolutely, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And my shoulders aren't weapons.
Right. So Tulane has become this program, and I think it's been really fun to watch. Speaking of Summerall, this has been a really fun progression to see Tulane football become fun. I think it's fun when Tulane becomes good, when Vandy gets good and relevant. You can say that about lots of programs. There's some more prominent ones as of late. Tulane doing it from a G6 conference. but they've got a new stadium now. They've got these fun uniforms, weird colors to work with, and everyone's got like their kind of like in the NFL. You've got your color. What's it? Color drop?
Yeah, I think it's Color Rush, right?
Color Rush.
Yeah.
Thank you. Color Rush edition. They're in New Orleans. New Orleans is a very interesting city. So they're dropping their city edition, and we got several photos, and we'll just kind of go through them. Check out these. I'm a traditional uniform guy. I like, you guys know that. I like Michigan. I like Oklahoma. I like Alabama. I like people who don't change, do not change. But everything else is changing around us yet still. But these guys dropped them, and I think these are really interesting. So you kind of scan through, you get an overview there, and then as you kind of dive into it with like the next ones, you can see some of the New Orleans details on the helmet.
Yes.
You can see the beads worked in there. You got all this New Orleans style. You got it worked into the neck collar. What else we got? There's another kind of front one. Don't love the number font, but okay, that's fine. They didn't make them for me. Got that I don't know what that print's called. It's kind of like, is that Argyle?
Yeah, like an Argyle.
Like an Argyle down the side of the pant. I don't know. What do you guys think? They're kind of fun. I mean, you're Tulane, so like you don't have a classic uniform in the first place. So like dropping something new and interesting is
great.
I think they're kind of fun.
I think they look great.
The only addition I would make to my uniform if I was a Tulane player, we saw the face shield, it was blank. I'd put one of those Mardi Gras masks on it, so it looked like I was wearing a Mardi Gras mask on my face shield.
Yeah.
I'm sure the refs would love that. I think you've got to have, if some, not if someone, in theory, someone will. I don't remember. I think it's their home opener. They're wearing those. Don't quote me on that. First person who gets into the end zone, their taunt has got to be lift their jersey up. Like, it's just, I don't know. I don't know that the Tulane chancellor will look too fondly upon that. And I'm not suggesting that behavior is good behavior. I'm just saying it's very New Orleans.
It's very fitting, exactly.
Very fitting. Like, if someone I knew and my family did that, there would be consequences. If you're a wide receiver or running back and you scamper in for a touchdown there, I don't know. Maybe worth the...
Even if it's just just fake a little bit. Just
just lift your jersey up.
Yeah, exactly.
Just...
What
would Randy Moss do?
Let's go, Tom.
Yeah. Okay. To kind of like the main story of the day, because this is just, man, I tell you what. Jane Daniels, who was a stud at LSU, is a stud. And the timing of this, by the way, is terrible because he just was one of the quarterbacks on quarterback season 3. Likeable dude, very talented dude. Washington Redskins, I refuse to say Commanders quarterback. Obviously struggled with injuries last year. But a good cat. And I still, this brings up some question marks, but I want to still believe that Jaden's a good guy and he's just got people around him. But they've announced, because someone is going to be wearing his former jersey number at LSU this year, J.D. Pickett, we'll talk about that in a second. He has filed a cease and desist order against LSU and no longer wants them to use his name, image, and likeness in anything related to LSU football, LSU Tigers, yada, yada, yada. So we'll slap this image up while we talk about it for a second here. But cease and desist filed, excuse me. I can't talk today. I'll just say, whoever is in his ear or his head saying some of this is absolutely a lunatic. Like, this is the dumbest play ever. You're saying, okay, because here's the backstory, right? And we can cut back to us or whatever. But like, the backstory is there's 3 people who have won the Heisman at LSU: Billy Cannon, Joe Burrow in their infamous championship run, Jaden Daniels. All great players. None of us on this show were around to watch Billy Cannon, but allegedly a beast. Great running back. So the understanding is no one's used Joe's number since they won the Natty. No one's used Billy Cannon since the 50s. I think it was, I don't know, it was a long time ago. And now they're giving DJ Pickett, who's a 5-star recruit who was promised it pre-Lane Kiffin, more on that also in a second, to be able to wear number 5. and they're giving it to you. But here's the thing. Joe Burrow's number has not been officially retired. It has not been used, but it's not been officially retired. Jaden Daniels' number, not retired, also has not been used until now, thus causing this issue. But they'd promised it to this kid. The only official number that's been retired, and has not been used and is officially by the books retired, is number 20 at LSU. And that was Billy Cannon's jersey from way back when. But there's several others like Burrow and Jaden Daniels who have their number kind of unofficially honored and retired. But then, other than those two quarterbacks, they've been used. So to me, this whole thing is just weird. You're gonna whine and bitch and moan and complain, whatever you want to use about this, but Joe's number hasn't officially been retired. By the way, if you're comparing yourself to Joe, well, you were great and you won a Heisman. Joe Burrow won a national championship for LSU in what many would argue is the best team ever. It's right up there. It's a great team. Top 3, top 5 for sure. I think it's top 3. But there's a difference there. And then again, his jersey's not officially retired either. Will it be? I don't know. I'll share my deeper thoughts on what I think should be the case moving forward for jerseys in college football. But just to start, I think this is a terrible look for Jaden Daniels. You look like an absolute egotistical schmuck. And it's probably because of the people around him. And what's concerning is you could be fire the people around you because they're idiots.
Who's his agent?
I think it's his mom, isn't it?
There you go.
So you can't fire her.
I mean, the whole thing's pretty egotistical. It's clearly this is the reason he's doing this, pouty. But I really don't hate the move, honestly. It's you couldn't capitalize off my name and likeness while I was there without paying me. Now that I'm gone and have nothing to do with you, you can. No, pay me for the advertising or don't. There's nothing holistic about college sports anymore. It's always been a 100% for-profit industry. Always was, always is. The veil's been pulled. Now they have to pay people. And so, but it's obviously not good timing. You probably should have done that before. Not now. You just clearly look like you're pouting and upset about it. But,
yeah, and I don't think it's Jaden Daniels. I think it's his mother. I think it's his mother trying to assert herself as an agent and making this move that she thinks will have, a ripple effect through college football and making a mark as a boss bitch. I think it's a dumb move. And if I'm LSU and if she wants to go down this road, then I take everything down about Jaden Daniels and I let his number be played by whoever wants to wear it. And I pretend that Jaden Daniels never went to LSU.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, it's spun out of control more. And now there's reports that they want the copy of the Heisman Trophy that LSU has to be given, to Jaden Daniels. Don't put that up. It's gotten nasty, allegedly. It's nasty enough without some of the other allegations. But I don't know. I think we kind of talked about this before. I put up something on Air It Out Bro today on it. It's my 2 cents. Doesn't mean it's right. I'm kind of the belief system. Rosters these days. 100 kids. It used to be over 100 kids. Things are changing a little bit, but just call it 100 kids, right? You can wear 0 now. No one wears 100. So you've got kids on both sides of the ball sometimes wearing the same number. You might have number 7 on offense. You might have a number 7 on defense or special teams or whatever. Because you only have so many to give out. And there's a lot of, let's just be honest. We'll just give them this number. No one wants that number. That number's terrible. We should skip that number in the numeral system in America. There are numbers that fit that category. That's a different conversation.
What do you consider to be a terrible number?
Yeah.
Well, when I first got to Michigan, I got 66. I think it's a terrible number.
Yeah.
Terrible number.
What about prime numbers? Do you think those are bad to have as your jersey number?
I don't know. Maybe some of them. What are your thoughts on prime numbers?
I think it's a good thing to have,
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Again, this could be a different conversation. Do you have any number thoughts?
No, definitely in the 60s. I don't think any of some of the 60
a rough
ones.
number. I remember being given that and being like, all right, well, I was all state here. I was the big fish, but you're gonna treat me that way.
Or what is it? Maybe 45 or what?
Just literally anything.
Yeah.
Just don't give me a number this year. That's fine too.
I do think anybody who wears a number 1 other than a kicker or a punter is a douche and probably somebody that I wouldn't like.
Okay, well, there's fairness in that, but hold on, because that dovetails into what I'm about to say. Here's what I think should be the case. I think that, no disrespect to Billy Cannon, who I don't know anything about, but is a legend at LSU and won a Heisman. His number's the only officially retired number at LSU, number 20. I just don't think you should officially retire at the college level a number. Like, honor it, put it around the stadium, like number 5, Daniels, like you see at the professional stadiums and some college stadiums too. Number 9, Burrow, blah, blah, have it and honor it. If you want to do a freaking statue somewhere on campus, do it, a bust, name a street, do all the things, but then make it like a competitive legacy and dynasty. And like to use number 1 as an example, you only wear, at least on offense, and it used to be that way before we got to 2 numbers on the roster. You only wear number 1 at Michigan on offense if you are determined to be someone who is like a high pedigree wide receiver, which started back with Anthony Carter, David Terrell. Also, you could go through the list of people who have worn it since, and it's not a long list. Like, make it that way. Like, if I'm Jaden Daniels, like, yeah, LSU made a lot of money off of you, but LSU also helped make you. These programs pour a lot. Like, when you're part of these big D1 programs, there's a lot of crap they give you behind the scenes. They take good care of you. Yes, they make money on you, and now the players are making money. That wasn't the case back in the day. But pour back into the program, make it cool. Like, have the competition and the conversation of, like, who's the best number 5 at LSU? Okay, DJ Pickett's this new incoming DB cornerback. Is he going to be the greatest number 5 to ever wear it and have the, like, I just think there's better ways to do it than like be like, that's my number. Like, it's not your number. That number was an LSU jersey for a storied LSU program. You might have been the best to date to wear it. I don't know. I think getting rid of those numbers, and if you're a coach, if I'm a coach in this day and age, even though there's money involved, yes, here's your NIL package. It's kind of like DJ wanted to wear 5. We'll play the clip in a second of Lane Kiffin saying why he's letting him keep it. But, like, DJ wanted to wear – maybe I didn't bring that in. But I didn't bring it in. Never mind. But Lane Kiffin was like, look, I didn't promise him that, but someone else did. So we're going to honor that promise because he was told that he'd get to wear 5 if he came here. So, anyways, I don't think you take numbers off the board. I want the top 5-star quarterback recruit in the country to come play at this school – and he really wants to wear number 12, whatever the number is. Well, I'm sorry, that's retired. Like, just honor I just think you can go about it and still honor people, and you're still a legend, but just don't be a douche about it and be like, no one can ever wear that number again. I think it's the wrong way to go about it.
You're going to run out of numbers eventually.
Right.
Exactly. Like, just my name. I mean, imagine. It doesn't have to be retired. Your kids don't notice that there's not a number 5 on the field. They're not like, all right, no one on punt return. Like, if you walk them into the stadium when they're old enough to walk and see and understand, when they're in their 30s or however old that is, and they look around and they see, oh, there's Dad's name and his number on the freaking stadium, that's what you want. Like, you don't need your jersey retired. You need the other side. I think that we can just do it better. And again, this is the ultimate team sport. When you do stuff like this, even if it's your mom doing it, it looks like it's you. It's like, this is all about me. And I just think that's a terrible look.
Right. And like,
it's worse when your mom's doing it.
Yes.
Yeah. And like the notion that, he wasn't making money then and they were making so much money on him. Well, he's making the money now. And now why does he have to dwell on the past, and make it this big old thing that, he might be upset at them or whatever the case may be. I just don't understand. Why can't you just be happy for what you had there? It doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Okay, I'm going to go back to my original, girl boss throwing this out there. Who remembers more when they were slighted from years ago, males or females? When they think that they were slighted?
Females.
I'm not answering that.
Nate's smart. I'll just be honest. Females do. My wife and I don't fight, thank God. But like, you see people around, and I've fought with other significant others and females going like the stuff that they can recall. It's like, what?
Yeah. I can hear this going down at the meeting, and his mom going, "Why should they have anything to do with his number when he wasn't getting paid for being there? So we need to draft a letter saying that to stop it." And there it is. There's the slight. He wasn't being paid then, so why should they make money off it now? Okay,
yeah,
fair enough. Just pretend he never went there.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I'd handle it. That's kind of
Can LSU do a cease and desist against Jaden Daniels and say you can't claim that you went to LSU now?
Yeah, just take him off the roster. I'm not on the final roster because I was done before the season was over. They brought in another kid. Congrats, kid. You got number 66. Took that just wipe him from the face of the map. Which again I don't like because I want to like Jaden.
Right.
Yeah.
And I
don't think it's him.
I don't think it's him either, but it's tied to him now.
Right.
Yeah, unfortunately, but once you become a professional athlete, I know that there are outliers there, but you have so many people surrounding you making decisions that they're letting you know that you're entrusting with them because you don't have the bandwidth for it, who you think is going to be in your best interest in your delegating that responsibility to them. And all of a sudden, shows like this are talking about it and it's all over social media. And it's like, oh no, what happened? It may be the first time, he's hearing about this or heard it in passing and didn't think it was that big of a deal, but not realizing the implications that, this story's going to cause.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you say shows like this, what do you mean by that?
I didn't notice earlier. I looked away from the chat. I apologize. That's on me. But Tech said if the Gators played Boise State, you wouldn't be able to see the players. Yeah, absolutely. It has a very Boise State feel to them. And then Chaos just said on this issue. Plus, Jaden's as successful as he is because of LSU, whatever happened to Grayson Mildy. That's my thing.
Yeah.
And again, he might not have been the one who instigated this. He might be like, oh my gosh, Mom, what did you do? Which I have a feeling they've probably had that conversation a lot. But you're absolutely right. Like, Mom, you need to hear this. Like, he got a scholarship to play at one of the top premier institutions for football, not necessarily academically, but for football in the country, won a Heisman Trophy, was a number 2 overall pick because of the prestige of the university, also because of his athleticism and his talent, which is deep and very, very impressive. Poor back. If I'm him, I'm calling number 5 DJ Pickett and being like, bro, go get it, man. Keep number 5 alive. Make it to the point where you've got to be a badass mofo to be able to wear number 5 at LSU. Turn it into the Anthony Carter thing in Michigan, and a lot of schools have things like that. Make it that way, and then have it be a fraternity of like, yeah, I was the first one who made it that way. I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't be a dick. Hopefully he's not. And they're going back to their like classic uniforms in Washington this year too. So this really like creates a problem for me. I don't know how to feel yet. We got the Twins tonight. Phillies, Field of Dreams in Iowa. Yes. 6:30 first pitch. James Earl Jones has been brought back from the dead. He will be calling the game.
Oh, sick.
Michigan man. They should do that just with AI. Like, we've got the technology now. Yeah. Like, have him involved in that game. But I will be watching that, not just because it's a great win for me because the Twins are playing, which also is a problem because then if they lose, I'm pissed. But that's just a side benefit. I think the field looks awesome the way they've done this. In Iowa looks really cool. I'm looking forward to watching that at 6:30. Will you guys be watching? Yes? No?
I want to try to.
Yes.
I guess it depends what time I get home.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, you got to watch it, and then you got to have it on, flip back the channel. What's the button called?
The last or the
last
previous
channel, previous channel button. Yeah.
You're talking about James Earl Jones and AI doing the play-by-play on the Field of Dreams. If we're going to go down that road, I would really like out in the cornfield and have like the corn stalks like rustling and then Bob Uecker's voice talking about, what's going on in the dugouts.
That would be amazing. So many things we could do. David's out there working it, doing some of the stuff behind the scenes, setting it up. But you got to switch because it's that's 6:30 first pitch. I forget what channel it's on. I didn't tell you. Doesn't matter. You'll find it. It'll be everywhere. First pitch, 6:30. Starting at 7, we have 6 preseason football games tonight. Are they preseason? Yes. But is it football back? Yes. Is people going to watch? Absolutely. Again, 7 million watched the freaking Panthers-Cardinals last week at a high school football stadium. Here's the slate for tonight. At 7 p.m., we got the Lions and the Bengals. Also 7 p.m., Packers-Steelers. Aaron going against his old team probably won't play a single snap. I don't know their plan for that. But you've got the Colts, Patriots at 7:30. The Cardinals again, on TV a week later against the Raiders. I don't know I think Fernando's playing a decent amount if I heard correctly in that game. So we'll see some Mendoza action there. You got the two stepbrothers, Kirk Cousins and Fernando Mendoza. Chargers, Texans at 8 p.m. and then 9 p.m. Titans and 49ers. So we got some football tonight, boys. Of the slate that's up here right now, I know it's preseason. I know almost nobody of meaning will play. But which one, if you had to choose, I'm watching. I can only watch one channel. I can't split it among 4. I can't go to a sports bar. I'm stuck in a hotel room. I have to watch one. Which one are you watching?
Titans, 49ers.
Okay. Why?
Yep. And the only reason being is cover up Kyle.
He's rocking a mustache right now. I will say it looks good.
Is he in a wheelchair? Or how's he getting around?
He's just got like a brace on his hand. I saw him in a presser yesterday. I noticed his mustache and told my wife, I was like, he looks pretty damn good. Aside from the other thing, but he looks pretty good. He just had a wrist brace on from what I could tell.
Still waiting for the crash report and the photos, the body cam footage.
Nate, which one are you watching?
I'm probably the only reason I do Titans Niners is to get an eye on Cam Ward and kind of new things going on in Tennessee. I don't know how much he's going to play in this first one, so that would be my thing to keep an eye on. The other one would be the Cardinals and the Raiders because of Mendoza, and then also to see if Jeremiah Love gets some runs and see what he does.
Yeah. No, I think so too. I think that's the one that I'm probably most interested in.
Yeah.
Love and Rodgers aren't going to play up there. The rest of the Steelers quarterback room is frankly trash. Yeah. I can't stand the Lions.
Yeah. Is Anthony Richardson going to be throwing for the Colts? That could be interesting, I guess.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, it'll be him and Riley Leonard probably getting most of the reps there.
Riley Leonard. I haven't heard that name in a minute.
So, yeah, I think I'll probably watch the Twinkies check in to see that even the backups of the Bengals are beating the Lions. and then go heavy Cardinals Raiders at 8. We'll see.
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, I'm probably going with the Cardinals Raiders game. What kind of like what Nate said, I want to see Mendoza play, and it'd be cool to see if Carson Beck can repeat his performance from the other night.
I want to see footage, by the way, of this Max Crosby Kirk Cousins fight.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's nowhere to be seen, but anytime Kirk Cousins fighting anybody, I'm here for it. Let me see it. I've got to see this. Especially a tatted up dude, like a prison looking dude like Max Crosby, who's a great player, by the way. Would love to have you in Minnesota. But I would love to see that so much. And has anybody seen it?
No.
No, I picture Kirk Cousins fighting like this.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
No, he's a WNBA fighter.
There's no way it was much of a fight.
Knock it off, Max.
We can talk about this in my minivan later. Such an interesting cat.
I'll call Tom. I'll do it.
Oh, man. Friday night looks like this. 3 games Friday. There's 3 days in a row of preseason football. Friday night we got Broncos at Falcons, the Buccaneers at the Jets. We got literally, there's some trash teams this night. The Jets playing, Tom's Dolphins playing Washington, the Falcons, Tua getting the start in Atlanta. So that's been determined for the first preseason game.
All right.
That's happening. And then Saturday, an onslaught 7 games. Here you go. Panthers, Bills, Browns, Bears, Vikings, Giants. You know what I'll be doing on Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Rams, Chiefs, Jags. I like them when they do this because the Jags are at 4, so I get to watch both my teams. Jags and Saints at 4. Eagles, Ravens at 7, which would obviously be a banger if the starters were playing. And then Cowboys, Seahawks also would be interesting at 8. But it's just fun that it's back. That's the main thing. It's fun that it's back. I'm curious how many reps Kyler Murray gets. I hope last year, think about this. Last year, J.J. McCarthy comes in, is named the starter, right? Which he should have been last year. They didn't play him in the preseason. He just didn't play in the preseason. And that was a huge mistake, even though I think Kevin O'Connell's an amazing coach and a great offensive mind and all those things. And they still went 9-8 despite playing 84 quarterbacks. But Kyler Murray hardly knows the system. You better get his ass out on the field and get him some in-game reps, because if God forbid he gets hurt, okay, you've got someone who knows your system to step in. Get little guy out there. Let him get some reps. I want to see, if not game 1 Saturday, definitely the next one in game 2 and 3. Certainly game 2. A lot of times game 3 is people fighting for roster spots, but get him out there.
I saw a little clip. Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say real quick. I saw a clip on social media. It was the 2 quarterback battle in Minnesota, and it was the first clip was J.J. McCarthy. You can see him in the pocket. The pocket collapses. He gets sacked, and then the next play, you can't even see Kyler Murray because he's so small in there. And then all of a sudden, you just see this little guy running around in the pocket. He scrambles out and scores a touchdown. He's like the difference of the 2 quarterbacks there.
He's a hell of an athlete. Look, right now, he's my guy. He won the battle. That's what KOC says. Then, KOC's coming over for Thanksgiving this year. So whatever he says goes. Yeah, great friend of the show. What were you going to say, Nate?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, because I saw the Rams vs. Chiefs on there, and I know we're running late here, so just yes or no, is Aaron Donald coming back?
I've seen some clips of him at his tryout. I think he looks good. I don't know. I think he does.
Okay.
What do you think? You think no?
I think he's going to do it. He's going to have this thing.
Yeah.
So, but why go all this way if you're not at least going to strap up for the first game?
Well, and that team should. That team is an odds-on favorite. They're at the go get yourself a ring. You're coming out you don't have to play every down. You're not going to play every down. Just cycle in, do a play, get some oxygen, go back in the next quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I'm really, well, there's a lot of things we could talk about. We are running late, so we're going to get out of here. Enjoy all those games. You got Field of Dreams tonight, 6:30. You got 6 preseason NFL games tonight, 3 tomorrow, 7 Saturday. I'm impressed with myself that I remember that, so just golf clap for me. Hit that like button.
Playoff golf this weekend.
That's right, in Memphis, right?
Yeah, the FedEx St. Jude.
Yeah, at Southwind in Memphis. So that's this weekend. You got the NASCAR race is Saturday instead of Sunday, so they're going to trip you up a little bit there, but it's Saturday night, so check all those things out.
And Ty Gibbs is going to be driving the M&M car.
Okay. I love the M&M car.
Yeah.
The peanut M&M car.
Yes.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show.
Bring him on.
Weird to think. I just kind of memory hold Kyle Busch being dead.
Yeah. Hadn't even been that long.
Tribute, baby. In tribute. Number 88.
No, I think that'll be good. Well, check it all out. Enjoy all of it. Do hit that like button on the way out. Please bring someone back with you Tuesday. Next week, 3 p.m. Eastern. We'll be here. We'll look forward to seeing you. Have a great weekend. Be safe. Be smart. Be free.
We got ball and banter.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we have a lot of insane things to get to, Jay. The first thing that I want to talk about, did you know that the Trump administration, there were bombshell files that were just declassified by the Trump administration that found that the deep state had 14 informants on Biden's Ukrainian corruption scandal and secretly ran an effort to dismiss everything as disinformation. I mean, it is unbelievable. The spy agencies within the FBI formed a long list along political lines, and marked Democrats, including the Bidens, as targets of Russian disinformation, while the GOP officials and conservatives were designated conduits of disinformation. This is an unbelievable bombshell, Jay. It shows that the CIA, the FBI, and other intelligence agencies were helping Joe Biden make his Ukrainian quid pro quo scandal and his son's investigation go away. That's unbelievable. I mean,
and the opposite for Republicans. Go
absolutely.
after them.
They were actually targeting them. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. The Joe Biden's administration was the most corrupt administration in the history of this country.
Unbelievable. It's amazing that it can go past Obama, but it does. Obama at least, didn't do as much corruption. He steered the country in the wrong direction, obviously. Actually, he forced it there. But Biden was just outright corrupt in front of you, in front of your face. And none of the media called him on it, Jay. That's what we've always hoped for, that the media would be on our side and call people on it. Never did.
Never. The media has been in their pocket forever, to be honest. I see with Obama's administration, you had Fast and Furious. You had stuff that was going on with Obama. Obama's corruption, and to me, really picked up during Trump's first presidency. That's when Obama turned everything kind of. He was running that shadow government against President Trump's first term.
Oh, absolutely.
And then he was running the Biden. And he was running the Biden administration, and doing all that stuff that went on there. I mean, the amount of stuff we don't know could fill probably 10 football stadiums. The amount of stuff we don't know that we're never going to know that went on with the Biden administration, the Obama administration, the stuff Obama did during Trump's first presidency, the stuff he did during Biden's administration, the stuff he might be even doing now. Because again, the media is never going to cover this. The media doesn't investigate this stuff. Never. They only investigate Republicans. They never investigate
they're actually
Democrats.
The arm of this stuff. They are the publicist for the corruption. So they try to spin it. They try to make it look like it's not corruption. They are Obama's publicists, the mainstream media, including Fox News, any news that you watch. And that's why you come here to Secret America, because we're going to tell you the truth. We're going to tell you what's going on. And let me tell you, Jay, the Federal Bureau of Investigation ran a counterintelligence operation appearing to run cover for the Biden family, Ukraine business dealings, and other Democrats, like we said, labeling them victims of Russian disinformation. Democrat figures like Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, George Soros, John Kerry, and Paul Pelosi were all labeled as targets. But then Republicans like then Attorney General Bill Barr, then Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who are two terrible people anyway, and then Lindsey Graham, Senator Ron Johnson, Chuck Grassley, Jim Jordan, and then even Devin Nunes and Pete Sessions, and even the White House Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney. They were all people that were supposedly the ones that were conduits of the Russian disinformation. According to the documents released by the White House Transparency Task Force on Wednesday, the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force, Russia, unofficially formed a group of analysts who utilized internal systems to gather any and all derogatory information previously reported by confidential human sources on Joseph Biden, corruption, and other Ukraine-related topics. The Ukraine narrative as well. Burisma, Hunter Biden, Mikola, who's the founder of Burisma, Ukraine interference in 2016 presidential election to red flag the reporting as Russian disinformation. The operation was known as Round River. It started in December 2019 and went up to and through the 2020 U.S. presidential election. Even an administration official said it may have gone all the way to 2021, and the DNI Tulsi Gabbard was able to declassify assessments of this, and it did show that there were roughly 70 people, Jay, 70, that were all figures in the Ukraine-related impeachment of President Donald Trump, as well as the Biden-involved Ukraine scandal implicating him and his son Hunter in the big corruption scheme with Burisma Oil, and then him with the quid pro quo of getting rid of the prosecutor. Jay, this thing is bigger than people can possibly imagine. We're talking about a sitting U.S. president removing officials from another country so his son does not get prosecuted.
I mean, I'm glad you got to that at the end, because I was going to bring up Joe Biden is on camera admitting to a quid pro quo.
He laughed about it. He was happy about it.
And nothing happens.
Nothing.
No one says anything. The media treats it like it was a joke. Oh, how funny. If President Trump said that, you didn't have to be President Trump. If a Republican said that,
yeah, exactly.
Anybody who wasn't a Democrat, it would be investigated. Well, wait a minute. We got to get to the bottom of that. Who did he talk to? Who knows about this? Who did he send an email to? How long has this been in the works for? Remember Hunter Biden's laptop? Oh, it's Russian disinformation. We have 51 former intelligence officers tell us that Hunter Biden's laptop, that's all fake. It's all Russian disinformation. Has anybody gone to jail for that yet?
Nothing. Nobody's gone to jail for that. Nobody's gone to jail for the Anthony Weiner laptop. Nobody goes to jail anymore.
That's the frustrating part, because I'm telling you now, you can't, that lie about that Hunter Biden laptop, them burying that during 2020. Okay. What was the guy also interviewed? That Bobolinsky, that guy, was it Tony Bobolinsky? He was the
Something
one that,
like that, yeah.
He knew all about Hunter Biden, everything that he was involved with Burisma, all the shady stuff. And the media wouldn't talk to this guy. They wouldn't touch this guy with a 10-foot pole. And then
Jay,
they tell us that his laptop's fake. Anybody with a half a brain knew that laptop was real, and it was left by a crackhead at a repair shop.
All right, check this out. Okay, so I wanted to show people the video. Okay, I want to show people the video that we're talking about with Biden. So take a look at this, and we'll talk about it in a minute.
Press conference said, no, I said, I'm not going to, or we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said, I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting $1 billion. I said, you're not getting $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money.
If the prosecutor is not fired, you're not getting the money. That is the definition of a quid pro quo. That is the definition of interference in another country. And, that's international. That's an international incident right there. But the media treated it as though he's just protecting his son. There's nothing really going on. That's their logic there, the media.
Yeah, he basically, like I said, interfering with another country's affairs to protect his son. Does it get any worse than that? Is there more of an abuse of power?
No, and I can understand people might say, yeah, I would do the same for my son, but this is different because this man is a known corruption. He's known for corruption, and this is the most corrupt thing you can do, whether it's his son or not. No. He is just, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't look right. And then when you boast about it, when you brag about it, that makes it even worse. It's on video. He could be arrested right now. It is on video, but they won't do it.
And yeah, it's very frustrating. It's right in front of your face. You have him interfering with another country's affairs, literally telling them how to run their country to protect his son, who's getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in a company that he has no experience with what the company
he's never had any oil experience or anything.
Nothing. And protect his son? Well, wait a minute. I hear Democrats, all they ever tell me is nobody's above the law.
Well, let me show you. Actually, you know what? Since I want to switch topics for just a second. Jay, have you seen what's going on? I want to talk about Islam in just a second, because Islam is taking over like you would not believe. People hear about it. They see articles, they see this or that. I'm going to show you a visual that will show you how much Islam is actually taking over, not just America, but the entire world. First, though, I just want to mention our sponsor, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. They have the absolute best in USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. I mean, you can't beat it. You have if you're watching this show, watching Secret America right now, you get 20% off your order with the code SECRET20. That's SECRET20. Put that in at checkout. You get 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. Do not miss out on that. Also, by design, the first Black president lets you experience the rise of America's first Black president as the events unfold. From the moment the CIA gave their project a name, all the way to the swearing in at the White House, through the lens of a political thriller where there's far more happening behind the scenes than anyone ever realized. It's fast-paced, suspenseful, and filled with twists that blur the line between official narratives and conspiracy theories. Get it on Amazon or go to our website, secretamericalive.com, to get the audiobook or to grab you a signed copy with a personal message. All right, Jay. I got to show you what I'm talking about when it comes to Islam. Okay. It is unbelievable. So this is a graphic that I'm showing you, and it is from England. All right. And I'm going to tell you right now, in 1950, Jay, I'm going to compare. In 1950, there were 5 mosques in England in 1950. Okay. This is England today. All right. That's England on the left in 1950. This is England in 2026. That is Islam. Those are mosques.
That's a takeover.
Massively, without firing a shot.
That's a takeover. How many churches are left? That's decreased, I'm sure.
Yeah, Jay, there were 5 in 1950. There's 1,750 now in England. What is that? It's like a 10,000, 100,000% increase. I don't even know.
It covers the entire country.
Yeah.
There's no.
And notice that,
no
Jay.
land.
You're right. The entire. It's not clustered in one area. The whole country.
Yeah, that's a takeover. That's what that is.
Absolutely.
And when Islam takes over, and when they finally take over to the point where they're satisfied, all of the communists that help them are going to be killed.
Absolutely. See, that's the thing people don't understand. Islam is a peaceful religion when they are the minority. When they are the majority, that's when you see their real intentions come out. That's when you will see the power of Islam, the violence of Islam, the hate, the anger, the oppression. You will see it all if you allow them to be the majority. And England is allowing it, Jay. And England, boy, it's going to be bad. Once they feel they have enough people to take over, and I don't mean through elections, I mean physically take over, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and look what's happening in this country, and they'll say the right things. They'll frame their positions in something that doesn't sound as bad as it really is. They're never going to tell you the whole truth about their positions. They always frame it a certain way. They talk about it a certain way, where certain people, even if they don't vote for it, they won't be so scared of it to say, no, it's not even vote for it. It needs to get the hell out of here. Look what's going on in Michigan with Al Said. Look what's going on there. That guy has no business.
Going on in Dallas right now?
Well, but the guy Al Said, for example, 1 second on Dallas, he has no business holding political office in this country. Neither does Ilhan Omar. Neither does how many others. Neither does Zoran Mamdani. And it's happening here. So everybody, oh my God, look at England. Look at Texas.
They're allowing it. We're all allowing it. But let me show you what's there. I'm going to show you an even bigger sign that they are taking over. Okay. In Dallas Airport, they have a project now that consists of adding ablution stations. You know what ablution stations are? They are wudu foot washing stations for Islamic prayer. That way they can wash their feet and their hands before prayer. Okay, they are adding these stations to existing concourse level restrooms in Terminal D, 1 men's ablution station in existing men's restroom, 1 women's ablution station in existing women's restrooms, and it concludes reconfiguration of a concourse. Jay, they are now adding religious, I don't want to say artifacts, but religious tools to help them in their religion inside an airport bathroom in Dallas. This is real. This is real. They don't put crosses up for Christians to go pray, but they put out an ablution station so you can wash your hands and feet before you go pray on the ground.
Yeah, it's insane. And guess what? People say, "Oh, well, there is a chapel." Take it all out. I don't want any of it at that point. Then it's all got to go. And if this is where we're headed, and they get that because there's a chapel, then you know what? Take the chapel out. If that's what we have to do. I'm saying it. I'm Christian.
Is there a chapel in Dallas?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think there is.
Maybe there is. But my point is, if that's their in, then the chapel that's got to go. Then listen, you don't need a chapel to pray to God. You don't need it. Okay.
Yeah. No. And Muslims pray anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't understand going out of our way, calls to prayer, all this crap. No, we don't do that here. We don't. If you want that, you do that in your mosque, which is whatever. But you don't get to disrupt everybody else's life because of your religion.
Well, the craziest part is they've actually, and people don't realize this, they have actually taken over an entire city. Dearborn, Michigan, in America, has been taken over. They have 5 calls to prayer around the entire city starting at 5 a.m. 5 calls to prayer throughout the day. The entire city council is Islamic Muslim. Okay, every single one of them. They have taken over an entire American city. And that right there, that is their blueprint for how they are going to take over America, Jay.
Absolutely. You're right. And U.S. citizens in the comments, he's saying that at the Dallas-Fort Worth, it's a room for all, but usually not used by Christians. But at the same time, why are we building these ablution, whatever this is, to wash your feet? Yeah. Why are we building this?
It's ridiculous.
Well,
it's ridiculous.
You know what, then? I want something with holy water. I want that built.
No, we just need to cancel it all. There shouldn't be. Then. It's an airport. It's an airport.
That's what I'm saying. And listen, where I used to work at Terminal 4, there is a place in that terminal too, because it's basically the biggest international terminal at JFK.
But for what purpose? It's an airport. Your job is just to get in and out. That's it.
I don't know. I agree with you. I agree with you. It's like I said, if you want to pray to God, you can do that without being physically in a chapel. Yeah. You could do that.
You don't need it. You don't need a big wooden cross, and you don't need a hand and foot washing station. It's ridiculous. All right, Jay.
It's completely ridiculous.
It is. Let's move on because I want to show you something that I absolutely love. Okay, the Democrats are fighting back against the socialists. Did you see how it happened? It happened with Francesca Hong, or however the hell you say her name. And what happened was there was a ballot dump around 2 a.m. for Francesca Hong, and you can see it on. I've got videos I want to show you. There was a ballot dump for her that went in her favor, and she suddenly jumped up into a high percentage over her opponent. But then 5 USBs suddenly went missing. The files on there were not the correct files. So what do? They wait until all the votes are in, Jay, so they know how much they need. Then they take them, go back to Central, and then put the files on there, then bring them back to be counted. I gotta say, Jay, you and I hate the stealing of elections, but I gotta say, I like the fact that they fought back against the socialists who were trying to steal the election. Let me show you the video real quick. I want to show you the reactions. Okay, the reactions are what matter. The reaction on NBC News of this man, Kornacki Cam, is priceless. This right here is when he actually sees the ballot dump for Francesca. Then I'm going to show you when he sees that the USBs are missing. Watch his reaction. It is priceless.
Okay. Wow. What the heck just came in brown? Which was that that was huge for her.
Look at the percentages of now. She jumped up to 40.7 to 35.9 from that one ballot dump at like 2 a.m. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, so that was about 18,000 votes, and she nets 2,000.
He's speechless.
Question: was that that wasn't Central Count, was it?
That guy is absolutely speechless. Now, let me show you the one where he found out that the USBs are missing. This is when he realized that the cheating was going on. Okay? And that's the best part about this one. because this is when he actually realized, because when the ballot dump happened, he didn't think about it. But once this happened, he's like, whoa.
I guess the exact thing, yes, is if 5 of the USB sticks were missing results from the election, so then they have to go try to re-grab them.
Look at his face. He's speechless.
Yeah, and they're all the folks behind the scenes are talking about this as well, so we can also
got nothing to say.
Look, it's unfortunate.
The folks behind the scenes here, you're saying?
Yes,
It's unfortunate.
He said it's unfortunate.
Well, it's unfortunate.
Are how do I ask this artfully?
He's got nothing to say. He's so stunned right now. He was so stunned, Jay. He had nothing to say. He had nothing to say.
I'm so sick and tired of this. I am so sick and tired of this every time. 5 things go missing, 5 whatever USB sticks. How? Are we just going to forget about that too, Jack? Is nobody going to try and figure out what happened here?
We know that they're going to cheat until election integrity is put in. But I got to say, for once, I like to see it going against the socialists. I like to see them actually fight back, because if the socialists take over, Jay, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And right now, in this particular election, Crowley is our friend.
Well, not anymore, because now we want Tom Tiffany to win. So, and it's going to
Well,
be harder.
but now
it's
that
going to
she's
be harder
out.
for him to beat Crowley than it would have been for him to beat Francesca Hong.
Yeah, but that's fine. I don't even want her having a chance, though. I don't want her having a chance. So
I get it. I get it. Let me put this, Jack, with this election. So this election now, they've called it obviously for Crowley. There's about 700 votes remaining outstanding.
I think they're probably going to end up doing a recount.
But I don't know. They might, because she's lost by, I don't know what the rules are in Wisconsin, what actually triggers an automatic recount, because she's only going to lose by 0.5%.
I know.
So it's 39.8.
Go ahead.
I don't
There's
know
a
what the rules
close
are
one.
there. So 39.8 to 39.3. She's going to lose in an election in a Democrat primary. There are over 700,000, around 700,000 votes cast. She's going to lose by less than 4,000 votes. Now, the point is, John Thune, you think you need to pass the Save America Act? Because that's very close. And 4,000 votes in an election that large, you're telling me you can't find 4,000 votes that were fraudulent out of 700,000? Because somebody is a citizen.
That was the whole point of the sticks. The sticks were done after the ballot dump.
That's what I'm saying, though.
Yep.
Who's on those? But who's on those sticks? Are they citizens? Are they dead? Are there dogs voting? Because we know that's happened before. So
who knows?
The message from the Republicans: make the vote personal, because it is personal. So I hear Democrats all the time talking about the right to vote. The right to vote. The right to vote doesn't mean anything if my vote can possibly be canceled out by a fraudulent vote.
Oh,
what
absolutely.
is my right to vote worth if I cast a vote not knowing that whether it's going to actually matter because there's fraud going on? So the bottom line is, one fraudulent vote in any election is one fraudulent vote too many. Make it personal. And I don't get why Republicans can't message this to people to say, maybe if they're not even Republicans, they could say, you're right. Anybody that I want.
You're frozen, Jay. Okay, so Jay's frozen for the moment. So I'm gonna look at it from a different point of view, rather than talking about election integrity all the time, because it's not gonna change. They're not gonna. We talk about it all the time. I want to say
I froze, didn't I?
Yeah. You were frozen for about 30 seconds. But the thing is, I understand we want our votes to count, but we talk about it all the time. It's not going to change anything. So what I want to look at, though, is the point from where Democrats actually fought back against the socialists. They used the moves that they usually use against us, and at least they used it for something that I can agree with. Maybe I don't like the way they did it. I don't like that it's a possibility. That's what I don't like, the fact that it's a possibility. But the fact that they did it against her, that's great. I wish they would have done it against Syed. And now I believe, Jay, they might start fighting back. This might be the moment that they start fighting back now.
So they're going to fight back by cheating. I guess.
I honestly don't care. Yeah.
But they're going to use it against us in a general election. But the thing is,
we already know that, Jay.
They didn't want we know they didn't want Francesca Hong. That's why Bernie Sanders stayed away from her. That's why even AOC stayed away from her. But and here's another thing. Here's what else we learned last night. Mike Lindell in Minnesota. Mike Lindell What did you said amnesty, Mike Lindell?
Big mistake. Big
And
mistake.
and that's what happens to you. If you're a Republican, the only time you should ever say the word amnesty is if the word no comes before the word amnesty. Otherwise, never say the word. And if you're anybody, regardless if you're a Republican, a Democrat, or independent, whatever you are, and you want to win an election, don't say you want to cancel Thanksgiving. That's the lessons we learned last night.
Absolutely, man. That's insane. I mean, she said you want to cancel Thanksgiving, so I'm glad she lost. He said amnesty, which is the trigger word for Republicans. You never say amnesty unless you have the word no in front of it.
That's
you know what I mean? Otherwise, you're just going to get yourself in trouble. And as you can see, he lost like 30 points from that one word. 30 points.
Got
Yeah.
killed. And
it's
and
his own
Zach,
fault.
After he said it the first time, I was like, all right, maybe he didn't mean it that way, or
Yeah,
maybe
because
he's
it was
gonna
in an article, you know? So I was
But
wondering.
but my point is, he didn't walk it back. He like tripled down on it.
Yeah, he tried to explain and say, "Oh no, I didn't mean amnesty," but that's exactly what it means. Work visas for people that haven't committed crimes. That's amnesty.
It's amnesty, and it's like, bro, that is the third rail of for Republican. Instantly,
Oh,
fried.
absolutely,
Instantly
absolutely.
fried. Career over.
All right, Jay. I want to every once in a while now, I'm going to pull up something just to try to remind people of what's happened in the past to us, to America, and to the world. So I've got something here that I want to show everybody. Okay. And this is going to be Remember When. Every once in a while, we're going to do a little segment called Remember When, where we actually show you a video from the past that you may have forgotten about, things that everybody may have forgotten about. And I'm going to show it to everybody right now. I want you guys to check this out. So, Jay, everybody remembers what happened during COVID, right? But what I don't think people remember is how insane the propaganda got. The propaganda, I'm not talking about the death counts. I'm not talking about the cheeseburgers for vaccines. I am talking about the most insane propaganda that I have ever witnessed. And I want you guys to remember this now.
The vaccine.
By the way, this is propaganda to the max. It can't get any more than this.
Vaccine.
Vaccine. Oh my God, Jay. Not only was that propaganda, but that vaccine killed many, many people, and it maimed others. These people were given their marching orders, but they didn't just say, you know, take the vaccine, it'll help you. They actually went out there and they had people dressed as needles, okay? Dressed as actual hypodermic needles. They had cartoon needles on the screen. It said the vaccine. And then they actually danced. They danced just like all the nurses. If you guys remember that, all the nurses that were dancing in, by the way, empty hospitals. For everybody that doesn't know, most of those hospitals were actually empty. That's why the nurses had time to dance.
How do you have time to dance if you have people in a hospital?
Well, I have lots of firsthand accounts where people actually went there and hospitals were empty, not filled to the max like people said. They were empty.
That's the point. If you're overloaded with patients, how do you guys have time to choreograph a dance?
The propaganda,
do it.
It was the biggest propaganda operation I have ever seen in my life. I mean, the vaccine, they knew that it had a 99.7% or higher survival rate. They knew that. They knew that the flu killed more people than this. But yet they pulled out all the stops to be able to push the vaccine down your throat. And that right there you gotta be asking yourself why. Why would they push this so hard, knowing that it kills less people than the flu, but they're pushing the vaccine like it's something you must take. They make it mandatory for a lot of people, and it's just insane because that's why. I personally think that the vaccine, because nobody knows what the vaccine had in it. There's not a single person that actually knows what's in the vaccine. So I think that the vaccine took some of Robert Malone's technology, the Myrna technology, which was great technology. They just misused it. They took that and then they put in some stuff that could possibly hurt you later. Maybe it can even be activated at a later date. You ever heard of the 5G waves, the 5G lights that are put in all the light poles all across America?
Yeah, we talked about that on a show once.
It's very possible. See, the thing is, this type of technology is possible. You could have those things going through your veins right now. Maybe that's where the white fibrous blood clots come from. Did you ever see those monstrous white thick fibrous blood clots they pulled out of people's veins that killed them?
Squid. Looks like squid.
Exactly. That's where this could have come from. And the things that are running through your veins right now, if you got the Myrna vaccine, the things that are coursing through your veins could be activated based on a microwave. And I'm not talking about the thing that heats up your pizza. I'm talking about a wave, that can act like a 5G wave that can come from a pulse and a signal that they turn on.
And if that's possible. But if that's too far for people to say, oh, that's not going to happen. Well, here's what might happen, which is way more, I mean, feasible for anybody who's not saying, oh, I don't believe in that. How about this? What's this going to do to the kids that were forced to get that vaccine 15, 20 years from now when they want to have children? What's going to happen? Do we even know? Because we know it caused miscarriages. We know it caused miscarriages, and Fauci lied about that. We know because of his diary, lied about all that stuff, and all that dancing that Colbert was doing there, was all in tribute to Dr. Fauci, the science guy who took the Fifth Amendment 111 times a couple weeks ago. So this whole thing is falling apart, and usually the truth comes out, and now it is coming out. But at this point, for people that were forced to take these vaccines, I feel very bad for you. And don't let anybody tell you weren't forced, because if they threaten your job, if they threaten your career, what you used to put food on the table, what you earned, and what you strove to do with your life, they threaten to take that from you, or else you get this shot. You're being forced. So you were forced to take something that nobody knows what the hell was in it, what the long-term effects of it are, what the short-term effects of it are, nothing. And then you have this idiot dancing on TV. Yes, that right there is state-run propaganda.
Absolutely. It's no different than Russian or Nazi propaganda. They all ran Stalin. They all ran the radio stations and the TV stations, and this is the type of shit they put on. But for people that think it's not possible, that they couldn't have put, some stuff, I think it's like some type of metal or some type of conduit that they put inside the vaccine, and that can be triggered based on 5G waves. If you think it's not possible, do some research on it, because I'm going to tell you right now, there is no reason that they would want you to get the vaccine, because we've seen that it might even sterilize people based on what's in it. But there's no reason that they would want people to mass get a vaccine unless it will do something to them later on in the future. Otherwise, there would be no reason for it, especially when money is not the reason. Pharmaceutical companies, everything, they are trillionaires. They're rich as they could possibly be. Money is not the reason. The reason is because they know that what they can do is take the Myrna technology, which is where you have you put it in through the liposomes and it goes into your cells. It actually goes into the cell. And if they can put things into the cell that's activated by waves, have you ever seen let me think. Have you ever seen the things that, how about this, with some kind of virtual reality thing, right? That's disconnected. That's not connected to anything. It's wireless. It's completely wireless. The thing that is inside that virtual reality, that is something that could be inside your body in small pieces, okay? And then the wireless connectivity of 5G waves or 6G or whatever it is could eventually cause you to, have you ever seen, okay, Jay, let's say there's a civil war. Let's say they want to control the population in the future, right? What's a great way to do it? You force people to put something in their body that they have no idea what it is, and then if they come after you, you flip the switch. I would say that's the easiest way to do it.
Oh, yeah. Listen, if they can do it, they would love to be able to do that. I don't know. Time will tell. Time will tell. Hopefully we never find out, but there is definitely something. You guys can believe what you want to believe. There's definitely something more to this vaccine. Absolutely. As hard as they pushed it, as what we just watched. And that was just one of them. It was over and over.
Oh,
The guilting, the shaming, telling you that you're killing your grandmother, telling you that you're the reason why we're still locked down. You're the reason why your kid still isn't at school.
Telling you to die.
You're
There were
going to
ones that
die.
said, yeah, you're not coming to the hospital. We're not going to
Yeah,
treat you if you're unvaccinated.
Can't come to the hospital. You shouldn't be treated.
No.
You're going to face a winter of severe illness and death. That came right
Neighbors
out of the mouth
snitching
of the
on
president.
you. Your mother snitching on you.
Snitch lines. People, National Guard walking down the street with curfews, shooting paintballs at people.
That
in
was
Minnesota.
Unbelievable, Jay. You
That
saw
was in
the National Guard walking down the street, and there's videos of them saying, get in your effing house.
Right.
I mean, that's shit you see like in World War II movies. What the hell is going on?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. So
And we
I
took
feel
it.
like there's some, and people took it. And that's what I feel like there's something more to this that we haven't found out yet. I personally believe that it's going to be that a lot of these kids that they gave this shot to who didn't need the shot because no kids were dying of COVID. Zero, literally zero. 99.99999 did not die of COVID under a certain age. And they were making these kids get it. I think these kids are just not going to be able to have children. That's what I think.
And it's that's probably, I think that's going to be a side effect of this. But I personally think the best way to control a population, if they start to get out of control, is to actually be able to remote control them. And I don't mean when they flip the switch, you're going to start doing what they want. I mean, when you flip the switch, it could kill you, it could cause whatever problem. And that's the best way to control a population. It's if you have the technology, Jay, the technology that we don't even know they have. Like the wireless technology, the microwaves type technology, the technology that they supposedly reverse engineer from aliens. If they have this type of technology, there's technology we don't know about. That's 100% sure. So if they have something like this, the easiest way to control a population is to do it. Now you can remote control them. You flip the switch, whoever took the vaccine, maybe their heart, stops. Who knows? Because I can tell you right now that there is a lot more to this because it's not just, sterilization is probably going to be a side effect, but there is so much to this that we don't know. And once they started putting in the 5G things every road now, every major road and everything has the 5G lights now with 5G wireless capability, which for one thing doesn't make any sense. Why would you need wireless capability on a light? But there you go. It surrounds the entire country. At the same time, the vax is coming out. And at the same time, they're forcing it down your throat.
Well, that would be wild. And
would be, yeah.
Yeah, it would be wild. We'll see.
And I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying it's plausible. Because if I have the technology and I want to control the country, control the people, I would love to have something where if I can put something in their body where I could flip a switch and they just drop dead. So I don't have to worry about them fighting back against me.
Yeah. In theory, it makes sense. And like we said, there's something wrong with that whole period of time. Way off.
Absolutely.
Way off. Way off when you look back at it now. Because kind of sometimes when you're in it, you see crazy stuff. But then when you look back, and you'd be like, wow, it was a lot worse than I even realized while it was going on.
All right, Jay, I have something that I think is going to shock everybody, okay? It's shocking, but it's not surprising, okay? Those are two different things. One is shocking, you're like, whoa, but the surprising, it's two different things. I want to show you this, Jay. I'm going to tell you about it. Okay, so Cook County, which we all know is Chicago and Illinois, right? Cook County's state attorney admitted that murder suspects on electronic monitoring, the ankle monitors, get two unmonitored free to roam days per week. In a recent interview, the Cook County State's attorney, Eileen O'Neill Burke, confirmed that Illinois law requires a minimum of 2 free to roam days each week for anybody on electronic monitoring. During those days, they are not tracked. She said 87 defendants charged with murder or attempted murder are currently on electronic monitoring, and that everybody gets 2 days. Another 181 charged with sexual assault. Roughly 10 to 12% of the more than 3,200 people are monitoring right now. And guess what? There's over 300 of them that are already AWOL. They left on one of those free to roam days, never seen again.
No, I'm shocked. I can't believe that they would leave.
How can you have free to roam? Jay, that's state law, too. That's not even something that she's doing.
What is the reason for this? Because we feel sorry for them?
Yeah. Feel sorry for a murder suspect. Why would you monitor them and then turn the monitor off? What is the point?
Again, this is suicidal empathy crap.
It's sick.
It's insane. It's insanity.
It is.
You're a dangerous person to the point, or untrustworthy to the point where we have to ankle monitor. We have to put a monitor on your ankle. But no, we'll trust you on those couple of days because you know what? We're doing you a favor. So we think you're going to do the right thing for us, and
this
you're
is
not going to
state law. The whole state's law. I don't get it.
When it is Illinois, so when did that genius Elliot was Pritzker the one that signed this into law?
I'm going to look into it right now and see when this law was put into place because this is insane. I mean, who would ever even think of this law, and why would you do it?
I'm telling you, it's come to the point. I say it. If you're voting for Democrats, I just got to. I have to understand. I need to understand why.
It's even worse for socialist Democrats.
But if you're somebody that cares about self-preservation, even, what are you voting? Every time you're voting for a Democrat, I'm not saying Republicans are like, oh, great. No, Republicans may not solve any of your problems, but Democrats are causing all of them. I know that.
Absolutely.
I'd rather have a Republican that does nothing than a Democrat that does anything at this point because everything they do is freaking crazy.
You were right. So I'm going to read this to you. It is part of Illinois' Safety Act. Public Act 101 signed into law in early 2021 by Governor J.B. Pritzker. The relevant statute mandates that individuals on pretrial home confinement with or without electronic monitoring must be given movement time to spread over no fewer than 2 days per week for basic activities such as shopping, laundry, medical appointments, work, school, or treatment. Jay, it doesn't make any sense, but I will say it was at the height of suicidal empathy, right after the George Floyd bullshit, right after that, early 2021. It was at the height of suicidal empathy. That's what you get. That's what you get.
Oh, I love. We talk about all the names all the time. The names that they come up with for these ridiculous bills. That the names have literally nothing. They're actually the opposite of what the bill actually is. In this case, it's called the safety. Yeah,
they just try to make acronyms. They just want.
How do you feel, Jack? Does that make you feel safe? Does that make you feel
Hell
safe?
no, dude. What if you got a person that's a triple murderer, okay? And he's on an ankle monitor. He knows that he's going to be found guilty and go to prison for the rest of his life. So on his free roam days, he just takes off, goes and murders people in other states. That's not safe at all.
It's like catch and release at the border. The same thing. That's another thing. That's Democrats. Oh, no, you're here illegally? Here you go. Here's a notice. Oh, make sure you get your free phone and everything else we got to give you for free. But then you're free to go. And we'll trust you to come back for your court hearing in a couple of years. I'm telling you, I'll say it again. If you're voting for Democrats, and I'm not saying you got to vote for Republicans, that's fine. That's fine. But if you're voting for Democrats, you need to explain to me rationally why.
Especially if you're voting for Democrat socialists. That's even worse.
Oh, it's even worse. I mean, they're just completely off the chain.
Yeah,
and
gone.
By the way, real quick, Jack, since we're talking about it, this just came down about Al Saeed. His campaign just confirmed that he still follows Sharia law in his personal life.
Yeah, I heard that's insane. That's insane. And he wants to implement. He's gonna implement it wherever he is.
Of course he does. Of course he does. His campaign, they're putting out Blues Clues videos where he's in Blues Clues. Did you see that one?
Unbelievable.
I mean, he's doing that. He's singing Taylor Swift. First of all, you revoke your man card if you're doing Taylor Swift, and whatever other video he did was completely. I mean, I'm sorry,
But Jay,
gay.
a person like this has no business being in office.
It's no business being in the United States. I'm just.
What happened to the 1776 style? What happened to that? What happened to that air of what happened to that aura, Jay? What happened to having values and principles? And we just don't have that anymore. Every new generation has less and less respect for American traditions, American people, and just American culture. But it's all of it is because of the media's propaganda. Every single bit of it.
Listen, you said 1776. At this point, I'll take 1996 Bring me back
Yeah.
to 1996.
Dude,
as
I'll
screwed
take
up
the
as things
George
were.
Bush days, man.
I mean, really. Let's get back to there, and we'll start there and make sure it doesn't get any worse from there.
Remember the days after 9/11? That was the days. I'm not saying 9/11 was great, but the days afterward when America came together
never get that
and
again.
everybody was pro-America. That is how we need to be.
You will never get that again, no matter
No.
what happens, because then I've said this in the past before. I've never said this to you. If 9/11 happened today, instantaneously, 40 to 50% of the country would be blaming the United States or another country, we know who it is, and would say we deserved it. We had it even back then. But it would be instant online. Oh, well, we deserved this.
Dude, it would be before it happened, right before. And then it would be right before it happened. Then we have to investigate these people. How do they know it was going to happen? They're celebrating before it even happens.
Exactly. And also, yes, after 9/11, no matter what your political bent was, Republican, Democrat, whatever, yes, the country came together and said, no,
It was
this
great.
we got to do something about this.
That was
And-
America, Jay. That's
I-
the America we need. But Obama divided that America, Jay. We
Yes,
were
he
that
did.
America until 2008. He purposefully divided that America. And you can see that in the book by design. And Jay, I want to thank Hickser. He said his wife, Clipper Chick, ordered the book on audio today, and she's already on chapter 6. I hope she's enjoying the book. You can get it on audiobook. But Jay,
I'm on chapter 6 too.
Are you really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I know that much. I'm happy to say that, there's 21 reviews on Amazon so far, and they are all 5 stars. But the next book, like I said, it's going to be done in less than a month, and it is already really, really good. I'm on chapter 6 myself of writing the book.
On writing your new book. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's
All right.
A little different. Good. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Go ahead. You got something?
No. That was it. I mean, this Al Saeed thing. I mean, it comes back from his 2009 comments. He said it's a lifelong obligation. Bro, guys, they're telling you, and people still.
That's the thing. You got to believe them when they tell you who they are.
Yes.
So, Jay, you remember the Supreme Court justice, the head of the Supreme Court in Brazil? Remember when he was fighting with Elon about X and then he banned X?
Yeah.
Well, now get this. He just ordered Discord to suspend live streaming within 3 business days. This man is out of control. He's saying,
right? Oh no, Lula's the president. Who's the Supreme Court justice?
No, it's the Supreme Court justice is the guy who has all the power. I'm going to find out real quick. I can't remember his name, but he looks like Voldemort. He's got the bald head and the eyebrows. He is a crazy guy, but somehow, Jay, since he's the head of the Supreme Court, he has all the power. The president has no power, none. He banned X unilaterally. All right. He banned it unilaterally. It's unbelievable. And for some reason, even though I put it in there, it tells me the head of the president, but that's not what I wanted. I wanted the Supreme Court, the Brazilian Chief Justice's name. That's what I want. But that's why AI is still. Apparently, okay. So they want it to stop live streaming within 3 business days over child safety. And it's all, Jay, all of it because one 13-year-old girl died by suicide. One 13-year-old girl, and they want to ban the entire thing. They don't say what was the girl's problem, what was going on with her, why was she depressed. They say, oh, it must have been the app. Let's ban live streaming.
Talk about looking for an excuse.
His name is, I think it's Edson Fashion. I think that's his name. I'm going to look it up real quick.
Edson Fascist.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it? That is really good, actually. I want to
go.
look it up. I want you to see his picture, Jay. I want you to see his picture.
There's something out of Lord of the Rings.
Oh my God, dude, he looks like the actual. So, like I said, he has unilateral power for some reason. Even though he's part of a Supreme Court and there's a president, he has unilateral power to do whatever he wants. Because, like I said, he banned X. Okay, here it goes. I want you to see this guy. Let me find the best picture of him. He is the epitome of a villain, Jay. The absolute. Think of a villain right now. Think of a villain. This will be that guy. All right, here, I'm going to pull it up. I want you to see this. Take a look. Let me pull this up. Take a look at this right here. He is the epitome of a villain. Come on, add to stay. Look at that. That's him.
Oh, Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That is the guy that has all the power in Brazil, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
That guy's evil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at those eyes.
It's unbelievable. Jay, he looks like a villain in a movie, but he actually plays a villain in real life. How does the Supreme Court justice, even if he's the chief, have unilateral power to do whatever he wants? Dude, he tells the president what to do.
I don't know. I guess that's how they roll in Brazil. No, thank you. No. And Discord, like you said, you can't prove that Discord was the reason. It's unfortunate that this girl took her own life, but how do you just that's it? Okay.
I mean, look at
right
this.
away. There he is. There he is.
Even the Los Angeles Times knows how dirty he is. Crusading judge tests the boundaries of free speech in Brazil because he banned X completely. Now he's trying to ban Discord from live streaming. This dude is a villain if I've ever seen one. And why, Jay? If you ban all that stuff, what's left to get your news? Where do you get your news from if all the apps outside the world are banned? If you're in a bubble in Brazil.
Welcome to China. Welcome to Russia. Welcome to Iran. There you go. That's what
State
you got.
media. That's exactly what you get. That's exactly what he wants. And for some reason, Jay, the military and the police all listen to this guy. He doesn't have the power to do these things, but they all listen. They take orders from him. I don't get it.
Why?
I don't get it.
What's going on down there? What's going on?
Somebody needs to know. Somebody needs to find out.
Yeah. Like, what's the deal with this dude? Who does he know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, dude, since when does the Supreme Court justice have more unilateral single power than the president?
No, shouldn't. Of course not. But
crazy.
What type of system of government did I have then? We're talking about a straight democracy because
it's a normal type of just like
but I'm saying we're in a when people say, when it drives me crazy when Republicans say it too and Democrats say it, our democracy. Well, we're not a democracy. We're a republic, a representative republic, a constitutional republic where you can't have the tyranny of the majority just make rules and laws and this and that. Thank God. I don't know what's going on in Brazil. But this guy seems to even outweigh that. I mean,
he does. He does. And Jay, since we just got a few minutes left, I want to talk about a couple more things. Check this out. This is something I really like. Okay. ICE is reportedly equipping agents with gloves that can deliver electric shock if people are resisting the officers. I think that's awesome. Are you kidding me?
I love it. I got to laugh at this one because I saw this and I'm like, this is amazing.
It's great.
I know they were looking for like former cops to come back, and this might get me back. I
with
want
the gloves. I think you'd have to.
I want a pair of gloves, and my only condition would be that I can only use them when it's raining.
Yeah, and we got a live stream. If you go back, I will live stream every time you're there. We'll do Cops ICE episodes like Cops. But the gloves, Jay. The gloves are awesome. I mean, imagine someone's pushing your boundaries. Someone's trying to hit you. They're on top of you. All you got to do is grab their arm. And man, that is a great invention. Why hasn't this been invented before?
I don't know, but I love it. I saw
it.
That.
I'm like, it's wonderful.
This is great.
It is.
I got to get a pair.
Honestly, you got to get a pair for civilians too. It's just too cool to sit on the shelf.
I don't know if that's such a good idea. I don't know.
Well, somebody will end up doing it, and when they do, I'm buying a pair.
Yeah. Get them real quick before they get banned.
And they will. They absolutely will. Okay, Jay, this is going to hit a little close to home for you, but I love the way the NYPD handled this. Okay. So Mayor Zorhan Mamdami's office claimed that the NYPD would provide security detail for his wife during her trip to Syria and Lebanon. Both countries are on the State Department's do not travel list due to terrorism risks. The NYPD made it clear that they will not send officers to those places for personal travel. Mamdami has a long record of attacking the same police department, calling it wicked and corrupt and demanding it be defunded. But this is wonderful, Jay. They stood up and they said, no, we're not providing, security for personal travel detail for your wife. This is a local police department and not some international, security detail.
Yeah. What business is she doing? Where those countries are on the no travel list because they're terrorist havens.
And she wants to go as a Muslim. She's a Muslim.
What business does she have that she needs to go to? Why is she going there? That's my question. I don't know if anybody answered that yet. I get the whole NYPD thing is like the shiny object, and that's great that they told her to go screw herself.
Lebanon, Jay.
What's the reason?
Those are the two biggest terrorist risks right now. You got Israel bombing Lebanon because of the terrorist risk in there, and then you've got Syria, who has always been at the center of terrorism, and now a Muslim wife, the wife of a Muslim, an Islamist, wants to go there for personal travel, not on official business. Jay, why? Why would you? She's not vacationing in Syria or Lebanon.
That's exactly right. That's the question. Everybody's focused on the NYPD, which, like I said, that's great. I'm glad they told us, screw you. We're not sending anybody there because they're on the no travel list from the United States government because you go there, you get blown up. Yeah. Why are you going there?
Nuts. It's nuts. And nobody, Jay, nobody will investigate this reason. Nobody.
And here's another thing. During his campaign, people brought up a lot of the stuff his wife said, horrible stuff that she said over the years.
Oh, yeah.
And his answer was, well, she's a private person. Well, not anymore. She's not.
No.
First of all, not anymore. She's not. But okay, they let him get away with that one. That would never fly for anybody else, a Republican certainly. But they let it fly. But now all of a sudden, she's a private person who's going to Syria and Lebanon, but she wants the NYPD. No, private people don't get that. They don't even ask for that. And then why is she going to this country? What is she doing in this country other than no good?
Yeah. And Jay, she's going. Listen to this. I just found out why. I did a little investigation. I found out why. Guess what? She has family in Syria and Lebanon. Okay. Actual Jay, imagine the type of people that still live in Syria and Lebanon right now. Not refugees. I'm talking about the actual type of, and you're frozen again, Jay, just so you know, if you're trying to talk, we can't hear you. You're frozen. I'm guessing that the weather is too good right now in New York, and that's why you keep freezing. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
go
let
ahead.
Me tell
I heard
you, Jay,
the last thing I heard you say was, why imagine having people that still live in Syria and Lebanon. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, most of the people that still live in Syria and Lebanon haven't fled, aren't refugees. They're usually, interconnected with terrorism. Now she has family that lives in Syria and Lebanon. How convenient, Jay, that a Muslim that's the wife of the man who runs New York City happens to be a Muslim and have family in Syria and Lebanon. That's the perfect excuse to go to Syria and Lebanon.
I think maybe an investigation should be done into who her family is and maybe see if they have any ties. I'm not saying they do. Maybe they do. Maybe that should be investigated now. Well, I'm saying
you have to.
That should be investigated. What are you going there for? Does your family have ties to any terrorists? We'd like to know now because you're gonna come back. We think.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Jay. There's you have to investigate this, especially you need to do background checks on her family and you need to find out, your trip itinerary. Where are you going? Why are you going there? I mean, if you're using taxpayer funds, and Jay, this is a taxpayer funded trip, by the way. They are using taxpayer funds to go on this private trip. And if you are, that means your itinerary should be public. Everything
100%.
you do should be public.
100%. If that's true, if that is true, Jack, the taxpayers are paying for it for her flight.
Yep.
And her stay. If that's true,
I don't know about the accommodations, but definitely the flight. I don't know if she's staying with family or not.
That's it. If one penny of taxpayer money is being used for this trip, we have a right to know everything she's doing.
Absolutely. And what airline flies to those countries still from America? You would think it would have to be a private jet.
I don't know. Good question.
I don't know any airline that'll fly direct to Syria, Lebanon.
Maybe she's getting landing somewhere else and driving the rest. I don't know.
It's a very dangerous area. Anyways,
you think? Yeah.
It's freaking crazy. Okay. Yeah. Guys, make sure you check out maxassociates.etsy.com. They are the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You do not want to miss out on the deal. Right now, it's 10% off everything and free shipping anywhere in the United States. But since you're a viewer of Secret America, you get 20% off just by typing in the code SECRET20, SECRET20. And you have got to check out their new Remember 9/11 line. It's at the beginning of the shop, maxassociates.etsy.com. It is absolutely awesome. Also, there is Secret America gear that is available now at secretamericalive.com. I mean, we got the shirts, the hats, the mugs, anything you could possibly need. A vanilla candle. It is wonderful. All you have to do is go to secretamericalive.com or scan the QR code at the top right. Just go check it out. Something will tickle your fancy. I can promise you that, because we have a bunch of awesome stuff. Okay, make sure you guys check out the new book. It is a lot. It is really good. By Design, the First Black President lets you experience the rise of America's first Black president as the events unfold. You get to experience them with him in a cinematic political thriller. From the moment the CIA gave their project the name to all the way to the swearing in at the White House, through the lens of a political thriller where there's far more happening behind the scenes than anyone ever realized. It's a fast-paced, suspenseful, and filled with twists that blur the line between official narratives and conspiracy theories. Get it on Amazon.com or go to our website, secretamericalive.com, to get the audio book or to grab a signed copy with a personal message. Guys, make sure you follow us and subscribe. We want to know that we're making an impact. It really helps when you guys subscribe to X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. It's all Secret America TV. Every single one of those is Secret America TV. X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Instagram. Make sure you guys follow us. We are live every single weekday. All right, Jay, I think we've solved all the problems we can for one day. So for Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.
We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
Welcome to the Tom Lipley podcast. Happy Wednesday night. It's hump day. It's the middle of the week. So we got tonight and tomorrow night, and then that's it for the podcast. Welcome, everybody watching. Welcome, gentlemen. Joe, Tommy.
Hello,
how you guys
everyone.
doing tonight?
I'm
Very
doing
good.
well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to ask you guys last night because I was talking about me tripping and falling, which is hilarious. And my hip hurts today, but that's pretty much it. But how was your guys' weekend? You guys do anything fun or exciting or lame?
Besides the weightlifting that Joe had to bail on because his
That wasn't even the weekend. That wasn't even the weekend.
Oh yeah, that was the week. But that was Monday, right? So
Yeah,
it was like
that doesn't count. You can't talk about that.
Sorry.
All right, you got to talk about weekend stuff, like exciting, fun.
No, I've been like injured, so I've been just like laying in bed playing video games. I guess that counts as fun.
Yeah, that counts.
Video games.
That counts. Yeah. So for anybody who doesn't know, Tommy fights and stuff and does jiu-jitsu and all that kind of stuff. So he's out on injury right now. You hurt your foot? Is that what it was?
I hurt my
Your knee?
calf area.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Calf. Yeah.
Pretty
What about
bad.
Joey?
I don't really remember as far back as last weekend.
Last weekend. It was like a couple nights ago.
That's pretty far for me to remember.
Are you like taking Molly or something?
No, I think it's like the water at my house has something in it. Maybe I don't know.
Joe actually drinks the well water straight from his tap. So
yeah. That being said, I have a room for rent, available if anyone.
Oh, don't tell that to the podcast. Oh my, that's scary.
But for a small
Don't
fee,
insult them.
you can be Joe's friend. Yeah.
You can cling to him.
No, I think I was like emptying out the spare room.
So not fun. Just
it was satisfying though. It wasn't fun, but it was like it felt good.
that's fair. That's fair.
It smells probably better in there now.
Yeah, it's going to take a while, but yeah, it's better. It's better.
Yeah. I don't know how much detail you want to go into.
You can go into whatever detail you
Okay,
want.
so Joe had a roommate that he knew for a long time. That's the only. I love how they just drank in like synchrony. But he had a roommate that he had known for like a long time pre being a roommate, and Joe is like helping this guy out and stuff like that, and he just disappears, literally off the face of the earth. No text, no call, just doesn't come home. And after like a while, Joe's just like, all right, well, I got to like get rid of his stuff. Like he's not paying rent. He's not, he's just gone. Goes into his room. Disgusting. Like disgusting.
It's like an episode of Hoarders, but all of the possessions are garbage. So it's literally just like there's no walking room. There's like a little lane on his bed that doesn't have beer cans on it, and that's where he would sleep. And it was like black. Where he slept because he didn't use a sheet over the mattress, so I had to throw the mattress out. Crazy.
Yeah. So that was Joey's weekend. So congratulations.
Very productive.
Yeah.
Though. You saved a room in your house.
Yeah.
Like you have extra territory now.
It feels great. I keep walking in there now because I'm just like, I'm never in this room. It's my own house, and I literally never enter this room. So.
And now it's clean. So that's nice. That's refreshing.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
All right, well, tonight we've got, we're actually going to go into a little bit of a deep dive tonight. We've got one main story that's the deep dive, which we're going to go into H-1Bs. And we're also going to talk about Iran and the BRICS banking system, them possibly joining. So my teaser for you is it's a money podcast tonight. It's all finance-based. First, the full history of the H-1B visa program, how it started, how it was captured by cheap labor interests, and why Republican districts are now the fastest growing users. Second, Iran joining the BRICS Bank and the longer effort by U.S. adversaries to build a parallel financial system outside of the dollar. We'll also hit the proposed end of the 60-day H-1B grace period and soft July job numbers. So, all economy-based tonight.
Going to be a boring show.
No, we'll make it fun. We'll make it fun. But yeah, it's all economy-based, all money-based. So let's go ahead and dive into the H-1Bs. I went out today, and I voted for James Fishback. So
what a G.
Yep. So
I'm taking somebody to go there tomorrow.
Yeah, Tommy's going to go tomorrow and stuff like that. Joe would, but Joe's Canadian. So
I might take my roommate there tomorrow.
Oh, you should.
Yeah.
That will be your vote.
I'll literally just bribe him with some money.
Yeah. This is the other roommate that's not.
In Minecraft, though.
Yeah.
Don't say that. That's
no,
in Minecraft.
Yeah.
I don't talk about real life, dude. Everything I say is about Minecraft.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Minecraft, or what's that other?
Roblox.
Yeah. Thank you. You knew exactly where I was going with that. It's actually where like pedophiles go. Right?
A lot.
Yeah.
Lot of
so
pedophiles.
if you have kids, small kids, and they play Roblox, maybe you should like look into who's playing with them, because
it's like an endemic.
It's creepy.
Over there.
Yeah. It's bad. It's really creepy.
Yeah.
We're getting reports that it's better now. So the deep dive on the H-1B visas, history capture, and the squeeze on Americans. Oh, the reason why I brought up the Fishback thing is because Byron Donalds pretends to be against H-1Bs, but he absolutely is for them, and everyone who is funding him is for them. So you know how it is. Whoever is funding you, you're going to have to pay the piper.
Unfortunately, most MAGA people are for H-1Bs.
I know. Well, that's what we're going to get into, is the majority of them are actually Republicans, specifically in Texas. So good job, Texas.
Yeah, they're the people who like Vivek.
I'm glad he's losing right now, even though there's a Democrat.
Is he?
Yeah, he's already projected to lose either on Kalshi or Polymarket.
From almost to the White House to just shame.
Yeah. I mean, he's down bad right now.
Oh, man.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Finally, some good news.
Yeah. All right. So we're just going to go through, before we go into the current iteration of the H-1B visas, I just want to give you a little bit of a backstory. So the modern H-1B was created by the Immigration Act of 1990, signed by President George H.W. Bush, of course. Before 1990, the older H-1 visa existed for people of, quote, distinguished merit and ability, with no numerical cap and a requirement that the worker maintain a foreign residence. So they're not living here. They actually have a foreign residence. They're only here to work. And the only way they get that is if they're of distinguished merit and ability. So that already, we've gone downhill, switching to H-1B, because that's actually, I am okay with that. Congressman Bruce Morrison, a Democrat out of Connecticut, pushed the reforms. Business lobbyists successfully shaped the final product, of course. And they replaced distinguished merit with the broader specialty occupation definition, which is just a bachelor's degree or equivalent. And they also dropped the foreign residence requirement and allowed dual intent. They set the first numerical cap at 65,000, but don't worry, they raised it multiple times. Required employers to attest that they would pay the prevailing wage protections that proved weak. Then it expanded from 1990s to early 2000s. The cap first hit in 1997. So from 1990 to 97, they ended up hitting that 65,000. Temporary increases in 1998 and 2000 up to 195,000 for a few years. Permanent exemptions for universities, nonprofits, and the 20,000 master's cap, so people working on master's programs. Large Indian IT outsourcing and staffing firms like Infosys, TCS, Wipro, Cognizant, etc., perfected the model of placing lower-paid workers on site and moving work offshore. So the lower workers, they used H-1B to bring them in, and that was on-site, and then all of the higher-paid jobs, they pushed out to other countries. So this is, on both ends, Americans losing jobs. These firms became the dominant users year after year. Documented patterns, Americans training their replacements. That's so disgusting. Americans training their replacements, wage undercutting, benching, multiple lottery registrations, and heavy use by staffing firms rather than unique high-skill roles. So here's Texas, which is great, right? It's red, right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Republicans. It's run by...
They're the good guys,
yeah,
right?
Greg Abbott is the Republican governor.
Oh, he's a really good guy.
Really great guy. And they have Republican House and Republican Senate of that state, State House, State Senate. And their judges, mostly red, right?
Isn't that where the Alamo was, you know?
Yeah, remember the Alamo, baby.
That's about as red as it gets.
Yeah, that's the dude. Yeah. Well, here's some figures for you. The fastest growing congressional districts for H-1B filings between 2009 and 2025 are all Texas Republicans. Texas 03, so these are the districts. Texas 03 is up 242%.
Whoa.
Texas 26, and I'm going to name these people, by the way, too, because we use some of these people on the podcast, and we're like, hey, these people are like, they seem to be good. They seem to, say the right things and stuff. Brandon Gill, used him many times on the podcast, 217%. John Carter in Texas 31, 145%. Michael McCall, Texas 10, 126%. Troy Niels, Texas 22, 69%. Morgan Luttrell, Texas 8th District, 58%. Chip Roy, we've used him many times. Texas 21, 48%. And Pat Fallon, Texas District number 4, 47%. Only 54 of 243 districts grew at all. So I want to frame this for you. You would think that Democrats would be all in for this, right?
Yep.
But out of the 243 districts that are involved in H-1Bs, only 54 of them grew. The median, the average, the median of the rest actually fell. Texas suburbs are a clear outlier. This is not like, a Democrat story. The acceleration is happening from Republicans.
The acceleration of H-1B visas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's because they like money above all else.
Yeah,
that's their main shtick.
Well, and that would be one thing. I'm glad that you brought that up. That would be one thing is if you just said that. But if you pretend to be America first,
right?
But you're pro H-1Bs, okay, then you're like Get out of here. Like you're a fake. You're a phony. You're a rhino. You're not a real. I shouldn't even say rhino because they're
Right.
not Republicans in name only. They are actually, that is what a Republican is.
Right.
I
They're
should
just
say
Republicans.
conservatives. Yeah, they're Republicans.
Rhinos are just doing their job as Republicans.
Correct. A rhino is just a Republican on a Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
So, so your Republicans that you are voting for are replacing you with Indians.
How much direct influence over the number of H-1B visas? Like, it's not like those the people in charge of those districts are like actually stamping approval on all these visas, are they?
Not necessarily, but they do have influence over it, and especially the governor of the state. The governor has the most influence.
Yeah.
So that would be, again, Republican Greg Abbott.
Right.
Is absolutely in favor of H-1Bs because I'm sure he's getting lobbied by big oil companies and big tech companies, especially for like Austin.
And is there currently a limit on the overall number of H-1B visa holders that can exist at any given time?
Yes. So let me see if I have that. So it was, when they started again, it was like 65,000, but now it is. Sorry guys, I'm very burpy. I'm drinking my full throttle energy drink here. It went from 65,000 to 195,000. But it doesn't. Let me see.
And then they changed it from like extraordinary ability to like
just a specialized occupation.
Right.
Which all that means is it requires a degree.
It's crazy
But
because
most jobs require a degree
The
now.
requirements for the H-1B, it's like the same as the visa I'm on. It's literally the same, except what I'm on is like the NAFTA version of an H-1B, where it's meant specifically for citizens of Canada and Mexico.
Yeah.
To apply
You
for.
are,
But it's the
yeah.
same. It's
No,
like
yeah.
I needed a bachelor's degree to get this.
Yeah, and a specific
Job
like
title.
specialty job kind of
Yes.
thing. That
There's a list of pre-approved job titles that
Yeah.
I have to have one of those to have the visa.
Yeah. I'm just looking here. Sorry, guys. So it did go up to 195,000, but it looks like it went back down to 65,000 under the regular H-1B, and then an additional 20,000 for that master's program that I had mentioned. So it went from. So I mean that I guess you could say is a win.
Yeah.
Because the early 2000s it was 195,000 per year, where now it's 85,000.
Yeah, but the problem is those Joe Biden let in like 30 million immigrants, so now we
correct.
have 100,000 coming in mixed in with the 30 million that already exist.
Correct. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. 100%. 100%. No, I'm not saying it's that big of a win. I'm just saying the in your face is now not 195,000. It's 85,000.
And I feel
so
like
it's like half.
Too, people don't talk about this in Texas. How they're overrun with like illegal immigrants. Like like Florida here. Like if you go to a 7-Eleven at 4 p.m. here, you're talking about you are the only American citizen in that set. Like
You're probably
in that
the only white
7-Eleven.
dude there.
Yeah, the only white
honestly.
dude.
Yeah.
And it's in a crowd of like 30 people.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
yeah,
just understand, like Texas and Florida are dwindling.
Yeah, and Texas obviously being worse because they are actually on the border and they have the largest portion of the border with Mexico. But
yeah, they're like California actually, because California like shares a border, I believe, with Mexico. So
yeah.
it's the same. It's the same.
Texas just has a longer piece of it, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's and the thing is that Florida, you wouldn't think that there would be as many because of the fact that we don't actually share a physical border with them. But they just drive here or fly here. I mean, again, under because that was a great point. Under Obama, same difference. Under Biden, he was flying people from Mexico into different states so that they wouldn't congregate in Texas. See, the thing is, they want to spread them out. They don't want it to just be control over a single state. Because the thing is if they have all these illegals start voting in elections and stuff, okay, well, if they're all in Texas, you're going to win Texas. That's it. But if you can push them to all these other states and infiltrate every state, and you have hundreds of thousands of illegals in every single state, that's enough to turn over an entire election, an entire general
100%.
election. So with Florida, it's bad because a lot of landscaping in Florida specifically, and orange groves, because we have a lot of orange groves. We
Agriculture,
have,
construction in general
as well.
Yeah,
It's
a
like an
lot of
insanely
construction.
big business.
Yeah, if you and here's the thing is, again, people will go, and I'm not saying people that are watching will say this because we're all like pretty black-pilled America first here, but a lot of people will go, well, if you just kick them all out, like we are going to have a labor shortage because all of these people in the orange grove are all gone the next day if you deport them. All the construction workers are gone the next day if you deport them all. All the landscapers, all the their wives are all like servers at restaurants or like busboys or whatever. Like they're all gone. Yeah, I don't care.
We will adapt and overcome.
Very easily. You know how many young kids would love to be able to just go get a job? But unfortunately now a lot of these jobs are all taken, so they can't even get their first job at McDonald's because...
Entry-level jobs that require 5+ years of management experience and then pay the federal minimum wage. It's like, dude, what?
Yeah, so again, like if you have, all of those people deported, mass deportation, gone, bye-bye, don't care. Oh, your husband served in the military. Thank you for your service. Now enjoy Mexico. I don't care because that was one of the things that has been being talked about is like some of these people who are here illegally, some of their spouses are serving in the military because they were kind of promised like, oh, you'll actually get benefits if you serve in the military and possibly a road to citizenship if you serve in the military. I don't care. Bye. Gone. I don't care. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, your kids are in school and they have all these friends and stuff. Bye. Bye. Oh, you didn't teach them Spanish because you're trying to keep them as like an American and stuff. Whatever. Better learn Spanish. Better teach your kids Spanish because guess what? You're moving back to Mexico tomorrow. Like I have zero patience. I have zero. I'm not interested.
Yeah.
I don't care what the outcomes are.
Yeah. I mean, like the thing is it'll be short-term sucking because there'll be a lot of manufacturing jobs gone, especially in like Texas, because a lot of manufacturing happens in Texas. I mean, you have like SpaceX, you have Tesla. That's just the name, like, the richest person in the world and what he does.
Yeah.
But,
there's like door companies and window companies. Like here in Florida, we have like PGT, stuff like that. Like how many are those? How many of those people
hospitality jobs obviously will suffer, but the economy will shift back to its original, how it was supposed to be made.
And it'll be better than ever. And that's not even just like some Republican talking point promise that will never be kept. That's actually true. And you know what we'll do? Here's what we'll do. We'll use in celebration and honor of Caroline Leavitt stepping down and resigning as press secretary, we're going to use her own verbiage here. Short-term pain for long-term gain. That's what you get.
That's right.
When you mass deport these people. Maybe a little bit of short-term pain, but it's for long-term gain. That was her saying that about Iran, by the way, the Iran.
Oh, yeah, real short-term.
Yeah. That short-term, I don't even know what day we're on now. We're like over half a year now.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is especially rich, like, coming from her, because she's also made, like, similar talking points with, like, Gen Z, talking about them, like, eating ramen noodles and having to, like, suffer while she's, like, married to a boomer with millions upon millions of dollars. It's funny how they always have those talking points, but they're living in mansions.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
And here's the thing. Again, I don't want to get it misconstrued here. If you're rich and you worked very hard for your money and you're rich, congratulations. I applaud you.
She didn't, though.
No, I know. Well, this is what that's the point that I was going to make. I applaud you. I congratulate you. I'm a little jealous. Honestly, not even because I really prefer like having some huge house or like fancy car. I just want to have no bills. I just want to like pay off my mortgages. So that's like the American dream in my mind, is just no bills other than like electricity and internet. That'd be great. And food, I guess, but that would be amazing. But it's always, like Tommy said, it's always fascinating. These people that don't actually work for this money and they're like, they marry into it or something like that. And all of a sudden now you're like looked at as the peasant.
Yeah, now they suddenly understand the merits of hard work.
Yeah.
And where it can get you.
And wealth and all this different stuff. And all those poor peasants out there, you just got to work harder. You just got to suffer and have your little stofers, your $2 stofers from Walmart. And we're going to be eating, steak and lobster and stuff like that. You just need to work harder.
She's literally just a professional baby maker for that freaking boomer. That's all that she is. Like, and she's coming into her like little hot seat, talking about how everybody else has to work hard. Like, as she just reads from a teleprompter and then baby makes for this like rich billionaire. Like literally kill yourself. Like I cannot stand that. Like unbelievable. And she didn't stop either. That's also what bothers me, but whatever.
Go on with that. What do you mean?
I mean, she has the same talking points as like the guy from Shark Tank. What's his name?
Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah, Mr. Wonderful. It's like if you have the same talking points as like the most
Kevin
hated-
O'Leary.
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary.
Yeah.
Who like wants to like build like 1,000 data centers in the U.S.
He's the one that's behind that big one in the desert.
Yeah.
That's his. Wow. That's his.
Well, he was also going to build one in like I can't remember where it was. It was like Idaho or something like that, and the whole community kind of like shot him down.
Yeah.
If you're having the same talking points as Mr. Wonderful, you need to like look in the mirror because you're a sick person.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not a fan at all.
Yeah. Asked in the chat, is 60 a boomer? Yeah. 60 is a boomer. It might be by
I don't think it is.
Well, it might be off by like a year. My parents are like 62 or 63, and they're technically boomers, so it might be by like missing it by like 1 year. But an elder, like millennial, for example, is very similar to a Gen Xer. So if somebody is an elder Gen Xer, or Gen Xer, then they're essentially a boomer. Because the ones that are right next to where the line switches, like Tommy, technically.
Yeah, I mean, I have like a lot more similarities, like culturally in music and stuff, probably with millennials.
That's what I'm saying, with us.
Gen Zers. But I am technically Gen Z, though.
Correct.
I'm still with my homeboys out there.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right, so back to it here. So I wanted to make a connection since we were just talking about it anyways, the difference between H-1B and illegal immigration. Because really, if you think about it, in terms of America First policy and how it affects the American populace, there's not much difference between an H-1B or just coming here illegally. H-1B compresses the middle and upper class because, again, H-1B is supposed to be for those higher-end jobs like tech support and that kind of stuff. Illegal immigration compresses the bottom because they're taking the fast food, construction jobs, first jobs where American teenagers would be able to work a drugstore, or, McDonald's, whatever. But both flood the labor market with cheaper alternatives. So again, whether it's H-1Bs for the middle and upper middle, or illegal immigrants for the lower and upper lower kind of class, it affects everybody but the wealthy.
Yeah. Of course.
And who is for both of those? The wealthy.
Yeah, of course.
So there is basically no difference. So if you're against anti-illegal immigration, you should be anti-H-1B as well.
And we sound like DSA people, but guess what? Guess who is affected by this the most? The upper middle class and the middle class.
Correct.
So if you're like middle class living in like your 4-bedroom, house, you should be the most concerned with this because they're intentionally trying to make the wealth inequality gap bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
So the bottom and the top are like immeasurable.
Yeah.
So you should be the most concerned because when your property taxes just inexplicably get raised like 50% for no reason.
Yeah.
You should be concerned about this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything for everyone who's legal has to go up in price by like a factor of 2 and 3 times just to offset the fact that there's freeloaders who just came here, were bussed in and dropped off and are just terrorizing our first world country. Like the tax revenue that like the average like citizen creates for America, it takes like 4 of them to offset the tax burden of one illegal who comes here and just like, there's a bunch of 911 calls. They go to the clinic and they don't pay.
They go to the emergency room. They never pay.
Yeah, they have their kids in daycare, whatever, food stamps, everything.
Well, that's what I was just going to say, and we covered that on the podcast, is like 60% of food stamps is used by illegals.
Insane.
60. It was billions and billions of dollars per year that we could save simply by not providing that to illegals. Same thing with Medicaid, by the way. Again, just a little small deep dive. Not even that deep. Medicaid, poor people. Medicare, old people. Okay, so not Medicare, Medicaid. Medicaid is also I think, I can't remember the statistics, so don't quote me on this. But when we covered the SNAP benefits being provided to by illegals, we also covered Medicaid that was covering illegals. And I'm pretty positive it was either 50% or close to 50% of Medicaid that's been being used in this country is on illegals. So SNAP benefits and Medicaid. And again, both of which, billions and billions of dollars per year that you could cut like that off of the deficit.
And people are like fighting back and forth with each other, being like, oh, we should have like free education, like forgive student loans. And it's like, if we didn't have so many illegal leeches in the country that were brought here on purpose for the destruction of the West, basically.
Yes.
If we didn't have those, we could have universal health care that would be really high quality, and we could have free education.
Correct.
Like, there's room in the budget for that. We're a prosperous country.
And
we're an industrious people.
Yes, and we have kind of talked about that before. Where for me, the way that I see it is, I'm like, okay, we make, I think it's like $5 trillion. Do you have the debt clock?
Yeah.
Does it show on that? You don't have to put it up.
Oh, I
but
don't actually. You changed it off the deck.
Okay. Let me just go to it on my thing because it tells how much. Hang on.
Right now we are at 39.
Yeah, no, I wanted to see our revenue. Okay, so we're $5.5 trillion revenue. Yeah, that's fine. I don't need it. $5.5 trillion that we make per year off of tax revenue. Then on top of that, U.S. gross domestic product, we make $32 trillion. So that's $37 trillion.
Yeah, like free healthcare and education would cost like less than $1 trillion.
Okay, so with all that money and with the amount of debt that we have, which is $39 trillion, you would think that we'd have something to show for it, right?
Yeah.
Like if I make, I don't know, I'm just going to try to think of it like an obscene amount of money, like $500,000 to $1 million a year. And I am in debt and living in a 2-bed, 2-bath house in Northport, there should be like alarm bells going off. People should be like, what in the heck is going on? You make $1 million a year and you're in a $200,000 house that's like run down and you owe $500,000.
Think about this. This is a crazy thought too. Is like America is being milked dry by like every different country, all these different sources. They're just bleeding everyone dry. And the people who are actually making the revenue that the United States makes is like the very few in like respect of the entire planet, like working Americans.
Yeah.
So the working Americans, I'm pointing at myself as if I'm an American, but like
well, you pay taxes. Yeah.
The taxpayers of America are like literally giving a free magic carpet ride to like the rest of the global economy.
Yeah.
And all the freeloaders who come here.
Yeah.
It's literally crazy. And that's why people work so hard and then they have like barely anything to show for it. And they're a greeter at Walmart when they're 75 years old.
Yeah.
And then they work till they die.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, that's crazy, dude.
Well, and again, you'd think that like with all of this wealth and stuff like that, we should be even.
Where is it going?
Yeah, and this is I want to go again because like Joe brought up a good point. Let's go macro. Let's go big picture. Okay, we always argue about like we'll fight the pro Obama people like back in the day with Affordable Care Act and Obamacare and stuff, and be like, we don't want your government funded health care and blah blah blah. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to agree, but we should at least easily be able to pay for that though.
Sorry, we're not paying attention to
No,
you.
I know. I was watching you on the screen. The whole crowd was watching you.
Say that again.
No, I was just saying I didn't need a response, but I was just saying, you can argue about whether or not you're for government issued health care, but we should at least be able to pay for it. Like we should have the ability to do that and not see our debt rise.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a matter of like whether or not we can afford it. It should
correct,
just be like,
correct. And that's the thing is like with most things, whether it be free college or education, whether it be medical, like Medicare for older people, Medicaid for poor people, unemployment, whatever it happens to be, if we wanted to be, again, this is the idea of America First, is you can be a conservative America First, or you could actually technically be like a socialist America First. Because
national socialist.
Well, yeah. The difference is with a more socialistic thinking America first kind of person is you do want to provide more of a welfare state, but only to American citizens. Okay, we can have that conversation. We can discuss that. But let's at least get to the America first and America only boat. Let's get it to where our conversations are. Do we want to conserve or do we want to make ourselves more of a welfare state? But either way, it's only for Americans. Right now, we have America first socialists, America first conservatives. You have globalist socialists, and they want to give a welfare state to everybody. And then you have like the globalist conservative, quote unquote, / liberal Democrat, which is basically like your normal rhino Republican and typical Democrat. The globalist socialist would be more like the DSA. But sometimes they actually lean almost America first in some things because they're almost like communists where it's like, oh, they're for the working class. Like they're trying to be that. But they are actually globalists, though, a lot of them.
Well, yeah, and they're into what, technically a lot of people could hop onto, which is, taxing the rich.
Correct.
And that can sound good to basically anybody, like in principle.
Right.
Because they have tons of money, so let's diversify.
Yeah, let's just tax them more.
Yeah. So a lot of the time, it's a very easy thing to like hop on board, because if you're a middle class person and you're already getting taxed, like let's say like 40%,
yeah,
and then you hear that billionaires get all these like
incentives,
tax
breaks,
so they basically end up not getting taxed for anything,
or it's like 4%.
Yeah. So then Bernie Sanders doesn't sound that bad.
Right.
You know?
Correct.
And that's what made a lot of the Bernie people actually vote for Trump, and then vice versa.
Correct. 100%. This is why you have to kind of read between the lines. Life is not as simple as just, oh, I'm a MAGA conservative Republican. I hate Democrats. Okay, that's fine overall. You can like hate Democrats, especially like the baby butchering ones, which is like 99.9% of them. But my point though is when it comes to economics and all this kind of stuff, you got to like actually go into the kind of gray area. And there will be times, if you are truly America first, that sometimes you actually will agree with DSA people. Doesn't mean overall, but
the
like
problem is though,
in one
like,
segment you might.
Well, trying to survive is not black and white.
Correct.
And that's part of the problem is people are looking out for their best interest, and looking out for your best interest isn't black and white. It's a lot of it's like moral gray area.
Yeah.
So that's the problem is when you're trying to get these people on board with you, you could have in the difference between actual extremes, which would be the DSA and then basically far right people. It actually isn't that crazy.
Correct.
It's just a couple of things that they severely disagree on.
Correct.
And that's what makes even extreme DSA people even potentially would vote for Trump. Like that's
correct. Because it's like it's almost like intent is different, but outcomes are almost the same.
Yes, and both of them are very passionate, and those kinds of like it's like that joke where like hate is actually like the closest to love or something.
Yeah.
So those things can
we know
switch.
that well here.
Yeah, those things can switch very quickly. Like you could have somebody who's like one day Hassan Piker supporter.
Piker,
The next year when they get like a little bit older,
they're
maybe
Nick Fuentes people.
Yeah. It's a
100%. Yeah, and again, it's like, from a biblical lens, we're supposed to take care of widows and orphans. Okay, so that would be like almost like Medicaid.
Yeah.
Right. So it also talks about welcoming the stranger into your land, but this is where like Democrats go off base because they try to quote scripture, but they misquote it. And again, the intent is different.
Yeah.
You should be welcoming to people when they come into your country and stuff like that, but that doesn't mean you open the floodgates to just let anybody in.
Yeah,
there's a severe difference there, like massive difference. That again, it would be like the difference between a DSA person and like an America First kind of person.
Exactly.
And it's like those things right there, but at the same time,
it's like almost the principle is the same, but how they get there is different.
Yes,
it's like
different avenues to almost a similar outcome, but even the outcome though is different, but it's similar.
Yes, it's enough to trick you. It's enough to sound good. Like I've heard people, actually Julian Casablanca, the lead singer of The Strokes.
Yeah.
He's clearly a DSA guy.
Yeah.
And I heard him talking because he did one of those Oxford Union addresses, like those interviews.
Yeah.
And when you hear somebody who's charismatic like him and like an artist and musician, the first like 10 minutes actually sounds good. Like when you're like listening to it, you're like, wow, like I could actually maybe like get on board with this. He's talking about being like serving the people, having some humility, not looking at yourself as like the main character. And when you hear that, you're like, wow, actually, that's something like I would want in my politician. And then, and then you hear basically like communism.
We will seize the means of production.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And you're like, well, I can't get on board with like killing billionaires.
There will be
like,
a proletariat.
Yeah, that's just not how I'm gonna, vote. But
no, that's crazy. And again, like those kind of statements too, just show how like ignorant and stupid these people are. Because
we can't have a country without billionaires and trillionaires. By the way,
that's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say. Is even if billionaires and millionaires, even if they're only paying, let's say, 4% income tax, they still make up like over 90% of all tax revenue earned in the United States.
Yeah.
So you don't have a country without that. This is what you look at a country like when the Soviet Union was around and we're doing our space race. And again, whether you believe we're on the moon or not, it doesn't change the point of what I'm saying. We were easily able to outspend them, again, whether it was on the moon or in a Hollywood studio. We were able to outspend them so much so that it basically collapsed the Soviet Union because it was like a war of attrition. And so when you don't have billionaires, you don't have, and back then, obviously, there was no trillionaires, but you don't have millionaires and billionaires in your country paying taxes and stuff like that. Well, they ran out of money pretty quickly. They don't have that much money. Pretty much everybody was just a poor peasant. And all, again, the means of production and all that was controlled by the government, and the, all the bigwigs had their stuff. But everybody else was just a peasant. Everybody else was just a cog in a wheel, like churning the machine. But America, though, we had millionaires, we had billionaires, we have prosperity and all that stuff. We're able to afford stuff. Okay, so that's, again, where you go like, okay, DSA people are like retarded, like literally retarded, because they want to tax billionaires to where you're Elon Musk, for example. And we use him as an example all the time because he's just the most famous. He was a trillionaire. Now he went back to $1 billion because his stock went down. But either way, billionaire or trillionaire. You use him for an example, and the amount of money and job creation and all this different stuff that he contributes, he is an overall contributor. Most of these DSA people are an overall taker. They don't contribute. They take more than they give. So, but they're the ones, though, that want to like tax the wealthy out of their jobs and stuff like that. What would Elon Musk be able to do if he didn't have the money that he had? He would not be able to invest in these companies and freaking put SpaceX up in space. And what is it, the internet from him? Starlink, thank you. Wouldn't have been able to do Starlink. So, for example, when the hurricanes happened in North Carolina and Tennessee and all this stuff, they were like searching for people who were missing and dead and all that kind of stuff. Okay, there's no power, there's no internet, and the crews and stuff were not able to communicate with each other. Elon Musk comes in, offers up Starlink for everybody for free. Okay, he's able to do that because he's a billionaire.
Yep.
Okay, so you don't have that if you tax the crap out of these people.
Well, a lot of the time, too, is it limits creativity, which is like the reason why China steals all of our crap.
Yeah.
When you make it so that, like what you're saying with the Soviet Union, where basically all the generals rule everything and nobody from the bottom can rise up to the top via like their beautiful minds creating inventions and businesses.
Being free.
Okay, well, we're not going to get Starlink then. Like, this is the problem. Like, this is the reason why the CSCP can't come up with any inventors because they kill them all. Or they can never actually rise up from the bottom to the top. That is the beauty of capitalism. Like, that is how you get Tesla. That is how you get...
capitalism, when it's working properly and it's not crony capitalism, is actually like a beautiful thing.
Yep, 100%. Well,
because even the people who make the least, there's still a safety net for them, and they're still living in like a safe first world society.
Yes.
And then we have like amazing arts and culture and science that the rest of the planet tries desperately to emulate 1/10 of.
Yeah, 100%. And again, you have to think of it is the human condition. You have to think of freedom and a drive, right? Okay, if you were living in the CCP, if you're living in China, and you obviously are basically like a peasant, you work a factory job, you probably make like iPhones, you're probably 13 years old making iPhones, for me. So thank you, for my phone. But those people don't have like a drive to create a business, to be creative, to, like Tommy mentioned, even produce art. Like there's no drive for anything because they're so crushed. It is literally like 1984. If you come up with an answer that the government doesn't like, they just either, torture you or kill you until you agree with them.
Yeah, and a lot of them are just trying to get food too. Like they can't, like they're working their like iPhone building job
Correct.
so they can like literally buy like a loaf of bread.
Yeah, there's no extra time to think of like, oh, you know what would be a better way to, make this plastic object that connects to this, whatever. Okay, you can't even think about that because you're just trying to survive. There is no thriving. There's only surviving. But that's what you get, again, in countries like that. And again, with DSA people, they want to basically turn us into a country like that, which is crazy. But in terms of the America First aspect, a lot of them actually are not for H-1Bs.
Yeah, 100%.
So we agreed there. And here's the thing, too. Since I brought up me voting today, so I'm looking at all these candidates for their respective positions. And you've got local chairmans. You've got, one of the things that we vote on here in Sarasota County is a hospital board, because basically who is on the hospital board is important because it determines what insurance they accept, things like that. And I'm looking at it, and some of these people, and Tommy and I were actually talking about certain people that we didn't necessarily agree with on voting, but they're still similar vein kind of thing.
Overall, it's like basically the same outcome.
Yeah, it was. Well, yeah, and it was again our voting things were like two different, I think, or three different. But like specific people that I picked, I wouldn't necessarily pick for a different position, but I picked them for this position because we agree on this position. You can vote, let's say governor. No, that's too broad. Governor is too broad. It would be CFO or Department of Agriculture or something. You could pick a rhino conservative that in economics or taxation or something like that, they're more like liberal, but in agriculture, they're very conservative. Okay, well, the job is for agriculture, so then vote for that guy. You might not overall agree with him on, again, like finance stuff, but he's not running finance stuff. He's running agriculture. So if he's good for that, if you agree with his points on that specific job, that's okay. Again, we're human beings. We're not always going to agree with each other. We can have a difference of opinion. You have to just find somebody who, for that specific position, makes the most sense and is the most America First candidate for that. Again, there is going to be overlap, even with liberals, even with Democrats, even with DSA people. That doesn't mean that you agree with them overall, but you can actually find common ground with certain people in Congress. It's the reason why most of the bills that are fought over in Congress are the ones that we're like supposed to fight each other over. Most of them actually agree with each other. It's all a show. It's all fake. It's to make you think that like your guy is going to win and all this stuff. It's all bullcrap. They all agree. They're all in the same, it's a uniparty. But anyways, yeah, I just, I don't even know how we got off on that tangent, but going back to H-1Bs. Oh, okay. So that's how we got off. Okay, so with that, with the H-1B thing being for that middle and upper middle class and illegals for the lower class and hurting the lower class, well, while we have a record number of illegals in this country, thank you, Joe Biden, and thank you, Donald Trump, for not getting rid of them, because we have to, again, you got to call a spade a spade. Now we're having issues with price increases and job losses. So here's some rising prices for you. Anybody who is probably on the chat, I don't think anybody lives in Manhattan, but if you do, the average rent just hit a record of $6,655 a month.
That is so insane. When I read that, I was like...
That's average.
That's like literally like that movie Elysium where Matt Damon is like on the ground, like in what looks like India, and then there's the people like living up in the sky, and they like are like cancer free. They can go into machines and get cured instantly. Like that is like what Manhattan is now. Like you can't even like live there unless you're like a wealthy like entrepreneur or something like that. I don't even know. I don't know any other pathway. Like honestly, some lawyers couldn't live there.
Correct.
$6,000 a month,
which
like,
again is average. So
I can't even.
I mean, that's insane.
I've never even heard of anything like that, except for like an LA mansion or something.
And $6,655 a month. Not only is that average, but a lot of these places are like studio apartments or one bed, one bath kind of places. That's all figured into that $6,655.
That is just so crazy.
All for the privilege of living in New York City.
Yeah, disgusting.
I mean, honestly, like,
you know how much
I
my
wonder
mortgage
if, like,
is?
even some of these like wealthy comedians, like you see on podcasts, could like live there, or whether they just be like, "Screw this, I'm out." Like, I'm not living there.
Yeah,
Like,
you want to hear something crazy? My mortgage is like $825 a month for my house.
Dude.
I mean, it's not some crazy big house or anything. It's obviously not, or it'd be more than $820. But yeah, it's a 2-bed, 2-bath. You know, decent, nice.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
It's not bad at all. Yeah, $825 a month. $6,655 for the average rent in
honestly,
Manhattan.
when I read that shocked me.
Yeah,
Like, I was actually shocked.
Yeah,
that's like a car payment on like a Ferrari.
Yeah, yeah, actually, yeah.
Like, I don't. That's not even including like other expenses. Like, if you added in like food,
Right. Oh, forget about it, dude.
Like your phone bill,
Yeah,
and like
electricity,
yeah,
internet.
car.
Oh, well,
you're not having a car.
Yeah, a lot of people can't even afford or necessarily wouldn't even want a car because just finding a parking spot. Okay, this was like a joke.
Don't they have like parking garages though there?
They do, but it's very hard to get because they don't have enough parking in New York overall for everybody that lives there. This was a joke on Seinfeld in the 90s where they're like desperately George is like trying to find a parking spot for Jerry's car. And he didn't want to park it in a garage because you had to pay for it. and they were like arguing back then, and it was like $40 to park it. Okay, that was in 1990.
Yeah,
that was like 35 years ago.
Yeah, I think
Crazy.
it's going to become like that, like these metropolitan areas like Chicago, LA, New York. You're basically going to have to like shell up like $1 million to even like live there. That's like the vibe that I think that we're
and like
getting
half
to here.
of the apartments are just empty and owned by like investment
BlackRock.
firms and
BlackRock, yeah, BlackRock and Vanguard, or they're purchased by maybe not those two, but people who use it for what is the where you rent vacation rentals? Airbnb, yeah, and they're Airbnb rentals.
A lot of the time, they're not even that.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like
people from like China.
I'm saying
just buy them and hold them.
Yeah, but my point is, I'm saying the cheap stuff, the
Yeah.
stuff that people could actually afford, is being also bought up by investors that are doing it for Airbnb. And so even just the residents can't even find the cheap crap because all of that's already been bought up for Airbnb.
Yeah.
I think some cities and towns have actually banned Airbnb.
They have because they started buying up vast swaths of apartments.
I did not know that.
But guess what? But guess what they didn't ban though? They didn't ban BlackRock or Vanguard from doing the same thing.
Yeah, while you have like
course.
rats the size of like rabbits running
Like
around.
dogs. Yeah. Literally
You
have
got
like a
BlackRock buying
chihuahua
up
size chihuahua sized rat, just like
Oh my gosh.
yeah. So here's your price increases also. So that's Manhattan rent. This is the July CPI report. This is where this comes from. Fuel oil is up 39.1%. Gasoline is up 24.6%. Gas utilities is up 4.3%. Electricity is up 4.2%. Apparel is up 3.9%. The overall CPI, so that's everything that I'm saying, is up 3.4%. Food away from home, so like restaurants, 3.4%. Shelter, 3.2%. Transportation, 2.9%. Medical care, 2.7%. Food at home, 2.7%. New cars, 0.5%. Okay, isn't this supposed to be the golden age?
Have wages gone up that much?
No.
Oh.
That'd be a absolutely no. No.
That's sad.
But again, isn't this supposed to be the golden age? Isn't that what we voted for? Prices to go down, income to go up.
The clock's ticking on this golden age. I mean, it's got to happen soon, or it's not going to happen.
And I don't think there's like a golden age in that cart that he was hiding in either. I don't think. Actually, there probably was. Like we were
For
saying,
him,
probably
yeah,
had, like,
for
there
him.
probably was.
Yeah. Crazy.
not great.
Apparently, oh, by the way, I didn't tell you this. I just read this earlier today. Apparently, Marco Rubio was on Air Force One with all the press.
I told you that they're going
Yeah.
to have sacrificial lambs. I said it's just a part of the job.
Yeah, but I didn't know though. But because remember what I said is you had Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio, and I said typically when you go to something like NATO, those two people go with you.
Yeah.
Well, Pete Hegseth was with Trump. Marco Rubio was with the press.
Yeah, but I would imagine the Secretary of War is worth more in Trump's eyes than the Secretary.
I don't really
State.
care who's worth what. I'm just saying that's crazy to have like one of your main cabinet members on the Air Force
I
One.
think it's kind of cool though because
That's
it shows.
calculated.
Yeah,
It's kind of
that's
cool though because
hilarious.
it shows who he actually values the most. So now we know on the social hierarchy,
100%.
Marco Rubio is definitely down.
Little Marco. Little Marco.
Just
Yeah.
like
He doesn't like Marco.
No, he never has.
No.
ever since
Again, that's-
2016.
Yeah, that's little Marco.
Once he made fun of his hands, it was all over.
Yeah, and Marco goes, you know what they say about guys with little hands? And then
Honestly, I bet you Trump still thinks about that. Knowing him, he's
100%.
That's the reason why he sent him on Air Force One.
Yeah, he's a bitter person. Well,
He
and
does
again,
not care.
after that statement, Joe and I were watching that the other day. After that statement, Trump goes on to that next debate and he goes, he insinuated about my hand. Look at these hands. These aren't small hands. And he said, men with small hands have something else that's small. I can assure you there's no problem. That was actually funny.
He cares, and he always
yeah.
and he's like an elephant. He never forgets.
No.
So-
And there's only so much respect you can have for someone after watching them completely do a 180 on their whole morals.
Literally
he was
just
so
for a
dead set
position.
against him, and then now he's like a lapdog, and it's like
100%.
Okay, bro.
And Trump knows that. He knows that, so he uses him as a lapdog.
Yeah.
It's the reason why he puts all of this stuff on his plate, because he's the Secretary of State. He's in charge of USAID. He's in charge of something else. I can't remember. Another big position that typically you'd have another person for. He's got 3 or 4 different jobs, and Trump just like stacks all this crap on him. It's hilarious.
pretty funny.
It
It's
is.
pretty
It is
funny.
pretty funny. It's
that's where that's another. That'll be the positive of Trump
that's
today.
a Trump win.
That's a Trump win
because it's funny.
I love some of these things that he does. It's just like personality quirks that we'll never see again in our lifetime that Trump currently possesses.
Yeah.
Like the way he treats people, very funny.
Yeah.
His schemes, I love. Well, unless they hurt me, I'm not a big
Well,
fan of
yeah,
them.
like his pump and dump.
His steaks are delicious.
Yeah. Yeah, Trump steaks.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, the Trump administration is considering eliminating the 60-day grace period that currently lets laid off H-1B workers stay in the US while they look for a new sponsor or change status.
I like that.
Yeah, the proposed rule is under Office of Management and Business, OMB review. I would be okay with that. That's good.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Well, we hope for that. This raises the stakes for both the foreign workers and the companies that treat them as disposable. July employment fell by 23,000 jobs.
That's not good.
So prices are going up. We lost 23,000 jobs. And previous months were revised down sharply. So the initial report, this is what we had with Biden. They release a number, and it's like, oh, okay, well, it's not great, but it's not terrible. And then like the next month, they're like, actually, we had to revise that down. You actually lost more. So
Yeah, that's what happens when the market is scared because there's a world war sparking off.
Correct. And again, you're being replaced. They are actively replacing you with illegals or H-1B workers. So
And it's because they're easier to control.
Correct.
Correct. Americans are not easy to control. We're I
rebellious,
keep saying we, but we're highly intelligent, highly
We count-
industrious.
hey, we
and
count you. We
We're
count you.
savage.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
an
when it comes to
individual-
war, when it comes to business, when
Yeah.
it comes to everything, Americans are aggressive and win every time. And they know
100%.
that us being our own country, they couldn't have any control over it, so they have to dilute it.
Well, it's
Correct.
individualism overall. So if you have somebody who's just another ant in the ant mound, controlled by the queen bee.
Yeah.
Or the queen.
Queen ant.
Queen
Yeah,
ant.
That would be
That's
weird.
very useful, though. That's
Yeah.
very useful to
Yeah.
any sort of, hedge fund.
Yeah.
That's what they
You know?
want. They want that. They
Well,
need.
it's the
they
reason-
need a population that's easy to control.
That's the reason why schooling is the way that it is because schools were created the way that they are now was set up that way for factory workers. It's the reason why every kid isn't individually taught. It isn't specific to each person's learning abilities because again, you can have learning abilities and learning disabilities, and even if you have certain learning disabilities, it doesn't mean you're stupid. It just means that you need to learn in a different way. You are not somebody like I was always pretty good at school if I cared, but I'm not really that great at just sitting and like listening to a lecture. I am when it comes to like a message, like preaching. I do like that. I will listen. But if I'm trying to learn some type of like concept or how to do something, I'm a hands-on kind of guy. Okay, well, school isn't set up for hands-on people. And they made it to where it was like just rubber stamping people, get them through. You've got a class full of 50 to 60 kids in there, and they're all just being brainwashed, staring at like, the chalkboard back in the day. Now it's the screen. Yeah, now it's the smart board and stuff. And that's not how kids learn. And with that too, you have like girls are better at learning that way than guys. Guys are more, obviously, we have more testosterone and energy, and we like to roughhouse and punch each other in the face and go to recess and stuff. And like my two favorite topics in school were recess and lunch. It's like
It reminds me of that comic that is like it shows a bunch of different animals, like a monkey and a goldfish in a jar, and like a hedgehog and stuff like that. And then there's a teacher, and it says, "Okay, today's assignment for school is to climb this tree," and the monkey is like,
yeah, perfect,
like really happy, and everyone else is like, "Bro, what the heck?"
What the heck? Yeah, the goldfish is like, dude.
Yeah, the goldfish just like
Bro.
checks out.
Yeah. No, but it's true, and that's the thing is that's like all of this. It's easier to control illegal immigrants. It's easier to control H-1Bs. It's easier to control your child if they're in public school and they're being brainwashed every single day and they're being fed this garbage of trans crap and oh yeah, you can be whatever gender you want to be, whatever you feel like, sweetie. That's just let your freak flag fly and just be you. You be you. It's all the same agenda.
Yeah, that's the worst thing about it is that it's not on accident. We didn't just like have some bad decisions and end up here. It's like there's people who are just bent on our destruction.
100%.
And they hate anything that's innocent and good, like what we were talking about last night.
Yeah,
like
evil is drawn to the
literally,
innocence. Yeah.
Like,
well, that's what bothered me about Vivek. One of his like things that he campaigned on is no more sleepovers. Sleepovers aren't productive.
Oh yeah, that
I'm like,
was
we
so
all
weird.
don't want to get raised in India.
Like I already didn't like you.
Yeah, and now
then you said that
this alien comes in and tells me his alien ways.
No more sleepovers.
Yeah, no more
Dude, that
sleepovers.
was like the highlight of my life.
You should be focused on going to some science fair. I'm like, guess what, buddy?
Yeah.
Like I was raised in going in the backyard and throwing like mud balls at my friends.
Yeah.
And then like begrudgingly doing my homework.
Yeah,
like that is
100%.
the American dream. You teaching me your like mud ways from India, like going to science fair, like that's not how we work here. Like,
well, and those people too are actually very. I remember this when I was a kid because it was a huge conversation. I can't remember how old I was. I was homeschooled at the time, so I was younger than a third grader, and I remember there was a huge debate going on at the time of year-long school, like year-round.
Yeah,
no summer vacation.
Yeah,
and that's coming up again. Like that conversation is happening again. And I'm like,
whose idea is that? Satan?
Globalists, dude.
That's insane.
Because they want to have you. They think about it. If they're brainwashing your child, they also, a lot of them even want to make the school day longer.
That's so evil. That's literally evil.
Yeah, you think about it though.
These poor
Is
kids.
if you're getting brainwashed at a school, you go home at the end of the day and you kind of can break off a little bit of that brainwashing. Not a lot because most of your day was at school, but a little bit. But summer break, okay, you come back a different person.
you come back feral.
Yeah, you come. Yeah, exactly. You come back, you're like tan and
Yeah.
like you know, maybe
the way you're supposed to be.
Yeah,
you,
maybe
you learned how to pick locks and smoke cigarettes.
yeah. You got.
I mean,
like
I was out in the actual woods all summer.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I was.
All of a sudden, you're ungovernable.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what they don't want. And that's what they don't want. If they can keep you down, they can keep you at school all day long, all year round, that you don't get those experiences. You don't get to actually see like, oh, I actually like rock music. I'm going to learn guitar over summer break. You know, like
No, you're going to
crazy
learn
to me.
about how we live on stolen land.
Yeah.
And that Columbus is actually an evil person.
Yeah.
And that black people are superior to you, and you should wash their feet.
Yeah. 100% BLM, you know, like all of that. Literally all of that. And I'm like, no.
It's
Piss up a
crazy.
rope.
Like the people who want this, I can't imagine that they even have a memory of being a child. Like are these even real people? Like this
I think
is
a
crazy.
lot of them
the
were-
thought of doing that to kids is insane.
I think a lot of them, their whole lives are pretty like bad up until this moment. Like Vivek, if you think about it, like if your life is science fairs, okay, this is not a
good point.
positive like
Good
like
point.
emotional like development here. Like
Yeah.
his current like best part of his life is being like a middle-aged Indian man right now. You know, running.
he's
for
in his
the
prime
Senate.
right now,
Yeah,
and
running
he's
for the
losing.
Senate. Our positive lives have been our entire lives.
Right.
We've played Xbox until 3 a.m. You know,
That's
we're
why
with
it
our
really
friends. We
isn't.
experienced high school.
It's like not even left versus right. It's like the haves versus the have-nots. It's like the normal people versus the elites. Like the flock debate and stuff like that has made that even more clear to me.
Yeah, and again, that's why I was saying there is aspects of our politics and our conservatism, America First agenda kind of thing. It's like there are aspects that you're going to have overlap with Democrats, liberals, DSA people, communists, socialists, typical just Republicans. Like there is going to be an overlap. Like okay, so I've been watching like there's these Facebook reels of just like throwback of early 2000s WWE, like John Cena back before he was like a Chinese spy. It's just freaking weird. But like old school, like John Cena, WWE, Mountain Dew amp and like voltage and like these cool band, Blink 182 and like Linkin Park and all, and playing Xbox, playing Halo on Xbox, eating a Domino's pizza.
Glory
and
days.
Tony Hawk.
Yeah, Tony Hawk Pro Skater and all that. I'm like, okay, we like peaked. That was it. That was the peak. Because the thing is I know that pretty much every generation can say that about their childhood, but it's not the same anymore. It's like post 9/11, it's like over. It's like globalism now.
I don't think it's like necessarily over. I just think that it's like movies. Like there's times where like like you're
something
over.
changed, Tommy.
No,
Something changed.
No,
I'm
no,
telling
I'm
you.
not saying something hasn't changed. I'm saying that it's definitely gotten worse. But it's like movies. You know how like you can go like 5 years in a row where movies just suck, and then
Yeah.
and then
And then
you'll
they-
have another 2 years where they're great again,
Like
and then maybe have
blockbusters,
10
yeah.
years where they're bad
But
again.
here's the thing: is you can't put the genie back in the bottle. The thing
Yeah.
that made life bad was the prevalence of social media, everyone being terminally online.
Yeah, but you sound like an old person though, because it can go back to being like amazing,
it-
like humanity's in
I
waves.
hope you're
like,
right, dude. I really
because,
do.
Like, I mean, think about like all the civilizations that have fallen and risen. I'm sure there are people like I'm sure because everybody uses Rome. I'm sure there's people in Britain that thought, "Oh, this king was amazing. These days were the greatest days," and now there's this new guy that sucks.
So here's
You
the
know?
reason. Here's
So-
the reason why I agree and I disagree. The reason why I said every generation can basically say that about their own is because for the most part, even with new technologies like the invention of the telephone, it didn't change society as much as the internet and social media has now. There has never in any age, in any year, been anything even remotely close to the technology that we have, the connection that we have, the social media that we have, and the spying that we have. Again, even under Stalin would be jealous of our spying on our own citizens. Even under the Soviet Union, that Americans back in the day would be like, I can't believe you live under that regime. I can't believe you have to deal with that. And they're listening to your phone calls and they're watching you while you're in your home and in the park and all this stuff. That's every single American citizen multiplied by 50.
To me, that's not even the worst part. The worst part are the social aspects.
Yeah,
how
it's the social
no one
media.
knows how to talk to each other. No one. I remember going to the mall. Like, I'm just old enough that I got to experience not having a phone, going to the mall, and like running into people from my school that I knew, like, oh, my mom just gave me a ride to the mall. She's gonna pick me up in 2 hours.
And this is where you are actually having the same type of memory as, let's say, a boomer or something like that, because of the fact that they also physically went places. Every generation physically went to go hang out with people because that was the only way to do it. Okay, these newer generations are the first generations in the entire existence of humanity that are not hanging out with people, that are not learning how to communicate, that are not learning, like, oh, if you want to eventually get married and have kids, you have to learn how to talk to a girl and actually have some game and not be some, like,
it's not even
weirdo.
their fault. It's not their
No,
fault.
it's not their fault. That's the thing. That's the point, though, is what I'm saying is, like you said, the genie is out of the bottle. Like, unless there's a massive EMP and we don't have electronics anymore, I don't know how we go back to that kind of lifestyle.
This is where I am different from you millennials. Is millennials are like boomers in a way, like where they're like closed-minded, like they like live on nostalgia like water. Where I differentiate is like I can see a dystopian society that's more like anti-technology. Like it can go that way. Like I can see
a dystopian society.
Like what I mean by dystopian is like a society in which that like technology, it's almost like Blade Runner. Blade Runner 2049 is like the opposite.
I just watched that the other night.
Yeah, is like the opposite of Blade Runner, which is the first one with Harrison Ford. Whereas Blade Runner in 2049, they're more like anti, what are they called? Replicant?
Yeah, replicant.
Whereas in the first one, they're more like pro-replicant, okay?
Yeah.
The same thing can happen here. You could have it where right now we're pro-technology because we haven't really discovered the negative side effects of being pro-technology. You could have it, though, after we discover how bad it is socially, maybe even like the diseases that can happen from it, like autism
mental.
spikes, things
Yeah.
like that. Where 150 years from now or 100 years from now, people are very anti-technology and almost propagate a society in which nobody has iPhones, that it's actually looked down upon socially, to where those are the days where we revert back to maybe consoles instead of just having like Xbox Live and like, that's what I'm saying. Like it could go the totally other way where it's a social.
I
like,
just don't think I don't see that ever happening.
Yeah,
So-
I think that
that's
would
very
be dope.
close. But I mean, it could easily happen. Like, I mean, there's plenty of things that were once looked at very fondly that are looked at like horrendously.
Yeah, but like who is controlling the entire globe right now? Based off of that, I don't think that that's possible because
No.
they need us to all be sedated by technology and AI.
Yeah.
They need that to happen.
Well, and here's, I will say this to Tommy's point of people kind of going against tech, is currently there is a movement, of which I'm kind of a part of anti-tech, more using like retro throwback tech, like an iPod. Like I just got an iPod Classic, like the one that I had in high school. And instead of streaming your music, you're purchasing your music, putting it on your iPod, or going out and buying CDs or records or cassette tapes and using physical media again so that you're not tracked. There is no algorithm telling you what song that should play next. It's whatever is next on the CD. Like
it
you
could
just skip.
easily happen.
But the majority of people will never do that. It will never, in that regard, I don't think it will ever happen because the majority of people are too comfortable to even do that. I will tell you, as somebody who is for that, I drive a 1990 Mazda Miata with a freaking cassette. You remember the cassette with the little cord on it, the aux cord? That's how I listen to my iPod. I plug in my cassette tape with the cord on it, plug the aux cord into my iPod and play it. Okay, that's too difficult for people. People would rather put their AirPods in and listen from their phone. So the majority of people will never go backwards to that.
If you had like a 1984 event, that's the name of that book, right? The
1984, yeah.
Where let's say the whole world is just mass surveilled and everybody rebelled against it, and let's say you lost like 20% of the world, everybody died from beating back the government. The next world that would come from that is an anti-surveillance, anti-technology world.
Sounds great to me.
That could easily happen.
I wish it
okay?
would.
Like we just think very like closed-minded. But
I would
these
love if
things
that
could
happened.
easily happen. If you actually had it where the Optimus bots turned against us and we had to fight and a lot of us died, everybody from thereafter would be like, you know what, this iPhone, it's not worth it because like my grandfather died.
Yeah.
Like that could easily happen.
That would rely on people having restraint to not use a technology that exists currently, because the only reason that people in the 80s weren't just like us and addicted to screens is because they didn't have iPhones and ChatGPT and unlimited scrolling algorithms. But like to have that in existence and then to have a society that can somehow like claw back their own identity and stop using that stuff when it's just sitting right there waiting for them
well,
to
people
use.
would resist
It's like a drug.
if
It's
they're
like a drug.
yeah, but people would resist if if very recently their life had been threatened from it.
Maybe.
If people knew, 20 years ago we had to like fight back the drones.
I think you're.
They would probably
the Great Drone
Yeah,
War.
the Great Drone War. Maybe I shouldn't be on my like. It wouldn't even be available. It wouldn't even be
Tommy's
available.
talking about like a cultural paradigm
I think.
shift.
Yeah, I think.
Which, by the way, is possible. It's
in a-
already happening in a lot of ways.
Well, in a lot of ways, I'm like very optimistic, but I think you're a little too optimistic.
I'm not
in that.
because I'm saying a great war would happen to where people like would
Yeah, there's a
realize
bad side to
through
this.
like drones
No, I
and
know
like
what-
robots.
No,
that,
I know
like,
what you're saying.
Like my
I'm-
sister died.
No,
so
I know what you're saying. I'm saying even after that, I don't agree.
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree.
Because people forget. It's the reason why you have bad things happen. It's like, okay. It's like Charlie Kirk getting shot, right? For a week, people were like unified, and you saw people actually coming to Jesus because of that, and reading their Bibles and stuff like that. Okay, that's over. It's already done. It's over. We've already forgotten. He's dead. It doesn't matter anymore. We've all moved on.
I mean, I haven't. I still remember him. I think a lot of people still remember
Yeah,
him.
but not in a substantial way. Not in a way that like changed your life. Like nobody cares anymore. It's the reason I brought it up. It still to this day pisses me off. And Tyler Robinson did not kill Charlie Kirk.
You know,
That's
there's
a
people
bunch
that
of bull
still
crap.
go to church though because of Charlie Kirk. Like the rate of
Yes.
which people were going to church has actually substantially increased, and the stats
Yeah.
still show that it's
not as high though. It's not
okay,
as
but
high.
nothing can be like that though, Aaron.
I know.
Like, that's
I know.
fine.
I know what you're saying, but again, it's like okay,
You're
if
asking
you
for
have-
something like somewhat unrealistic that like a permanent like altered shift would happen from one person.
No,
Like, I
he's
don't-
not asking for that. He's using that to
No, I'm
prove
using that as
the
an
reason
example.
why your optimistic viewpoint is wrong. That's why. That's
yeah,
what
but
he's
I'm
using.
saying there would be many Charlie Kirks. That's my point.
Yeah.
If there was,
It's not
if
enough,
there was
though.
30 million Charlie Kirks that died from it, it might change.
It's not enough.
I hope you're
Okay,
right,
well-
Tommy. I look forward to a day.
I would love that. Yeah.
Well,
I
that's
would
what I'm
love
saying. That's the difference. I'm Gen Z. You're millennials. You guys are closed-minded. I am
Hey,
not.
I'm on the board. I'm open-minded. I'm
was
like
gonna-
half agreeing with you.
I was gonna say I'm
He's
like
fully disagreed though. He's
no,
fully
I'm
disagreed.
like one of the most open-minded people you'll ever meet. It's just when it comes to human nature and what I've seen and what I've grown up around and stuff like that. It's like people only care about themselves, and any way to make their lives easier, they will take it at the expense of other people. And so if that
even
includes,
if their own life is at risk, they'll take it.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the reason why people drink and eat the way they
Then
do.
why aren't people like launching nuclear bombs then at each other? Like,
well, that's different. That's different because
Well, there
if-
was a nuclear bomb that happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and it's changed war forever. We've never used it again. Like,
yeah, that's
clearly,
that's because of fear that they're gonna destroy everything.
that's my point
That's a
with
good
the
point.
technology.
Yeah.
That
Hey,
would be
Not
exactly
gonna
my
lie.
point.
That was a good point, Tommy. Not gonna lie.
Yes, exactly.
So,
Yeah.
so the equivalent of a nuke dropped on a civilian population would have to happen in the tech realm in order for humans
which was
to
my
like,
exact point with
Yeah.
drones and Optimus bots
and
or
I-
something like that.
and I gotta be honest, if something that big happens, I feel like that's probably like the Book of Revelation happening, and it's
nah,
over.
that's it. See, you could
Possibly.
say that about the Black Plague though. That killed like 50% of Europe.
yeah, 50%.
Okay, so like
Yeah.
there can be world-changing shifts that
Oh, I agree.
aren't just automatically the
No, I
revelation.
agree with that. I agree with that. 100%. I agree.
I'm here for that, and if it starts to happen, I will be the first one to be egging it on and promoting the new way of life.
Yeah, it's.
I just don't think it'll happen, and neither does Aaron. We're
I
not
mean,
saying, we're not saying
I'm
we
not
don't want
betting
it
on
to.
it happening. I'm
No.
saying it can happen.
It
I'm
can,
not saying
yes,
that
it
it's.
can happen.
I would never bet on it if they had a cow sheep bet. I would not even put $5 on that.
No,
I'm
right,
saying
yeah.
that
So we can
it
all
can
agree
happen.
that it can happen, but
But
it's
it
not
won't.
likely, and
Yeah,
we
but it
all wish
won't.
it would.
The thing is though, I'm saying well, where I disagree is Aaron thinks like through human nature it'll just happen again. I'm saying it's possible, but it's very unlikely to if there is a real human conditional threat like the nuclear bomb. That's my difference.
The great
with
drone
Aaron.
invasion.
Yeah, well, no, seriously though, like if you had like, let's say like all of Europe attacked by Chinese drones and it killed like 50 million Europeans, okay, we would shift our way of life after that,
Yeah.
like big time. Big
Yeah,
time.
I agree with that.
Like it'd be anti-technology. If it was to the point where we were
I would
sending
hope
drones
so.
at each other,
I would hope so.
and killing each other
Yeah.
using technology, we would probably dumb ourselves down.
The reason I think
With tech.
I think we're agreeing on that. I think the reason I disagree is I don't think it's ever going to get to that point to where because again, it's like the frog slowly boiling in water.
Yeah.
It's like everybody is so addicted to their phone. Everybody is so addicted to social media. Nobody knows how to talk to each other. Nobody knows how to have a friend. There are no malls. Even if you did want to do what I used to do and Joe used to do and whatever, and go to the mall and like hang out with your friends in Hollister and go get yourself a, Auntie Anne's, whatever, pretzel, the cinnamon pretzels with the little caramel dip, very good. It doesn't exist anymore. That world is gone. The world of staying up late, having a sleepover party with your friend and playing Halo.
Me and Joe still do it, so
Halo.
Shh, don't tell them.
Playing like Halo 1 with your best friend on an old school Xbox on a tube TV. Like that world is gone. It's never coming back.
Riding your bike around your whole town.
Yeah, but isn't that
with
the
no
way of
phone.
life? Isn't that how it's supposed to be, though, in a way? Like, isn't like things are supposed to change throughout the years? Like, isn't that how it's supposed to be?
I think in certain ways, yes, but when it comes to like other things, it would be like, you look at the example of somebody like Abraham in the Bible, and he has his family, he has wealth because of his animals and his land. And from Abraham to like basically now, I mean, you can go before that, but he wasn't so focused on like stressing out and working hard and getting more money and all this kind of stuff. He was literally just enjoying what God gave him in God's creation with his friends and his family. Okay, that feeling and that kind of lifestyle should always exist. Especially as a Christian, you should be able to like rest in the Lord and enjoy what God has given you and stuff like that. So those kind of things should never go away. But I feel like even that's gone. I mean, even you just go to a typical Christian, whether it's at our church or anybody's church, and they're all stressed out. There's no joy. There's no peace. There's no like just enjoying.
I agree with that.
It's like gone. It doesn't exist anymore. It's
and it's a recent within like the last century.
It's
for
the last 20 years.
For all of human
specifically.
history up until this point where like technology exploded.
Yeah.
And before that it was a lot of the same. Like they didn't have new groundbreaking inventions every year and advancements in technology. It was like there would be like a 300-year span where people lived the same. They had the same families. You were a cobbler and that was what you did in your family.
Yeah.
You had a farm, whatever.
Maybe that's the real problem. Maybe it's too much rapid expansion and rapid technology advancement. Maybe that's the real problem. If it was done over like 200 years, maybe
100%.
it wouldn't be, because then we could adapt to we'd adapt to the iPhone if we had it for like 200 years. We're like, this is bad. Like, just
then I would have had more time to enjoy like Windows XP. It
No,
would have had like a 30-year run. You know?
Listen, that I 100% agree with that, because it would be like caffeine. If you drink a caffeinated beverage, let's say it is like this energy drink, it's 0% juice, and it's got, let me see how much caffeine.
150 milligrams.
160 milligrams per can. Okay, 160 milligrams per can. If you drank one of these every day, it would get to the point to where it doesn't even keep you awake anymore because you're used to it. Your body is used to it.
Correct.
Okay, but for us, we're going from none to 1 to 2 to 6 to 8. It's just exponential amount of explosive change to where our brains don't even know how to adapt anymore. And it's looking at a phone or going on and doom scrolling on TikTok or Facebook or whatever. Pick your
what you're
platform.
saying is we need to like discipline our monkey behavior.
Yes.
And like,
yeah. But nobody will do that, though.
Technology evolved too fast for parents to be able to understand any dangers.
Yes. That's true.
The parents,
That's very
true. Literally
That's a
didn't
good
know. They
point.
knew like MS-DOS, and then the next thing they know, their kid is on Tumblr looking up, You know,
I mean, it's
blogs
the-
about sex changes.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's the reason why like
It's true.
parents were terrified of like things like Pokemon, because like you
Yep.
have all these rapid developments of games and stuff, and they're like, oh, this is demonic, because they actually don't even know. Like they're like,
Yeah.
there's just random cards now.
100%
Where it's like
blindsided by
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, like you could, now that I like look at it from that kind of like perspective, it kind of like answers some questions.
Yeah, if
in that
technology
area.
evolved slower and parents were able to keep up and like educate their kids about like, you know.
Yeah, most parents don't even know that they're like, if they, again, whether you're Android or iPhone person, most people don't even know that their kids' phones have like screen time management, and they don't set that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know some people that do, but like the vast majority of parents, they don't do that. They just give their kid a phone. You have a 12-year-old kid. Okay, let's be real here. You have a 12-year-old boy with a phone, unlimited internet access, and texting and calling.
What do you think's gonna happen?
Okay, porn. That's what's gonna happen
Instantly.
Yeah, like even if they didn't even
Nothing
know
good.
what porn was,
They would find it accidentally.
they're already addicted to it.
Yeah.
They're already addicted to it. And if not on the internet, then they'll be having their little girlfriends sending them pictures. And now you've got like some 12-year-old girl sending a 12-year-old boy porn. Okay, it's because people are not meant to like use this in the way that we are using it, because it's been so rapidly expanded. So people don't even know how to like, people don't even know that they're doing addictive behaviors with technology.
Well, it's the reason why like drug companies, when they're actually properly testing these drugs, it takes like 20 years.
Yeah.
Where they're like having to test it like on rats, and then like chimpanzees and spider
long-term
monkeys,
trials.
and then on humans, like
Yeah.
prison people,
Yeah.
and then like eventually on somebody who's like normal, because it's supposed to take a really long time because we don't know the side effects long term.
Yeah.
But instead, we're just like throwing like, you know, pixels at people left and right. Not very good.
I'm laughing at Aggravain in the chat.
Yeah,
We
I
had to
saw
watch scrambled cable channels for porn, or maybe you found Playboys in the woods.
Ugh. Those Playboys in the woods had to have been used. There was like no way.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's crazy because there was actually a spot in the woods that I remember growing up where there was like someone's clearly had like a stash there.
Really?
Are you
It was,
serious?
yeah, it was like a box.
Oh
they were
my.
like destroyed beyond recognition, but it was like
Yeah.
you knew what it was.
But you knew what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could still see a little bit of the ink on those pages.
Ugh.
yeah.
That is horrifying.
Well, we just went off on like a philosophical deep dive on like
That
why
was
the
awesome.
world is terrible, and I enjoyed it highly.
I enjoyed
but let
it.
me just close out of this H-1B thing, because we're not getting to the Iran joining BRICS, which is fine. We can save that
Yeah.
for tomorrow.
We actually do need to get into that, because that's
Yeah,
That's
no, we'll cover that tomorrow.
terrifying.
Yeah, we'll cover that tomorrow. But let me just finish out the H-1B thing. So, because of the fact that I had brought up Byron Donalds has significant support from data center and AI interests and is pro-data center development, a major driver of H-1B demand. So if you can't say that you're pro-data center and not also be pro-H-1B, knowing that when the data center comes, the H-1Bs come along with it. He has said that he supports ending the program, but the incentives pull the other way. So again, it's like you can say whatever you want, but whoever's funding your campaign is for it, and the data centers that you're for are for it. And
You know
the
what
companies that are promoting that are for it.
You know what it reminds me of? And we used to kind of like, I think me and you used to talk about this when we used to do fantasy football together.
Yeah.
It's like whenever you are picking a player, what you always go for is where the money is. Like if you're looking for a wide receiver, even if they have somebody more talented on the team, but they're paying their wide receiver one $120 million, but the talented guy only $30 million, you take the $120 million guy because you know he's getting all the balls thrown, because they paid $120 million for a reason.
100%.
It's the same thing with Byron Donalds. There's a reason why they put $90 million in, and they're an AI data center company.
and backed by APAC.
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Well, that was actually a pretty enjoyable conversation to me. I don't know if anybody else found it fun or boring. Do we have any Rumble rants? I don't think we do.
No,
they were so enthralled by our deep conversation.
Yeah, they loved us
just
so
forgot.
much.
They were so enthralled they forgot to tune in tonight.
Aren't Wednesdays always a little slower?
Yeah, everybody. It's the middle of the week.
That's what happened
It
last
actually
time.
is like that. It actually is like that. That's what I tell myself. Yeah.
Tomorrow we're expecting the big kahuna.
big people. Come on, let's
Let's
let's get it.
Let's promote this podcast, people. Make sure that you like and share this podcast to everybody. Listen, again, I am somebody who I just want society to heal. I desperately, again, because I'm not trying to relive like the glory days of nostalgia, but when you do look at certain things, you go, wow, we actually kind of we took a wrong turn somewhere, you know, because again, I drive, whenever I drive through Sarasota, driving past the Sarasota Square Mall that used to be there, and now it's all demolished and they're putting up like a strip mall there. And it's just going to be, again, it's going to be like, I don't know, some Starbucks and whatever, you know. I just drive by that and I remember being, I don't know, I couldn't drive. I was probably 14 or 15. Had to have, I would go spend the night at my best friend's house, and it was around Christmas time. And I got my first job at a Chick-fil-A in the mall at like 15. And so I was finally able to buy my family like Christmas gifts. And I had my best friend and his mom drive us to the mall so I could go buy Christmas gifts and stuff. Okay, that like doesn't exist anymore for people. And it's actually unfortunate, because the thing is you could have that in our current society with the technology that we have, but because it expanded so quickly, like we were just saying, it's like, I don't know, we forgot about Blockbuster, and because we got Netflix now, so who needs it?
We forgot about Adult Swim.
Yeah, exactly.
That hurt.
But at the same time, if you think about it, if it did adapt a little bit slower, you might have been able to have both. You might have been able to have the Blockbuster for the people who prefer the physical media, and the Netflix for people who wanted the convenience. But because we expanded so rapidly, we just like threw everything away. It's like, you know, Europe has castles and stuff that are like 1,000 years old and took centuries to build. There's multiple generations took to build these huge churches and stuff. America, we have buildings that are from the 60s, and we're like, tear that crap down. That's old. Let's build a new one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, it's money driven. I think that might be the downside
Yeah.
of a capitalistic society, because the societies that actually do take longer to advance usually aren't capitalistic. So that might be part of the problem.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Anyways, yeah, hopefully you guys learned something about H-1Bs. I mean, I did when I was researching that. Again, good old George H.W. Bush, and then his son with NAFTA. You know, that screwed us over as well. But anyways, thank you so much for watching tonight. We will be back here tomorrow at 9 p.m. as always. Love you guys. God bless you.
This podcast is all about. We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
Colonel Rob Manus has a lifelong record of providing dedicated service to this nation. Having worked his way up from the enlisted ranks to full colonel, he served our country for more than 32 years. He has served as a bomber squadron commander, bomb disposal technician, Joint Chiefs of Staff operations officer, assisted the national security team with the campaign plan for the global war on terrorism. He authored the first theater nuclear war plan, and served as the Vice Commander of America's largest airborne intelligence wing. Colonel Rob Manus is a true American hero. This is Rob Manus Live.
Of Hormuz, there are questions about what comes next, and the Iranians are starting to make new demands. Iran's Supreme National Security Council issued a fresh statement this weekend calling for the United States to permanently end the war and compensate Iran for damages before the strait would reopen. This does come as Iran's foreign minister says even if a deal is reached, it doesn't necessarily mean the strait will stay open.
We have been discussing the temporary route, and we are very close to reaching a conclusion. Work is being carried out based on the maps of this route. Prepared by the armed forces, negotiations have taken place between the navies of the two countries, and the details are being finalized. I believe we will be able to conclude these negotiations very soon.
Conversations about the strait come as the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports remains in effect, costing the regime hundreds of millions of dollars each day. Vice President J.D. Vance told Fox News that U.S. pressure on Iran will continue.
They're hurting in a big way. They want this thing to be over. The question is whether their system is able to give the things that are necessary for us to be happy, for us to feel like we've gotten what we need out of this particular engagement. That is still to be determined, but I do think that we've made some progress over the last few days.
With talks ongoing, Iranian proxies remain active. The Yemen-based Houthis launched a new attack on Saudi oil refineries early this morning. The Houthis have also launched several other attacks in the...
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. We're live on Worldview Tube and our X Spaces simulcast. So we've just seen the latest on the Iran front, folks. Once again, Washington's civilian leadership is squabbling, while in the media too, while deep into conflict. And our readiness, our warriors, and our trust in the chain of command take the hit. Why? Because of the endless ongoing attacks on the commander-in-chief and the strategy, instead of deciding, hey, politics stops at the water's edge like it's an American tradition, and working together to get this thing won. But this isn't new. From the endless proxy fights to decisions that hollowed out the force at home, the people in suits keep sending the people in uniform into harm's way and too often treating them as expendable when they push back. My guest today lived that reality. John Frankman is a former Army captain and Green Beret with 7th Special Forces Group. Before putting on the uniform, he spent 4 years in Catholic seminary studying for the priesthood with the goal of becoming a chaplain, until he discerned God had a different mission for him. And when the COVID vaccine mandate hit in what was then the Department of Defense, John refused what he and many others saw as an unlawful and immoral order. And on July 1st, 2023, he voluntarily separated rather than compromise. And he didn't go quietly either. He's a signer of the Declaration of Military Accountability, as am I, and proud to have joined him in that. And he's been fighting ever since for the thousands forced out and the readiness that was destroyed. And today, he's a candidate for Congress in Florida's 1st district. You know that district. It's the one with more military members and veterans than any other in the country. I think it was Congressman Matt Gaetz's district at one point. He's running as a fighter for faith, freedom, and Florida first, medical freedom, closed borders, real accountability, and America First leadership that puts the force and the Constitution ahead of everything else. John knows what happens when civilian leaders get it wrong. He's here to talk about how we fix it. John, welcome back to the Rob Maness Show.
Thanks so much thanks for having me, Rob. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Well, this is More War Monday, so we always review one of the current combat operations. That's where the clip from the Iran war comes in partially. But I just wanted, as a congressman, had you been in office, and I know this is a hypothetical, but it's based on reality, if you were faced with what Congress was faced with going into this current war, how would you have approached that?
So I would have, and the one thing that you don't have access to as a civilian is the intelligence of what actually is happening in the battlefield. So you never have that perfect picture, and you hope that the leadership at the top that makes the decisions has that information. But my thought process is that in June of 2025, when we had the bunker busters and we were told that we completely obliterated, destroyed some kind of adjective of that, their nuclear program, I thought, well, hey, it's going to take decades for them to rebuild what they've already done. So then when we continued the aggressive operations, the offensive operations against Iran earlier this year, I had great concerns, and my concerns were raised when Joe Kent was, chose to resign from his position. So my thought process on this whole Iran war is I don't think that they are an imminent threat to our country, to our existence right now. That's not negating that they are not our friend. They have been having proxy attacks on Americans for decades and decades, over 40 years. But as far as just the threat of our country, our existence, I don't think they have that kind of capacity. So I don't think we should be involved in the capacity that we are right now and should be looking at some kind of an off-ramp. That's my thought process on it.
Well, yeah, the president's looking for an off-ramp. I have a slightly different view. I see the potential of them getting a nuclear weapon is a direct threat to the United States, and I don't have the intel that President Trump had, like you said, anything, and that's what he was being told too. But as far as the war itself and how it's been conducted, I think it's been conducted well, and this president is the president of peace. So from that perspective, you just said that you agree that he should be looking for some kind of off ramp. What does that look like, I guess, is from your perspective?
At this point, I don't even know. It's such a complex thing, and you don't even know who you're dealing with because we've killed so many layers of Iranian leadership, right? But I think it gets to a position where, the Strait of Hormuz is open, where the oil can flow freely. We're sure that their nuclear program is just not existent, which I think that we had that guarantee the year before. At some point, we have to ask, well, what was the information that we had that last year? If we were told that the nuclear program was destroyed, at least it's going to take decades to rebuild, then what changed in the intel? That would be kind of the question there. So get to where you can get troops out of the area, at least directly. You get the ships out of the area, you open the strait up. Maybe you just use whatever missiles are necessary if Iranian ships are blocking the strait. I'm sure that they can do different drone attacks from the shores, and that's completely changed warfare, which has made it more complex. But my thought process with Iran is obviously if they have aggression, you need to fight back. I had Green Berets and other SOF members reaching out to me during the Biden years where they were basically just bait. They were left in Syria or some other surrounding country. They would get fired on. The rules of engagement were such that they basically had to be shot and killed in order to fight back. That's not right. I think every missile they send at us, we send 10, 20 back. And I think that's the level of aggression that we should have in order to kind of play whack-a-mole, because if you think you're going to fix the Middle East, it's just not going to happen, but you can certainly try to mitigate a lot of the different difficulties that you have.
Yeah, I think you're right. Those two things, that they can't block the strait, which really we don't get oil out of it anymore to any great extent, but it does affect the market and the prices everywhere, especially gasoline prices, even here. And then the nuclear piece. We got to have those two things be successful. We can't rely on some fuzzy intel. And I don't know if the intel last year was fuzzy or not, or they actually said, "Hey, we think we got it figured out." And here's where we're at. But as you know, intel doesn't work that way. So you're in this unique district, and I know you've been campaigning hard. I follow your efforts and everything on social media. What are the veterans and military members that you're talking to that you're asking to vote for you? What are they telling you about this?
With Iran, it's just kind of mixed. It's not necessarily the biggest topic that they're all discussing. I mean, for them, they're more concerned about their VA healthcare, getting the benefits that they need. The nearest hospital for us is in Biloxi, and that's hours outside the district, and they only serve 20,000 veterans there. But we have two clinics here. One serves 38,000, and that's only a clinic in Pensacola. Another about 30,000. That's in Eglin Air Force Base area. And we have about 90,000 veterans who are enrolled in healthcare here, and they wonder, why did they have to travel so far for a hospital? What did they need to do to get enrolled? Other issues such as that. So those are some of the concerns. And just from the service members I know, they're just great people. They'll do what they're told to do, but just certainly want to make sure that if their lives are put at risk, there has to be a clear end state. And right now, I just don't think there's that clear end state for pushing our service members into harm's way.
Yeah. So in that district, then you're in bad need of really effective, streamlined community care. Then,
absolutely, yes. I mean, there's just so many veterans here, 5 military bases, and one of the complaints that I have received multiple times from people with the current congressman. So Matt Gaetz was the previous congressman here, and he's an example of a civilian congressman who can do very well with the military. I've known Matt Gaetz on many occasions. I know many of his members of his staff. He had multiple veterans on his staff. Current representative didn't have a veteran on his staff until I challenged him in the primary almost a year later. That's led to many people reaching out for help, not getting it, maybe getting ignored, not getting the help they need. So there just needs to be effective constituent services, and that's something that doesn't cost you any money. I mean, it costs you money in your budget with who you can hire on, but it doesn't. You don't need any votes. You don't need to negotiate with people in DC. That's just have the right people, personnel being policy in office and position right there. So that's one of the concerns. I have other guys who obviously PTSD is always a huge thing. Folks have been very happy when I've expressed my interest in making Ibogaine and hyperbaric chambers available to them, different experimental drugs that I know a number of Green Berets who've gone to Central South America for that treatment, and they've come back. They've broken bad habits. They don't really have PTSD. They're kind of calm. And if that's something that a service member is open to, and given the number of suicides, losing more people to suicide by many numbers during the war in Afghanistan, Iraq, then I think that's something that we need to really focus on.
Yeah, I was pleased to see the Ibogaine program be approved by the president. And this Take Care of America's Veterans Act, personally, I support it. And everything, but I see there's a lot of opposition. Are you hearing from folks about that act? Because one of its good parts is that I think it approves hyperbaric oxygen chambers, and it makes community care actually work the way it was originally intended by President Trump.
No, I've heard that from a couple of folks, and I'd be in favor of many of the efforts that Congress is pushing forward for, or that are being called for with regards to veterans, whether it's the Veteran Bill of Rights that our friend in Veteran Action is pushing forward, whether it's the Richard Starr Act to make sure that you can get your VA pay and also your retirement pay at the same time. Our service members are veterans. They're the ones that maintain our freedom. So we have a duty and an obligation. This isn't something that we're giving them as a reward. It's something that they earned. So we need to make sure that they get the care that they earned from their time in service. And there's very few people who serve within our country. So we need to make sure that they're taken care of. And representing, God willing, the most veteran densely populated district in the country with 5 major bases, veterans will never be the largest contingent in any particular place, but where they are the greatest contingent, I think they deserve a veteran and someone who's going to fight for them and for their rights. Yeah, and that gets me to, we're almost done with this first segment, but and maybe this will bleed over to the second one a little bit. So talk about your specific platform and why you're running against this incumbent. It's a big deal to challenge an incumbent. Sure. And, I got in politics because I was forced out for not getting the COVID shot. It was while I was advocating for service members on the Hill that I realized that most members of Congress are pretty awful and they're not getting anything done. The Republicans had the majority when I was advocating. There were hearings that they could call for. They didn't do that. And I ran in the last election when Matt Gaetz was picked up for Attorney General. I dropped out when President Trump endorsed Jimmy Patronis, who I'm challenging. But over the last 2 years or a year and a half, what we've seen is Republicans have the House, they have the Senate. It's been one of the least productive sessions in Congress for decades. We're not getting any lasting conservative victories. The deficit is still going up, and we're just squandering this opportunity. And it's pretty clear that you can't just have a Republican majority. That's not the victory in itself. The victory is actually pushing through those conservative policies that the party stands for, that they run on, and particularly with Jimmy Patronis, it's kind of like you're neither hot nor cold, so I'll spit you out. I think he's much more concerned about doing what the establishment wants than representing the conservative values of this district. One, he doesn't live within the district itself, and I think he should love the place enough to live in it, to represent it. So those are just some of the concerns and some of the ways he votes, saying he wants to move on past the Epstein files, voting to cover up sexual misconduct reports against members of Congress, voting to continue FISA, which has been used to spy against Americans. This is the most conservative district in the state. I think we need someone who's going to squeeze every ounce of red out of it, not someone who's going to make Mike Johnson's life easier. I think we need people who are going to convince the next generation of Republicans to vote Republican, or people to kind of convert in that way. And I just don't see him as being someone who's going to really inspire in that way. I think more just a placeholder who's being rewarded for being a good boy. Yeah. Well, we got to take a break, John. When we come back, we'll see a clip. It's going to be orienting on Ukraine, but the segment's really about the defense budget, the Department of War budget debate that's happening right now. We'll be right back with John Franklin, candidate for Florida's Congressional District 1 in the Republican primary.
At a certain age, you stop chasing younger. You start protecting what helps you feel steady, strong, and well. Your body's collagen matters. It supports the structure of your skin, joints, and connective tissue. But as the years go by, your body needs more support from the inside. That's where Bella Grace Elixir comes in. Bella Grace Elixir combines Verisol collagen, the world's most clinically proven collagen, with Asteryl astaxanthin and cat's claw in a proprietary blend designed to help support the processes that reconstruct collagen, while also offering antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects. And this isn't just for women. It's for men and women who want to age with more confidence, more care, and a daily wellness routine that supports the body from within. One simple elixir, thoughtfully formulated for whole body wellness. Take care of the body that has carried you this far. Order Bella Grace Elixir today at melissahousebg.com.
What we see is Russia has intensified usage of the ballistic missiles at their overnight attacks. And because Ukraine doesn't have enough of Patriot missile systems, interceptors to take those ballistic missiles down, people die. Unfortunately, over the last couple of weeks, we see that most of ballistic missiles hit the target simply because of the amount of them and simply because we do not have the ammunition for the Patriot missile systems. The terrible situation that is happening is that being under the sanctions for so many years, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are able to manufacture more ballistic missiles than the Western world is willing to give Ukraine interceptors. And we are right now at mercy of the countries that possess the interceptors and that are not at war, because it would take 3 to 5 years for us to manufacture the interceptors ourselves.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. It's More War Monday. My guest is former Green Beret U.S. Army Captain John Frankman, who's a candidate for Florida's District 1 in U.S. Congress in the Republican primary. And that's the district with the most military and veterans of any district in the United States of America. And John, I just wanted to dive over into budget, the Department of War's budget and foreign policy, and get your policy platform positions out on those things. And the Ukraine clip there highlights one of the concerns that I know you and I talked about on my show previously, and you probably heard me talk about with every guest in the past 5 years, and that is that we shouldn't be getting into a fight and acting like we're in total war, not from an armed forces perspective, but from a logistics perspective, ammo perspective, intelligence perspective, and throw everything at a lost cause over in Ukraine, which we know they have no ability to defeat the Russians or even move them really off of any of their territory that they have. And the speaker there was Ukrainian and highlighting that they don't have any ammunition. And this is recent. And they want more from those of us out here. And this is what I talked about. And you've talked about before is that, well, what if America needs their ammo for America first? We shouldn't be throwing our stuff down a rat hole in a place like Ukraine when they're not even a NATO ally and everything. So that's the highlight situation, and it's happening exactly as we predicted. We're in a fight now where we need our own weapons and ammunition, and these people are wanting us to give them ours and want to get licensing to be able to build the things in their country, and that gets me to the budget issue. There's some things in the current NDAA that people are concerned about. Licensing Ukraine to build Patriot missiles is one of them. What's your take on this current debate that's happening with the National Defense Authorization Act, and how would you approach it?
Yeah, I mean, we need to first and foremost make sure that our military is prepared, having the strong military peace through strength, and having the most prepared, ready force possible so that no nation would want to mess with us, period. But it does mean using those resources to protect America and America's interests. And while the election was happening for 2024, the thought process was not another dime to Ukraine. We don't want to get involved in something that can turn into a World War III or escalate beyond our own capacity to defend. We've also been hearing about how NATO needs to step it up. And I think we need to pull completely out of Ukraine, stop giving them any funding whatsoever. If they were that large of an existential crisis or threat to Ukraine, to Europe, then Europe needs to step it up. They need to get involved. They need to be spending the money. We need to be focusing on China. Now, I think our biggest existential crisis period is the $40 trillion in debt. That means that every man, woman, and child would have to pay $118,000 to the federal government if we were going to pay that off. And that could lead to the collapse of our nation. So regardless of whatever other forces are out there, if we have this deficit, that's the biggest threat. After that, we need to be focusing on China, and we're working on making sure we have enough missiles, interceptors, all those things with regard to China. Now, if it can be a lucrative situation where Ukraine wants to buy missiles from us, if there are certain partnerships where, we know they won't use it against us, our allies are interested, fine, sell whatever. But for us to continue to give them money and get involved at a lost cause, one of the just war theory principles is don't get involved, don't fight if you can't win. Because you're actually just going to lead to more destruction, damage for yourself, for your partners, etc. So they've had time to negotiate. They need to figure out what they're going to do or look to other allies, because we've been far too generous and we have enough problems of our own.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was glad to see the current Trump administration's new national defense strategy put the number one priority on Western Hemisphere defense while turning towards deterring China and the Indo-Pacific. So it's official now. Do we see that happening in this budget that's going through the process now?
Yeah, I mean, I just see the large number of 1.5 trillion, and I didn't quite get the reasoning for it. I mean, until we pass actually, an audit, it's a little bit hard to justify for the American taxpayer to really increase it to a large extent. There certainly are things that need upgrades. Ships, our drone program, things of that nature. I know a lot of bases, but I think one of the bigger way to make that happen is if you cut out some of the oligopolies, some of those large corporations that sort of form the military industrial complex, and make it where if someone can come up with a cheaper, faster, more creative solution with less bureaucracy, those tax dollars and that money can go a whole lot further. And that's a lot of regulatory changes that has to happen with the procurement process within the military. And I know when Gates was here, he would complain often about having these millions and millions of dollars planes that just don't work, but you have to go to a particular person so they keep ripping you off, make money off of you. I think we need to just make sure it's streamlined in the sense that everything we pay for is worth it, and get back to our capitalist free market system of competition with the defense industrial base.
Yeah. Where do you see should the priority be on recreating the manufacturing base so that we don't have to rely on foreign parts and those kind of things? I mean, there's a story out this morning that the UK's autonomous boats were reporting data to the Chinese Communist Party, the People's Liberation Army, in real time during operations because of Chinese chips, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I mean, I think that shipbuilding is a huge piece of it. I think that's where we've fallen behind, and just in our own manufacturing. So I think if we focus on bringing a lot more, even if it's not military manufacturing, back to the United States, rather than having it, the only thing we're exporting right now is money, and we're just printing, money. And that's kind of the problem with this fiat money system that we have. And eventually, as people are getting off the dollar, that's not going to work anymore. So I think if we just focus on the economy, and there's 4 different elements of power. There's diplomacy, information, military, economy. So if we can focus on some of those other ones, especially that, what made us so effective in World War II is we were able to come to the table when we decided to. We were able to take the car manufacturers and other manufacturers and put it all towards the military. Let's just focus on getting our technology up, our manufacturing up in so many different sectors. I think with this particular focus right now on drones and ships, I know in Pensacola, we already have so many veterans, so many bases. There's that possibility of having shipbuilding Pensacola. I think that's a place where we could bring some federal dollars down to get some in-house shipbuilding going. But those would be some of the priorities I would like to look at.
Yeah, glad to hear that. Saronic just announced, I think yesterday, they're going to do their testing of their new 220-foot small container ship that's autonomous right here in Gulfport, Mississippi, where I live. So we're excited about that, getting more use of our port system. I think there should be at least 3 new large shipyards created along the Gulf Coast in Florida and Mississippi for sure. So I look forward to seeing your work on that when you win.
God willing, and the best place in the world, the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, absolutely. In the Gulf of America, I might add.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I saw, speaking of new manufacturers and getting away from the defense primes, the Palmer Luckey's company, Anduril, said they're going to do their first year of production on this low-cost cruise missile, the LCCM, and produce about 7,000 of them. Relatively speaking, the defense prime that produces our cruise missile can't make 900 in a year. So that's good news, right?
Absolutely. And we have to look at, how drones have just absolutely changed the battlefield. And it's not just a measure of what's the most effective weapon, what's the most dangerous, it's what's the most cost effective. And if you have drones that can destroy millions of dollars a ship and they only cost tens of thousands of dollars, well, eventually that's going to be the new attrition. And we don't have just endless, limitless money to spend. So we need to be very much allowing for just our creativity, protecting our technology, our patents, et cetera, from any kind of Chinese, stealing, robbing, to get to the most creative, cost-effective way of using technology in order to bring it towards warfare, to just maintain that, be the global hegemon, be the most powerful nation in the world that no one wants to mess with.
Yeah, that's deterrence. That's how you, the most effective way of not getting into endless wars, right? Is to be the deterrent against all comers. When you look at the budget across the board beyond just national security, what do you see as the ways that you can bring to the table to help remove that $40 trillion in debt, which is an existential crisis?
Yeah, you need to get to one single subject spending bills. And in many ways, I was very blessed that Matt Gaetz was my congressman and I was able to really listen to a lot of what he said. But really getting to those single subject spending bills is a huge thing. When you do the omnibus bills, that just continues to drive the budget up. We're still spending at the Biden era level of spending. So you nail that down, that gets a lot of the fat out. I'm a big believer in the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment says that anything not relegated specifically and explicitly to the federal government belongs to the state level. So I think you bring those things down to the state level that our Constitution doesn't explicitly stay. So that easy one is education, get rid of the Department of Education. Maybe you get rid of a bunch of the different law enforcement agencies and just focused on just one, and then having branches of that to kind of streamline it. You could probably shrink the intelligence space, because why do we have so many intelligence agencies when they're all going to compete with each other and want to get the head start on the other, and that might prevent some information sharing. But just whenever you have more bureaucracy, you have more money spent. An easy one is obviously stopping foreign funding. If you're a household of five, and we went with a $118,000 deficit, if you're over $500,000 in debt, you're not giving money down the street. You're not allowing illegals into your house where you're feeding them and giving them healthcare too. You're taking care of yourself. So deporting illegal aliens, not giving any money to foreign countries, single subject spending bills. And if you change the incentive structure for congressmen, you get term limits in, you get where special interest money doesn't go into paying or buying their campaigns. You stop insider trading. That's going to change the incentive structure for members of Congress. I think it was Thomas Sowell who said, show me the incentive and I'll show you the problem.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. We got to take another break. When we come back, I want to jump into accountability, starting with accountability in the military and what you've seen so far from the Trump administration vis-a-vis the COVID vaccine unlawful order. We'll be right back with John Frankman.
Take a look at the water you just poured. It looks clean. It tastes fine. But what's really in it? Lead, fluoride, arsenic, chlorine, pesticides, PFAS forever chemicals, pharmaceutical residues, and bacteria. Every single day, these toxins flow straight from your tap into your glass, into your family. It's time for Sentry H2O from Worldview Water. Sentry H2O is the ultimate water treatment technology, designed to remove harmful toxins, balance your water's pH, and enrich it with essential minerals like calcium and magnesium, the way nature intended. From commercial scale systems to whole house filtration to crisp, delicious drinking water right at your kitchen sink and shower, Sentry H2O delivers cleaner, healthier water everywhere you need it. No plumber, no tools, no plumbing knowledge required. Perfect for homes, apartments, rentals, RVs, refrigerators, and more. Because everyone deserves access to clean, healthy water. Visit worldviewwater.net. That's worldviewwater.net.
How do you reconcile a strong urge to follow orders with a real crisis of conscience?
Well, first and foremost, you have to follow God's law, not man's law. And you had people who, it wasn't just a conscience thing. This was unlawful, and it was unlawful because there was no FDA-approved shot that was available to service members. They were only offered the emergency use one, so everybody who was punished was done so unlawfully, and that's why these flag officers have to be held accountable. And you were one of the few congressmen who understood that your job as a member of the House Armed Service Committee wasn't just to write a blank check to Congress. It was to be the civilian leadership over those generals to keep them in check when they stepped out of line, when they weren't being lawful.
When they weren't being lawful. Welcome back to the Rob Mena Show. And my guest today is that man right there, former U.S. Army Special Forces Captain John Frankman. And John, you left the service over the COVID-19 unlawful order for the COVID-19 vaccine. You were pretty well versed in the religious aspects, but also the legal aspects. From your perspective, I mean, we've been on the stage with President Trump where he talked about this, and you asked him questions about it just before the election in 24. So from your perspective, how is it going since he got back into office on what he said he was going to do?
So unfortunately, the reinstatement process has not been what we were all expecting to be, and there really hasn't been any accountability. And when I talked to President Trump, I asked, what would you do to repair the military and how you hold people accountable? And he said he would fire their asses, but we haven't really seen any accountability. There have been people who've been tangentially fired for other things. Usually it was under the name of DEI or other such matters, but some of the biggest COVID tyrants are the ones who are at the highest levels of the Pentagon right now. And looking at the numbers, we had about 100,000 leave the military because of the vax mandate. 8,600 are considered involuntarily separated, about 80, 90K considered voluntarily separated. And of that 100K or so, and we don't have the exact number because it's not a stat that the DoD would want to track, less than 200 have come back in as far as the most recent stats I have. So that's a 500 to 1 ratio, less than one person for every 500 forced out. That's not acceptable. And the reason that's the number is the process is overly bureaucratic and difficult. There isn't full back pay. Only those who are kicked out are entitled to back pay. And even their back pay is subtracted from everything they made as a civilian. From the day they were kicked out to the day they go back in, most people don't get entitled to any. And there's been no accountability. And if you have a broken relationship, a relationship that's messed up, you don't go back to it unless there's some kind of amends. And there hasn't been that amends. So there's so much more work to be done, and the military will be a morally weaker place until then. And there's going to be no way to ensure that this doesn't happen again unless different laws are put in the books or there's accountability and people are held accountable for the laws that they already broke.
Yeah, I mean, we both know people that we worked with on the outside that are now on the inside as part of the reinstatement task force, I believe. And there's more than one. There's one in each service and one in the Department of War level, I believe. I mean, are you hearing about what the big sticking points are beyond the back pay? And I honestly thought that had been addressed, but I guess it hasn't.
Yeah, I mean, there really shouldn't have to be a reinstatement task force. It should just be a MILPER or some guidance that you're told what to do. But it comes down to, I think, a political appetite thing. And you don't really hear any members of Congress talking about this right now. I think everybody wants to check the box, say, hey, we did it. We solved the issue. Let's move on. We don't want to get hung up on COVID. Maybe there's special interest money or involved. Maybe enough of their constituents aren't loud enough about it to where they actually care. But from the people on the inside, there isn't that understanding. Most people don't know, why was this an unlawful order? Secretary of War came out, said it was unlawful. But for most, there's this understanding that, hey, there's some special people who left the military, and because Trump's trying to appease them, he's going to let them back in. But really, when we're told to get shots, we just got to get shots. So what's the deal? There still is that mindset. So there hasn't been the shift in narrative. So I know the people on the task force, some are very good friends of mine. They're doing everything they can. There is one who's doing the kind of review. And once they do the review, we'll see if anything comes out about it. But I think they're still going against the bureaucracy, and we just can't underestimate the swampiness, not only in the government, but also in the Pentagon.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the Congress, because that's the sense I get, is that they've moved past it. And that's unfortunate, because 100,000 folks like these folks, I mean, that's a pretty big hit on readiness, right?
It absolutely is. And, we have those stats based on how many people left the military within the first year of the mandate coming out, looking at how many religious exemptions were filed or how many people left, even with regards to that. But it is absolutely a huge number. And maybe those people, they would have eventually retired or left or med boarded, but it's just them doing it sooner and all at once. And that's where you have this particular group that is a lot more morally sensitive, a lot more focused on their conscience, on following the Constitution. Many of them are very talented at their jobs and what they do. We know pilots. I was a special operator. It took a lot of money to put me through the training I did. So that is the hit on readiness. But I'm more concerned about the hit on the moral capacity of the service. And with regards to Congress, like what I said with Matt Gaetz, what the House Armed Service Committee should do is they should be holding military leadership accountable. They should be the civilian leadership over the military, not just the the daddies that write checks to the DOD because they say they need it. We're not their sugar daddies. We're the civilians that overlook them. So I would hope that we see that, and would be my intention, God willing, if we get elected.
You woke up with a sore throat and a low-grade fever. You know you are getting sick, so here's your choices. You can get sicker and miss work, try to see a doctor this week, or sit hours in a crowded waiting room at urgent care.
I have a smarter option for you. Open your medical emergency kit. Match your symptoms to doctor-recommended prescription in your booklet and take the right meds now and get well faster.
This is not a first aid kit. It's like having an urgent care in your home. It includes doctor-prescribed medications to treat over 39 medical issues like respiratory infections, strep throat, pneumonia, UTIs, and more.
No waiting to see the doctor and no standing in line at the pharmacy. It's right here.
Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit, and here's how to order.
Go to worldviewhealthcare.com. Your kit to treat dozens of common and serious illnesses is rushed to your door. worldviewhealthcare.com. That's worldviewhealthcare.com.
The emergency kit available at worldviewhealthcare.com. Make sure you don't have to go to urgent care. I got pneumonia. I didn't have to go. I took this last year. Stayed at home, went to bed.
Introducing Worldview Tube Vault. Over 35 years of radio broadcasts, television programs, documentaries, and ebooks. Plus, Worldviewpedia, our powerful search engine for instant worldview and Bible research. Join for as little as $7.99 a month. And now, Vault members get something brand new, courses. Our very first course is here, the Book of Revelation with Brannon House. 53 in-depth lessons, complete with overview quizzes, walking you verse by verse through one of the most important books in Scripture. Getting started is simple. Go to worldviewtube.com/vault and join today. Already a member? Visit worldviewtube.com, click the person icon in the top right, and log in. Then hover over Vault in the menu and select Courses. That's it. You're in. Join WorldviewTube Vault today at worldviewtube.com/vault.
Friends, this is Brannon House. For more than a year now, I've been teaching through the book of Revelation, and the response from you has been overwhelming. You've asked me again and again, when are you going to put this study in print? We want to mark it up. We want to share it with our families. Well, it's here. My brand new 2-volume commentary on the book of Revelation, verse by verse, chapter by chapter. This is not a watered down, allegorized replacement theology approach to Revelation. This is a literal, grammatical, historical study, the way the Lord intended his word to be read. And I connect the prophecy of Revelation to the headlines you're watching unfold right now, the rise of global government and the convergence of end-time events the Lord Jesus warned us about. Folks, we are living in serious days, and there has never been a more important time to understand what God has told us about what is coming. Get your 2-volume Revelation commentary today at worldviewstore.com. That's worldviewstore.com.
But I really want to move on. Yes, sir.
So, lifelong Republican, I'm going to Trump all 3 elections. Now, on that note, one of the biggest reasons I voted for Trump was the Freedoms Law. And right now, with the way that things are going with the Epstein files.
Can I be honest with y'all on the Epstein files? So then ultimately, me included, we all voted to release every single one of them. Now, here's the part that nobody really knew is the child pornography, the gross, heinous acts that were in there. There's all these things now that are starting to come to light. There were those documents that now you can't prosecute a dead pedophile over. So this was, every document is out there. I have no desire to see smut that's in those documents. But I really want to move on away from something that I feel like is a dark, gross chapter of America where a dead pedophile was controlling the agenda of the United States of America. I want to go to work. And I feel like there's no more work to be done on those documents.
But at the same time, particularly for the victims, and I worked as a military sexual trauma counselor. So I
don't want to re-traumatize those victims, put their names out of the public domain either.
Their names don't have to be out there, but accountability is something that is so important. And if we know that there are people who are perpetrators, who have harmed children, we need accountability.
Yeah, well, it is all out there for the full world to go investigate. So nothing, there's nothing, to my knowledge,
saying, hey, this was dark, and the people that were engaged in this behavior are going to be held accountable because we have a higher standard.
And I give there's me. The trauma that I deal with has been more on the side of people that have been first responders dealing with PTSD. And so I get very sensitive about re-traumatizing somebody about open wounds. I just want to go to work. And every day that we deal with this issue, I'm afraid we're just not getting focused on trying to save our country. They're out there. People want to read them, they can read them.
Yeah, so for those of you who are watching and wondering, what was that clip of? Well, I'm John Frankman, former Special Forces Green Beret, candidate for Florida's 1st Congressional District, and that was Representative Jimmy Petronis, who I'm challenging in the primary. So he took over for Matt Gaetz after Matt Gaetz was picked up for Attorney General. And he was asked about the Epstein files at a Republican executive committee here in Okaloosa County, which is where I live. And his response was rather troubling. He kind of said that we didn't know what was in the files. There were a lot of dark things in there, and then goes on to say, I want to go back to work. There's no more work to be done in those documents. And then when pressed for accountability, moves forward into talking about that they're all out there. They're there for the world to see. It shouldn't actually take my job, my working on those documents to actually fix the problem. So this is a point that I've brought up. I think that one of my tenets is make accountability great again. And it's wrong for us to have a 2-tier justice system where elites, powerful people involved in potentially intelligence agencies are able to get away with harming children, sexually trafficking children. And right now, what we've seen so far within Department of Justice has not been satisfactory. I think it's amazing that of the Republicans, there were only, the 4 that were willing to sign a discharge petition in order to release these documents, especially given that this was an issue that everybody was kind of fired up for in 2024. So wanting that kind of accountability, that's something that I'm pressing for. And it doesn't just relate to COVID accountability or accountability for Epstein. It relates to COVID accountability. It relates to 2020 election, January 6th, and I will pass it back to Colonel Menes.
Hey, John, thanks. Welcome back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the struggles of live TV. Luckily, we had a guest on that knows how to be a host. I appreciate you, John.
Of course.
Look, that Epstein clip wasn't just about Epstein. I think you covered it really well, but I do a lot of work in the weaponization of government space right now, John, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about what you'll do as a congressman in order to do things like set things right. Like the Epstein thing is one of those issues that, look, Epstein wasn't and Ghislaine Maxwell are not the only perpetrators in this. There are more perpetrators, and the American people, and I'm one of them, can't understand why more perpetrators aren't being tracked down, investigated thoroughly, and prosecuted where we're able.
Yeah, absolutely. And, every branch has their own particular powers that come with it. One of the powers that you have for Congress is to do hearings. I also think that apart from legislating hearings, you are a public voice. So you can use your public voice, your platform, in order to spread and direct the American people. So want to use that platform and use all the formation I received, the 4 years of Catholic seminary, the systematic theology degree, the special forces, Green Beret training, everything I've learned through fighting for COVID, and bring that to bear as a public voice. But further, we have the power of the purse. And if certain agencies aren't cooperating and doing their job, why should we be supporting their budget? That's where we can really hit them where they hurt and make that happen. So, I will not be afraid. I love the president, stand for the things that he ran on for sure. We'll support that mission. America first. MAGA isn't just owned by one person. That is a whole movement in and of itself of making America great again. And we'll fight to do so. But when it comes to going against party leadership, I'm willing to stand up against them. And I have my past proof to show that I'm willing to do it, because I was willing to forego my job as a Green Beret, standing on principle, even at great personal cost. So if I need to do a go full Thomas Massey and do a discharge petition, if it's for medical freedom amendment, if it's for a pro-life amendment, if it's for releasing files of some sort, I will not be afraid to sign those documents, put my name on the line, and know that I might have a bunch of money thrown at me and a primary challenger coming in 2 years. But guess what? If I win, it's not because of the special interest groups. It's because of the people who are getting active, volunteering, and coming up and showing up to vote.
Yeah, exactly right, man. Sorry about the beeping in the background, folks, but we're out of power and we're on emergency power. That's just a fact of life on that. So speaking of going back onto being aggressive and fighting this, even if you have to go against the president. I mean, he took Thomas Massey out with about $32 million spend. Do you think you'll be able to get elected in a primary with that position? Or how are the folks on the ground talking about this kind of stuff, I guess is my question.
Yeah, I mean, so there's some folks who are just not as politically involved. So they think that Thomas Massey is a terrible person who's trying to disrupt the president's agenda. And the difficulty, and politics well enough as I do, that there are people who do know all the players. They know their positions. They probably have met you already because they're so involved. You have another kind of layer of people who might watch news pretty regularly, but it's just Fox. They get whatever mailers they're sent. They kind of believe sort of the lines that they're told there. So they're somewhat involved, but maybe kept in a certain way. And there's largely age demographics based on that. But a lot of people, younger folks, really love Thomas Massey. A lot of them can't understand why was so much money spent against him, and see it as a problem that Republicans are fighting each other so much and willing to kind of, I'd say, waste millions and millions of dollars in a primary when we are all polymarket prediction markets say going to lose the House in the 2026. So I'd rather see resources pushed in some particular way. Would I be able to withstand a $30 million primary? Probably not. I mean, that's crazy amounts of money, and I don't have it yet. God willing, get elected. We'll see where popularity goes. And my problem right now is just name recognition, name ID. If you're on X, probably doing okay. But just getting out to those folks that might not come to the Republican clubs, but still vote pretty regularly.
Yeah. It's can you hear me okay?
I got you. Yep.
Yeah. It's tough. What are your voters talking about regarding lawfare? I mean, lawfare and the Epstein thing is kind of like we hear from our congressmen. They don't really want to talk about that kind of stuff because they think we've moved beyond that. But I interview 1 week. Every show I did that week was a lawfare victim whose case is actively being pursued right now.
Well, there's a lot of people who are concerned about how the Florida State, the Department of, I'm trying to think, the DCO, the one that takes children, so Department of Children, Families, a number of kind of legally kidnapping of children because the parents aren't doing the medical procedures that the government deems necessary. That's a huge thing where they're seeing government intrusion even at the Florida State level. So I've had Joy Zaroff, and her daughter was basically kidnapped from her, and reaching out to her and hearing what's going on there, going to that court case. That's one of the areas. There's a lot of flock cameras going on. So although Democrats aren't in power right now, that's a huge issue here, largely thanks to the governor race and a lot of issues being highlighted there. So there is concerns about our Fourth Amendment rights not being spied upon. And AI data centers is another area where we're kind of worried about government intrusion to some way. It's obviously has its environmental concerns, but it's also now how is this AI capacity going to be linked in with the flock cameras to further spy on Americans?
Yeah, yeah. What are they saying about flock cameras? I mean, it just hit my radar here locally in South, on the Gulf Coast of Mississippi just in the last week. Somebody told me, "Hey, there's a flock camera 100 yards from your house," and I wasn't aware that I voted to allow those. Are most municipalities stepping up, and is Congress going to do anything to help, or should they?
Congress is probably not going to do anything because you and I both know how useless they are, right? I mean, they voted to continue FISA spying, which has been used and weaponized against Americans. So I think you got to go back to the people who want safety and liberty deserve neither, will have neither kind of quote. Largely conservative circles, people are against it. I think there's some police who've seen that it's made their job easier, but there's always the concern of who's going to use that tool when they're in power. And I think just going through COVID, as short memory span as we have, we need to look into that and ask that question, who's going to use this later on? So I'm happy. Most of the counties are stepping up with regards to AI data centers in the area. So some of them are given outright bans. And that's largely, like I said, thanks to the governor race that's happening here. But with Flock, I'd hope that there is some kind of a national ban, but within the state, we need to pressure our state legislature. And I do have some concerns about our state moving forward when DeSantis leaves.
Yeah. On artificial intelligence, there's a big debate about at the federal level about whether the feds should have one federal standard and regulatory piece of legislation, or whether the states do it at the state level. I'm a big believer in the states are the laboratories for finding the best solution. So I hesitate when I hear that even the president say things like, well, we can't have the states doing, a mixture of regulation and all that and everything. It's just got to be a federal one and stop the states from doing that. But doesn't that violate the 10th Amendment of the Constitution?
It does. And that's where it would be nice to see legislators actually following it, where, hey, we're going to make it a state issue, but it becomes something that's so grave and we have such consensus by things being done in a certain way. Let's make it an amendment then. So it would be awesome if we saw, hey, Florida handles it this way, California another. What's working? What concerns do we have? Okay, let's go on ahead and let's make some kind of amendment with regards to artificial intelligence where you're not doing deep fakes in a certain way or whatever. But I do appreciate that perspective.
As a federal legislator, will you look for the best ways to implement guardrails, especially on military decision making and those kind of things? I wrote an article last year that got published. I think it was in Stars and Stripes about not letting artificial intelligence into the nuclear decision making and order giving process.
Ooh, yeah, that sounds dangerous. Yeah, that sounds like a thing to definitely do. We would not want to see a nuke go off because AI thinks, oh, well, or they read something wrong, or, you have to have that human touch. Absolutely. So I think that would be a smart thing to kind of work within the NDAA, because that gets passed regardless, and maybe even just making it another law outside of the NDAA itself.
Yeah. On this accountability piece, John, the accountability of federal prosecutors, federal judges that are continuing this lawfare, and it's holdovers from the cases. A lot of them are holdovers from the Biden administration, but they're still being prosecuted by the Trump DOJ. Is there anything that you as a congressman will be able to do to try to mitigate that and get some of these cases thrown out that really shouldn't have ever been cases in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, certainly raising awareness on it specifically, or maybe having some, I don't know, looking at it and seeing if there's some kind of pattern where you can have the laws, changed or mitigated in some way or shape or form. I'd have to look at the kind of case by case basis and then see what kind of an overall catch there can be. But I mean, the fact is that conservatives have been attacked by the government more than Democrats have, that there's been a weaponization against them, period. We've seen it during January 6th. with regards to the 2020 election, with the IRS. Well, I just try to get rid of the IRS period and go to a flat tax, a national sales tax, or some combination of the two. And that could, but maybe just dismantling the federal bureaucracy. It's just too much. We have unelected bureaucrats making laws for people, putting rules together, and then prosecuting people on those rules. So there needs to be some kind of relief. And certainly with regards to constituent services, if that were to happen to anyone within my district, would then fight with those appropriate agencies.
Yeah, the question about helping folks, I think that's a big issue, especially for younger people. I mean, they look at somebody like me, and I talk about how I believe in the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, but they don't see classical liberalism doing things like protecting them from outlandish university prices and this whole social culture of being told you got to go to college to get a good job and then not being able to get a good job after you go $200,000 or more in debt, and the housing market being crushed by these 20 million illegals that were brought into this country, over and above the already millions and millions and millions of illegals that were here already. And the illegals are getting benefits both at the federal and state level. And you've got young people that bought into the Charlie Kirk coalition that really put President Trump back in office in a miracle. It's a historical miracle. A lot of them are looking at us going, you guys, you're not showing me that you're serious about this. What needs to happen in Congress to show those folks that we're serious about it? Because I'm serious about it. I want to enact new policies that do things like reduce the debt, reduce the size of the federal bureaucracy, deport all the illegals, and those kind of things. But how do we convince them that we really mean it?
Well, Congress just has to do something. They have to pass legislation. And I think back to an event last Thursday night where Jimmy Patronis was. All he talked about is the amazing work that Trump's doing, how evil Democrats are, that Democrat socialists are taking over. That's not winning young people. They need to see action. They need to see the promises kept. So you have to get the mass deportations going. We can't just stop and start talking about amnesty. There needs to be the mass deportations, period, end of story. So never stop with that. And don't make a bunch of commercials about it either, because we just care about numbers, not publicity. Paying down the federal deficit is a huge thing, shrinking the size of the federal government, because I believe that the inflation, the reason why everything is so expensive is because we've been printing out this fake money, printing out so much money, and that's just made everything cost more. So if you don't actually pay down the deficit, if you don't actually shrink the size of the federal government, people will never actually know that you're serious. So making these substantial changes, I think getting government funding out of school systems, because when schools know that they can charge more because the government's going to spend more, then they raise their prices too. Let's get rid of all of that. Let's go back to that free market economy that makes sense in all aspects of business. Let's get some antitrust laws out there to break up some of these oligopolies and corporations so that there can be more competition. There's so many different creative ideas that Congress can do. They're just not doing it. They're just focused on one thing at a time, and it's often political. The SAVE Act, no reason it shouldn't have passed, but if they were serious, they would have had it legislated on day one when they came back in so that Trump could have signed it on January 20th when he was sworn in. Anyone who thinks that Congress is actually fighting right now, if you think that they care about COVID, you're lying to yourself. You think they care about Epstein, you're lying to not Epstein, but Fauci, you're lying to yourself. They had 18 months to hold him accountable. They didn't. Same thing with the SAVE Act, everything else. So they need to stop thinking of just staying in power and treating the majority as the win itself. They need to actually get wins, because I'm sorry, they're going to lose the young vote next time. And I think that's what's going to happen if they keep pushing these establishment candidates in the primaries.
All right, man. Well, thank you very much. Sorry about the technical difficulties. I appreciate you coming in and sharing this platform. The election is August 18th.
Yep, early voting has happened. That's right. So early voting right now, and the election is August 18th. So you live in Florida's 1st District, please vote for me. If you know somebody, please tell them to. And if you want to support, go to franklinforflorida.com.
All right. Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Good luck, my friend.
Thanks, Rob.
All right. I'll see you on Training Tuesday on Worldview YouTube.